You know what? Adam did nothing wrong.
Oh.
He did nothing wrong.
He did nothing. Look.
He only started the terrorist cell and cut off that girl's arm. That was
It's Yang though. It's Yang. That's the thing. Like Yang and Blake aren't people. They're extra-dimensional creatures that feed off of misery and hypocrisy.
I like it when she broke Mercury's leg and they were like, "You broke a cripple," and they were like, "No." In series 3, I like that bit.
Yeah. Are we gonna get started?
Yeah.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go off on a Ruby tangent because that was
carry on. I'm almost done. I'm just making some slight adjustments here.
So first of all, it was Pokemans, and now Ruby. What other weeb shit can we just like crowbar in here? Does anyone?
Oh, don't do no Chinese cartoons.
Avatar. What does everyone think about Avatar? There we go.
I love Avatar.
Last Airbender's a masterpiece.
No, the James Cameron movie. What are you talking about?
Oh, James Cameron movie? I haven't watched
It's terrible. There we go. Conversation
I haven't
done.
watched it in a decade, so I can't make a comment on it.
I've not watched The Freighters either.
I've only seen it in theaters once.
I remember I watched it once, and I was at home, and I was younger than I am now, and I remember just watching it, and I was going, that was really fucking boring, and my cousin was there being like, no, it's really cool. It's like, why? And he's like,
I didn't get it.
Because blue people.
I don't get it. Why are they fucking with their tails on their heads, and why do they have this machine that lets them go inside each other? I don't understand.
It's intimate.
It's symbolism.
I need to give you guys the Watch Together link. I'll put it in the event chat there. I probably should have did that beforehand.
Yeah, Dan.
Dan, like Dan of House Danielson.
Listen, you bunch of sexist and bigots, get ready, because we're gonna dive deep.
I am not a bigot.
Yes, you are. We are going to dive headfirst into some Plinkett and take a objective look at each and every one of those arguments. Is Revenge of the Sith a steamy hot pile of shit?
Oh my god.
The answer is no.
Yeah, guys. Good night.
Bye.
No, we
value your
gotta go
privacy.
through every argument just to make sure.
I don't. I'm leaving.
Almost 2 hours, Jesus.
Let me know when you're all in.
We're not going to get through this in 2 hours. That's how long the thing is.
It'll be at least 6, I bet.
Yeah, so I'll get to watch the first half an hour of this.
Are you guys all in?
Yeah.
Alright, let's get this shit over with.
Star Wars Episode 3 is the most disappointing thing since...
Can everybody hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Alright, and make sure you guys use the space bar to pause and the arrow keys to, fast forward and rewind.
Star Wars Episode 2. What kind of an intro is that, you say? Well, shit, I think it's hard to be disappointed anymore when your expectations are so low they're right next to fucking dinosaur bones. I think we all went to see this movie just to get
Well, it
over
depends on
with.
what strata they're in, because sometimes dinosaur bones aren't really that far from the surface.
That is objectively wrong. Alright, that's one objective wrong point already. Jeez.
God put them there.
That didn't take long.
Just like Star Wars.
Disappointed anymore when your expectations are so low they're right next to fucking dinosaur bones. I think we all went to see this movie just to get it over with. Or it was like an obligation.
I mean,
No.
On your student daughter's college graduation.
It's just
you know
like
it's
that.
gonna suck, but you gotta go just to get it over with.
Man, this
Now,
didn't age
fuck
well.
that metaphor.
This is what it was like to
no,
try.
because
Do an
people were actually
autopsy.
excited for
You
it.
know it's
People
dead.
liked the
Nothing's gonna
prequels
change
back
that.
in the
Yeah.
day.
But you gotta do an
Yeah.
Did somebody have a point?
Yes. First of all, I was just going to say, people were psyched about the Clone Wars. They were like, oh, this was said in Episode 4 as if George Lucas came up with a fucking thing beforehand. He was like, that sounds cool. The other thing I was just going to say, though, is if he takes the piss out of the opening of this film, I'm just going to rage because it's my favourite opening of the Star Wars film.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, it's
Can
great.
you, mute yourself?
do an autopsy to find out what killed it. Or who killed it. So that's what this review is gonna be. An autopsy video about Star Wars. Paging Dr. Plinkett. Dr. Plinkett, I'm here. Someone pass the Vicodins. No, wait. We need ambience. Well, we sure need something. And for the record, I'm gonna give this movie an honest review and analysis. I'll point out anything that's good if I find it. But still, a lot of you will claim that I'm one of those people that says George Lucas ruined my childhood. Now that's just crazy talk. George Lucas didn't ruin my childhood. Fucking polio did, number one.
Get it?
What were you expecting, asshole? Before we start, let's recap a little on the whole
I'm making some
prequel
adjustments,
thing,
so if
how
you
it
guys
ruined
need to
6
pause,
years
please
of
do.
everyone's lives. Even starving African children in Cambodia. Now, in short, I'm gonna explain how everyone in the world felt. Ready? Number 1, The Phantom Menace. First of all, right off the bat, everyone thought the title was a joke. Everyone. That was a real bad sign from the start. But then when you saw the trailer for The Phantom Menace, it looked pretty good. Oh my god.
Everyone thought the title was bad.
It's
What?
fine.
Everybody thought a Phantom Menace was a joke. I never heard anybody think that this was a movie. Revenge of the Sith.
Well, my point was to be like, even so, it seems irrelevant to anything.
Yeah.
Just
Like, the entire idea, like, Palpatine is the Phantom.
remember the idea.
Yeah.
Remember when people thought Phantom Menace was a shitty title? It's like, why did they think that? And they're like, I don't know, it was fine.
I don't remember
I'm
that.
just saying it. It's like, oh, okay.
I was
Well,
too
that's because
young
you
to
were
remember.
7.
Yeah.
Was I? When
was
did it come out?
3.
Didn't it come out in 99?
It came
Yeah,
out
it
in
came out in
99.
99.
I
99.
was 5.
Same.
It was
Oh
3.
my god, Tom.
Or I might have been, wait.
Was,
I was born in July 4th, so whatever month it came out, I was that old years
Oh, you're a
later.
proper American.
Tom,
I was
American.
I was
I said, fuck
6
you.
when it came out.
did you fix your microphone, Tom?
Hmm?
Oh my god.
What?
Mhm.
I think it's fixed, Tom. Just give me a second to correct your audio. Good job, Tom.
Well,
You
well, now
fixed
it's
it.
too loud. Now it's too loud,
Oh,
is it?
dude, it just blew out my eardrums. You're like, same!
Snap your fingers and like a black lady.
Okay,
There we
I
go.
think I fixed you. And you are still a priority speaker, so when you talk, everybody else will get
A
quiet.
new Star Wars
course.
movie? Can you fucking
Just like in
believe
real
it?
life, right?
We're at Plinkett Talks.
Yep.
Hey, awesome. A young Obi-Wan Kenobi is fighting some weird alien dude with a red lightsaber. A little kid? Well,
Is he gonna do this
I'll give it
again?
a shot, I guess.
I think he's doing a
Nobody
recap.
was thinking that.
I find it hard to believe it.
Hey, neat space battles. Oh, what's up with that geisha-looking chick? That's kind of
It's
weird.
racist.
It doesn't really look like Star Wars should look, but maybe it could be cool.
How do you
Wow,
know
this
how
is
Star
kind of
Wars is
exciting.
supposed to look?
And then
How
you
should
saw-
Star Wars look.
It's in the... Fuck, what's it called?
Number 2,
Parts of Star
Attack
Wars.
of the Clones. So after
He
the
was-
shock wore off, we started
was wrong
to
about
get
all of that,
the
basically,
second
so.
film that was going to come out. Things looked a little more promising. The stupid kid is gone. There's something that looks like Boba Fett, or maybe it is Boba Fett. We see like early looking stormtroopers or something. We find out the title's called Attack of the Clones. And you're like, well, okay. It couldn't be worse than the Phantom Menace. And it's not too much of a stretch from a
How was
title like The
Phantom Menace
Empire
that title?
Strikes Back. Maybe we just needed to get used to it. So hopefully things have improved. So, oh my God! Then came
How
time
dare he?
for the
That's
third
Dexter
one.
Jester.
I was just about to
Dexter
say that Dexter Jester is the best Star Wars character of all time.
Keeps returning to
Dexter
an abusive
Jester
husband.
is...
Hang on.
Again, the first thing we knew was the title.
Respect the decks.
All right, he's starting to get
Yes,
into the actual
respect the decks.
movie now.
Is he?
There we
Yeah,
go.
No,
finally.
Not that he was
All right, number 3, The Revenge of the Sith. So like his first 2 points.
Rewengi of the Sith.
All right, here we go.
The third one. And by this time, we felt like a fucking battered housewife who keeps returning
No.
to an abusive
I
husband.
like how he's making
Okay.
broad generalizations of the audience. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone thought this, and if you didn't, you're lying, because Cosmonaut said so.
The
Yeah.
first thing we knew was the title.
Cosmonaut is a soy-infused piece of shit, so...
Soy.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Third one. And by this time, we felt like a fucking battered housewife who keeps returning to an abusive husband. Again, the first thing we knew was the title. Which, of course, you thought the obvious thing, right? That if you simply rearrange the letters
guys,
in
I'll
the
be right
word
back.
Sith, you could
Guys,
spell out a
bathroom.
different word that just might predict what this movie was gonna be. Shishi. Which is Chinese for disappointed in the cooking of the duck meat. But it also harkened back to the original title of Return of the Jedi, which was supposed to be Revenge of the Jedi. But at the last minute, Lucas had decided to change the title from Revenge to Return, because he discovered that having a word with one less letter in it would save him $916 annually on the cost of printing the logo on countless t-shirts.
I mean, that was a benefit, but that's not the actual reason why he did it.
Yeah,
it was a benefit, but the reason he did it is he said that the Jedi shouldn't take revenge plots.
Well, the Plinkett thing is more just like a joke that I don't find funny. In reality, it makes sense, and also Revenge of the Sith makes sense in the context of the film, because they've been oppressed by the Jedi in their eyes, so I don't understand why they wouldn't want to kill him. It's fine.
Exterminated.
Yeah.
You're spending a lot of time talking about titles.
Hey, ink's not cheap, kids. The
Are you, Tom? Did you just longman bad?
runs the business. By 2005, Lucas had saved up well over $1,000.
Maybe more like irrelevant man
that extra
bad.
letter. So you bought your ticket, or you
Yes.
slept in my door where people were leaving. You got some popcorn or booze, and you were ready to watch
All
the
right, what
third and
faggots
final
did I miss?
Nothing.
installment
Okay.
of Star Wars prequels.
You didn't
How
have to
bad
wait
could
for
it
me if you guys were.
He literally just talking about names.
or you snuck in the side door where people were leaving. You got some popcorn or booze, and you were ready to watch the third and final installment of the Star Wars prequels. How bad could it really
Awesome.
be? Oh.
No.
You never thought you'd be laughing at the end, did you? Laughing so hard you couldn't breathe. Was all this a big practical joke? Well, we'll examine this and so many other things.
Oh, I can't.
To be
wait.
honest, nobody laughed in my theater at the ending.
From what
Yeah.
little I remember, no one laughed in my theater. They were kind of silent near the end.
Yeah. A lot of shit just fucking went down, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I cared.
yeah.
I cared. So
Time to put on my rubber gloves. Let's have a look, shall we? Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Alright, here we
Kind
go.
of. Number 2.
Remember
Here we
DVDs.
go again.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have some of that.
I still have mine.
I just bought all 3 of them today, thanks to Dan.
Dude, I didn't tell you to buy fucking DVDs and support Disney.
I gave money to YouTube, so I had to buy all 3 because I believe George Lucas has a telepathic link to the OT and prequels, and every time someone buys one, he smiles.
every time you buy a Star Wars Blu-ray, George Lucas slowly forgets about the holiday special.
Does he still own
But
some
it
rights?
It has to be pre-Disney. Anything pre-Disney.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Trust me.
Doesn't he own
I'm a
some
doctor.
rights to like the OT and prequel
Kind of.
DVDs still? Shit.
2.
Alright,
think
here we
so.
go. That's actually the title.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
That's where we go again. When C-3PO said that in Jedi, it was meant to be like endearing. Like he was a little nervous, but we're all excited about the adventure that awaited us.
This is where the fun begins.
You could say the same thing in
Strange.
regards to Revenge of the Sith, but with this movie, you kind of meant it in like a painful way. It's an actual here we go again. Cause you've been tricked
the hell are you
twice
talking about?
already. But for some,
Because you've been tricked.
What are you
apparently.
talking? What relevance do? I mean, is it a joke?
It's a
Guys,
joke.
Not very-
we've
just
been
a joke.
tricked! Damn
Yeah.
it, this is the Plinkett review.
Yeah, it's just
Shit.
humor.
reason, you need to see how it ends. Wait, what?
I thought it was a good video.
Heroes on both sides. What?
Well,
Can you?
Wait a minute,
yeah.
wasn't that a sequel line too?
What's wrong with that?
Well, heroes on both sides. I mean, like, not all of the separatists are evil, right?
No,
Yeah,
the separatists
they-
want to leave the
most of them-
Republic because the
Yeah,
Republic
exactly.
are corrupt. So in their eyes,
Yeah.
Count Dooku's like a hero.
In their
So-
eyes, they're the good
like,
guys.
I mean,
Well,
we
it's
know
like-
what Count Dooku is, but not the Separatists. They see
Yeah.
him as a liberator, basically.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
I mean, you just said like the
I
good
wish
guys, but it's
Kevin
not.
was
It's not.
here.
It's not so much good, is it? It's more just political ideals clashing, which is fine.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
they're not the good guys, but in their eyes, they are the good guys.
No, that's
'cause
what I
they're
mean,
like,
but
all
in
we want
their
is all we
eyes-
want is freedom.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like righteousness, but it's the political idealism.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
want to
yeah.
be.
I
We want
mean,
to be
like-
independent, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, why shouldn't they have that? And that's why this wars broke out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, to put in perspective, like, wouldn't, like, going into Little Legends, wouldn't Darth Nihilus be a hero to some Sith? Because of just how powerful he
Well,
was?
Like the idea that
I'm
in,
sure.
in his world, he's like heroes on both sides. That's retarded. Like the separatists are going like Count Dooku, woo, he's our favorite baddie to their own like general.
Yeah, I mean, I
Like
guess,
General Grievous, fuck 'em up.
if you define it that way, it works. If you were to define hero as a hero that's in this story, that like from the audience perspective,
Yeah, like protagonist.
you
But
probably
it's
wouldn't
not.
find any.
But
You know,
it's not.
like,
the,
is Palpatine
the
a
opening is a
hero?
world building. But the opening is world building, so it's
I
fine.
really don't know if maybe that meant Anakin though, because he changed sides. But is a traitor ever a hero?
I mean, to the side that he defects to.
Yeah, I meant to.
I don't know. Is someone here British enough to tell us how they feel about Benedict Arnold?
Yeah, please tell us, Tom. How do you
yeah,
feel
Tom.
about Benedict Arnold?
Benedict what?
Benedict Arlen.
Benedict.
He doesn't know. It's
Benedict.
just wrong.
Robots be called heroes? Wait, why am I watching this crap? This guy they call
I don't know. Why am I watching your fucking review again?
Lucas, he's got us all by the balls. His fingers are in our wallets. Get your finger out of my ass wallet. Now, before
Also,
this
what's
movie
wrong
came out,
with droids
this is
being
what
heroes? Like,
Taco,
we know the universe-
you're gonna have to pause if you're gonna make points or ask
sorry.
questions.
Sorry, but like, what's wrong with droids being heroes? We know in the Star Wars universe, droids are sentient, so a droid can be a hero.
You can't say that.
We don't know that. They're not people, damn it.
Right, I'm
Otherwise-
sorry. L3. We need L3's revolution.
Yo.
No,
You're
no,
gonna
don't
incite
talk about
riots
that.
in
No, what's your-
America again.
What's your actual point?
My actual point is that, like, he said, like, what are robots heroes? And I'm like, well, yeah, there could be a droid hero.
Yeah.
R2's heroic. He
Yeah.
Yeah,
saved them
R2
multiple
and
times.
C-3PO are technically heroes.
everyone heard.
It's the best of the three prequels.
Yes.
It's the darkest of the three.
Yes.
It's a lot better and darker than the other two films.
Yes.
Who gives a crap how
I
dark
guess.
it is? My stool is dark, and Doctor says that's bad.
Sorry, that was just funny. I mean, there is one thing that he's good at, and it is humor. He makes me laugh all the time in these, even those points.
Yeah.
suck.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
just
know why
doesn't counter
kids
anything.
know so much about interior decorating, though. Then Roger Ebert gave it 3.5 stars, and then someone even said that it was the bestest movie ever because it had
Is that Asa? Is that you?
What?
That's you, right?
lava in it.
What?
Oh,
It's the
I
best to
hate
know.
you.
Oh, that
His
picture of
name
me.
is
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, that's you. I'm pretty
From
sure.
a
Yeah, that's
grocery
the-
store parking lot. Now, setting aside any kind of wild and crazy theories about movie critic payoffs, people sucking up to Lucasfilm by saying they like the Phantom Menace. I mean, I'd
Oh, Kevin,
Kevin Smith.
he's still on that. He's still on that train.
rather see episode 3 than blood in my urine, but the movie was just so fucking boring, with a few exceptions, like the comedies.
No.
What? What are you guys freaking out about?
Stop
Plinkett's an
using
idiot.
boring as an argument. Stop
Yeah.
saying, oh, it's boring.
Mm.
So
This is
beautiful.
It's only because I'm so in love.
No. No, it's because I'm so in love with you.
This is how
So
humans
love has
talk.
blinded you.
This is honestly, I think, the worst part of the movie.
It definitely is.
I am in love.
Well, here's the thing. I agree. It's bad dialogue, horribly executed. But the whole "love has blinded you" thing is actually relevant to Anakin's fall because he technically is blinded by his love for Padme. So as bad as it is still relevant.
Yeah,
there's definitely a way you could have had those lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Sense.
Yeah, and like here's the thing: is like when Hayden Christensen would shoot scenes, George would like take the first step, like, all right, let's wrap it up, and then Hayden would be like, you mind if I just do that one more time? I wasn't exactly satisfied, and George would be like, I guess. Like, so like if the dialogue's bad, it is mostly George's fault because he just wanted to wrap up shooting as quickly as possible so that he could get it off to the CGI team to make it, with all the special effects and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely not the actor's fault. But it is, and it's hard to say. And like the acting, like some of it is objectively flawed.
That's for kids.
All right, we're back live. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but the computer just green screen, which is the first time it's ever done that.
5-year-old kid running around that ship at the end, and walk up to the two babies, and have like Obi-Wan or Jimmy Smith say, "Young Han Solo, meet baby Luke and Leia."
They weren't gonna take this.
And have them shake their little baby hands. It would be like Han lived on that ship or whatever, or shoehorn him in somewhere else. You'd think a toy of a young Han Solo would sell like hotcakes. 2. No Millennium Falcon. The Millennium Falcon is so fucking cool.
What a piece of junk.
It just screams classic Star Wars. It's one of those unique and iconic spaceship designs that have become a staple of pop culture. Thankfully, nowhere in this film do we see the Millennium Falcon flying around doing something stupid with like its original owner, who would most likely be some kind of terrible-looking generic CGI piece of crap. No, the Millennium Falcon is safe and secure. It wasn't raped.
It was in
Where would you
episode 3
rape the
briefly.
Millennium Falcon anyway?
Yeah,
Right
it's like
there.
a little
I know, I was
done
Easter egg.
Easter egg.
It's like a little estrogen.
The pre-established
When are we
iconic
gonna start
Star
talking
Wars
about
images to
episode
such
3?
a degree that he didn't sell out
Listen,
with this one too.
hold on, let me find the
Speaking
pause
of
button.
selling out, have you guys taken?
Listen, you can't have a review that's an hour and 41 minutes long unless you endlessly talk about things that weren't in the movie. Obviously, what's wrong with you guys?
Listen, if you're making a movie, you can't have merchandise.
You have to think about this. You have to make a film and you go, "What's Han Solo in it?" And someone goes, "No," and you have to go, well, what do I need to talk about? He wasn't in it. And it's like, no, what
else is there?
It's good that Han Solo wasn't here, so let me talk 3 minutes about how it would have been if he was in the movie.
And then he continues to talk about like the worst possible way to put him in.
Yeah. Han Solo was not in this movie. Let's talk about Han Solo.
Chewbacca was in this movie. Let's skip over that. It's like, wait, what?
Let's talk about
Even
Leia.
Chewbacca being in the movie isn't even a problem. It's like he's a Wookiee, he's a
Doesn't do
warrior.
anything.
There's a
Doesn't do
battle
much.
on his sheet.
Yeah, he's literally
That's the
there.
thing.
He is just there.
Like,
Yeah,
prior
just lives
to
there.
Yeah, well, yeah,
sense
the
that
Wookiee
Chewbacca
planet.
would be there at the time because it's the home planet, and two, like at least within the prior to Disney Wars, like Chewbacca and Han Solo became friends because the Wookiees were made slaves by the Empire after the Empire became a thing, and then Han Solo
wants to
saw
fuck him, yeah?
what? No.
Nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they had a sex scene in the shower, remember?
No, I'm talking about actual Star Wars. I'm not talking about Disney Wars. And then Han Solo, since he was like an officer in the Empire, he saw them mistreating Chewbacca, so he helped them escape. And then they've just been best friends ever since. So it literally makes sense within old canon, at least, that Chewbacca would be on the fucking home planet for the Wookiees.
You can be much simpler than that and just say Chewbacca's a Wookiee, therefore he lives on the Wookiee planet. It's
Yeah, exactly.
hard.
Yes, we don't need to go into
They just shoehorned him in.
Chewie's Pringles can, okay?
Can you remember when Chewie was built by Anakin Skywalker when he was a slave?
Oh dear.
Oh, I need more alcohol.
Built C3PO.
I built Chewbacca, damn it! He was a great draft excluder. He lived in the desert. It's like we never knew. I had plans.
You were my creation!
Do you guys remember when Plinkett said brevity is the soul of wit? And then he went on to say a bunch of irrelevant stuff for about an hour on end after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Prepare for
that.
part
Yep.
3.
Kodak printer.
Oh no!
Here's how it works. Switch your current printer to a Kodak one, and then see how much money you save throughout the course of a decade.
Ooh, that's
Or
one
is it a
strong
year,
home pour.
not a decade.
Yikes.
In either case, I got all my results right here. Let me share them with you. I've been keeping a record of it here in my creepy notebook. I've been logging all
My
the
creepy
time
brush mark.
that I purchased ink and how much I paid. And now it's time to see how much I saved by using a Kodak printer. What? After fucking 10 years, that's all I saved? You piece of fucking
Plinkett, you got
Kodak
jokes.
paid me 20 grand for that plug. Unfortunately, I spent the 20 grand on hair plugs. Back to the review. 3.
It looked like somebody stapled ant legs to that guy's head.
No, Jar Jar Binks. After 3 films, Lucas finally got it. We only see this loathsome cunt for but a brief moment or two.
He was
But even
barely
though
in
his
episode
role as
2.
a funny thing for babies is no longer
Then Rose Tico happens.
still walking around the Senate doing something.
Yeah.
I just want to say, isn't it funny? Like everyone keeps bitching like George Lucas didn't know what he's doing, and isn't it bizarre with Jar Jar that in every film he's in it as much as he needs him to be in it for? It's like as if he was like
exactly.
paying attention to shit,
Yeah.
even though he just can't write.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, so in the first one he's entirely like he's relevant, so he's in most of it. In the second one, he's only got one pivotal part, so he stays back and is in the background. In the third one, well, the war's gone on and he's not got much to do, so he's in the background. It's like, George, why did you only take to the third film to realize that Jar Jar was useless? Is it only because in the third film is the only one he's not relevant in? I'm just saying.
Well,
Just
yeah,
saying.
I was gonna say, to be fair, in the first one, not every scene he's in is relevant.
This is
No,
true.
Most of them, but not
It's not
all of
every
them.
scene, but I mean, but he is relevant to the story.
But this one, yeah, in the context that it's written, I guess, and you can make the argument that it could have been done better, it could have been done with somebody else, and you could have completely written him out completely. But then there would have been a lot of questions, like what happened to him, other than the meta. Well, George, everybody hated him, so George wrote him out completely.
Yeah.
I basically find Jar Jar like a character. I don't give a shit about him, but he doesn't annoy
I don't
me
give a
or
shit
make me
about
go,
Jar Jar
wow. He's just there. It's fine.
No. Jar Jar's just there. He was a bit annoying in the first film.
I think it's a weird tonal shift compared to the OT. If it's going to be in the same universe, that's supposed to be dangerous, especially when you're visiting a lot of the same planets, like Tatooine, for instance, is like one of the most dangerous planets, and you got this guy just bumbling around.
I get that, but he
It's
does
a
need to
weird
get himself
tone,
kleed a couple
but-
of times. I
But
feel that at
that's-
least it.
Yeah.
But
At
that's
least it shows.
subjective, right? Like that's just the way
That's
I
just-
felt
we don't
about
like
it.
him.
But yeah, exactly. Anyways, let's hear about everything that's wrong.
Longer useful. He's still walking around the Senate doing something.
Yes.
Is that
He's a
is that
representative.
a plot hole, contrivance, or inconsistency in the story?
What?
No, it's
No.
actually consistent since in the second one he was a senator.
Yeah, he
and in the
spends
third one,
10
he's a
years
senator.
with what's her name, Padme.
Padme.
Yeah,
Padme.
because the Gungans are the second most thingy life form on Naboo, so he's like
Yeah,
their
so he's
representative.
representing them.
But
Yeah,
she's
exactly.
she's a representative of Naboo, so he's like second. What do they call him? They call her like
Representative.
senator, but he's representative. So they kind of try to show that there's different. Like she's higher than
Yeah.
he is.
She's
but he's
higher
still
than him, yeah.
there. Yeah.
Somebody in chat said that his jokes aren't that funny. Well,
Plinkett.
Some of them are,
that's
some of them
subjective.
aren't.
That's subjective,
He's like,
and I would.
Plinkett or Jar Jar, we need to know.
yeah, really. Is this about Jar Jar or Plinkett?
Why isn't he working as a janitor somewhere? You know that thing he did on Naboo 15 years ago? You think
Would he?
Yeah, 15 years of off-screen character development.
Do you remember all those times those former presidents and prime ministers working a janitor?
It's not the best way to handle your character development when you go through a huge change from a bumbling idiot into a Senate representatives for the Gungans. I think it could have been done better, but then you would have had him on screen more, and people would have just bitched more. I think that was a risk that George didn't want to take.
We can't have Jar Jar.
We can't play him on screen. Everybody will hate
He
him.
can't be on screen, or it won't make. Or we can't have him on
time,
screen, or people will
folks.
be pissed off. Why don't we know more? Damn it! It's like we put him on screen.
But isn't he technically a war hero too?
Well, that's the reason they make him representative, because he brings the Naboo and the Gungans together, even though it's kind of by mistake. But that's kind of what you see as. It's fine.
They
It
give him
makes
like an
sense.
honorary position.
Yeah, because it's not like he's been elected. The Gungans are like, she's in charge
which is one of the most.
We'll send him off.
I would say that's one of the most arcing. Well, not arcing, but like an arcing character development. As he went from an outcast to the most respected representative for his community. You know?
For his people, yeah.
Yeah, his people.
But it's fine. Makes sense in the film. Hey guys,
He's running this bitch.
guys that don't like the prequels, if you watch The Phantom Menace and pay attention, it does make somewhat sense. It's just got stupid scenes in it. But it does make sense.
Yeah, the story's solid.
Yeah. I think there's less flaws in it than the Attack of the Clones.
Worn off. Lucas just
that's
put
a
him in there as
masterpiece.
a big
You do
fuck
not know
you
the
to-
pair.
All right. I want to hear his point. He may be actually saying something that may be considered a flaw. I don't know.
Janitor somewhere. You know that thing he did on Naboo was like 15 years. You think the novelty would have worn off? Lucas just put him in there as a big fuck you to the audience for not accepting him.
Jar Jar's a key to all this.
No.
Phantom Menace, though?
I don't care. I'm sorry for what he, but he says he's irrelevant now. And it's like 3 years ago he helped start a war. He's still pretty fucking relevant to the course of events here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, but like, no matter how much you dislike him, he's still relevant, even if in this film he doesn't have much to do. The war started 3 years ago.
I would say
That's
he's not
long.
even like he's not even annoying in this movie. Like he doesn't do like weird shit or like say weird shit or you know what I mean.
Come on, isn't he already more grown up? Like he just speaks weird.
Yeah, it's
He's
been
foreign,
fucking
but
13
like,
years.
like fucking hell. It's like he's not relevant anymore. He only helped start a war. It's like fuck off.
Yeah.
Because he's a funnier character than we've ever had in any of the movies before.
Jar Jar's the
It's
key.
good to show contempt for your audience.
Key to everything.
Just ask Michael Bay for No Kids. The first film
He's on about the Phantom Menace
obviously had a
again.
kid.
Yeah, he's bitching about children again.
Oh yeah, it's the same argument as the last one too. He's like, oh, they kid in Phantom Menace, they kid in Attack of the Clones, and now they have a kid in this one. I don't even.
Well, maybe he likes this one because the kids in it all die.
It also had other kids that fucking talk too. The second film had even more kids that talk. Finally, the only kid in this film that talks dies. And all of them die.
Called it.
Positive changes. Fine. No stupid ass retarded love story.
I don't like Sam.
Thankfully, there's no terrible love story in
Iconic.
this one. This film is filled with hate and revenge, choking, murder, betrayal, sadness, more murder, more choking, worrying, more murder, death, and so
All
on.
my favorite things.
Could you do this with the last movie? Just take a bunch of random clips and be like, look, choking, murder.
I don't get what his point is.
Worrying.
I could do that with any film.
You can do that with
Yeah.
just about any Star Wars film.
I can do that with fucking Twilight.
Vampires kissing.
The excuse that these
I love this image.
movies are made for little children. I offer now as the time for you to bring that up. Lucas goes full-on adult audience here, giving us the very first Star Wars film that's rated PG-13. So why does this have to be so dark? I mean, did we really need this in a Star Wars movie?
Yes.
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 Okay, so Darth Vader was a bad guy.
I was gonna say
Right.
it's Darth Vader.
Right. Well, Well, I want to point out that you don't have to do that scene in that exact way, but yes, the Jedi dying, including the baby Jedi, has to happen.
Yeah,
they're not around.
Are almost gone.
Yeah, otherwise there'd be a bunch of them.
Well,
how else are you
my
supposed to dispose of them in the writing?
My fix for that scene, me and my friend talked about this. It's not so much a fix, but I'd have that scene where he walks in and then like the stormtroopers walk in, then he walks out the door closed, you just hear a load of blasters go off. But
Absolutely,
the
I think that's better.
scene. That would still be the same scene. It would just be told.
Yes. Yeah, it's exactly the same. The kids are killed off screen.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter who it's by or whatever. I mean it does in the context of who Anakin is. But either way, you would have had the same result because at the end of this movie, they have to be dead. There can't be a dozen extra kids that are now adult Jedi in Episode 4.
And it annoys me because he's like, oh, well, why does this one have to be so depressing? And you're like, it's an end of a war. People are going to die. And you're like, what about the originals? And you're like, a planet blew up in the originals, you fuckwit.
Also, I want to point out, in this movie, it's called Revenge of the Sith, where the Sith win at the end because it
can't be a dozen extra kids that are now adult Jedi.
Stupid.
Jedi have got to die at some point.
Yep.
Except like
Palpatine did nothing wrong. Yeah.
Empire for the win.
But did he have to be a violent murderer?
Yes. Yes, he's a Sith.
Necessary adventure film for all ages.
Wait a minute. Stop.
You literally just said it's the first one to make PG-13.
Have you watched The Lion King, Plinkett? Like, Scar is murdered by being ripped apart by hyenas, and then the hyenas are burned alive.
It's just fucking retarded logic. Hey, you know, at the start it was nice. Well, why? Like, if I fucking saying, remember the first Harry Potter? I don't know if you either watch it, but if I in the first Harry Potter book, remember when magic was cool, but then in the fourth one, someone gets killed by it. Why did this need to happen? And it's like because things happen in stories. I'm sorry, but they get worse or better.
I mean,
it's like you were born one day. Did you know guns exist? They can hurt you. And it's like, why was that necessary? It's like, fuck off.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. In the first two reviews, he bitches about how it's too childlike, and then he's like, "Oh, in this one, it's too adult." Like,
yes, he's like, "It's too boring. There's too much politics in this one. People are getting killed and violence is happening. What the fuck?
And
like, what do you want?"
Worrying.
Murder. I mean, he's only supposed to turn into a fascist monster that is an unrelenting killer.
And building on top of what you said
it's
about
only meant to be a BDSM
all the younglings had to die because clearly we can't just have all these young adult Jedi around in Episode 4. It's like all these characters from the prequels, the vast majority of them aren't in the OT, which means all these motherfuckers kind of have to die.
Yeah.
You know? Because imagine if Mace Windu, who wants to destroy the Sith, happened to survive, which he didn't because he's fucking dead. And then it's like, well, why didn't he track them down? Why didn't he try to do some shit? It's like, no, literally everyone had to die. That's why and this is the last movie. Everyone has to die.
Well, the Jedi die. It's the point. I mean, I know it's like Luke isn't literally the last Jedi, but he's like one of like a dozen in the galaxy. It's near enough the same thing.
Yeah, because this is a story that
here's us.
Shows how Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader.
Yeah, I know. But that's the whole point of everything here, isn't it?
That's not really our point, but okay, go on.
That was the entire point of the
story
trilogy.
That needed to be told. Well, any story can be interesting. It just depends on how it's done. Was this the way it should have been done?
Fringy?
And lastly, the only good thing about it 6, the Emperor. While his character was essentially ruined by being in such horrible schlock, and actually doing some pretty dumb stuff himself, the Emperor is just so wonderful anyways that it doesn't...
Hang on, let's see how he quantifies it. He's just made claims. Let's hear
he's the best part of the whole series.
Let's hear how he quantifies
it. He didn't do anything. He just sat there on a chair.
Alright. Calm down.
His character was essentially ruined by being in such horrible
That's
shape
wrong.
and actually doing some pretty dumb stuff himself. The Emperor is just so wonderful anyways that it doesn't matter. Whether he's just filled with pure hate, or he's doing manipulative things to less smart people, or he's just being plain old silly. The man seems to find such enjoyment in evil.
I love that part. That's my favorite
seems
part.
to get off a little in his pantaloons on how much hate you could feel in Anakin. I guess I really like Palpatine so much because he's the only character with any kind of passion. He's fucking evil and he loves it.
Yeah.
And he's got a goal
Yeah,
he's
he's not
working
explaining.
towards attaining.
Once more, the Sith will rule the galaxy.
Everyone else is just like a cardboard cutout. So I think that's it. Unfortunately, Natalie Portman doesn't take off her clothes at any point. In fact, now she dresses like a
It's always
fucking
unfortunate.
Quaker or something. Boy,
Okay, I guess
sure
we
do
don't
miss
have
the
to-
80s.
Yeah, I would like to know those stupid things Palpatine does.
Yeah, I was waiting for
So,
that.
what else did
And I was
Yeah.
waiting for him to quantify anything.
I guess I liked it when Anakin got burned. I liked it when it was over. Number 3,
Yeah,
what the
that's
hell
subjective.
is happening? So let's get into this film. And first and foremost, I want to debunk a few myths about why it's good, okay?
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Yay. Fucking
You done a shit
14
job
minutes
so
in.
far, but okay.
14 minutes in. He's finally gonna like
Few
quantify
myths about
something.
why it's good,
Alright.
okay? Number 1, because it's dark. No.
That's a straw man, but
I've
okay.
never heard that
Yeah,
argument.
hold on.
It's not good because it's dark.
Wait a
It's-
minute. Let's see if there's any more to that.
Number 2,
Oh no, there wasn't.
No.
His fucking response was no. Okay.
He's doing bullet points.
Well, my point is yes.
Yes.
You see,
That
Hold on. Oh shit, I fucked it up. You fucked it up because you started talking after I hit play. What is it? What's so damn important?
no, my brain stopped after your sentence, and it was weird.
this film. And first and
I have that
foremost, I want
effect.
to debunk a few myths about why it's good, okay? Number 1, because it's dark. No. Number 2,
that opening shot is really impressive. Because it's
Oh,
like
he came after you, man.
Hold on. Let him say his point, and then I'll let you guys freak out because I just want to hear
one
it.
long uncut shot or something.
no. You see, I'm intentionally by Lucasfilm. 1, so there'd be something memorable about the start of this film. And 2, so that idiots will tell other idiots about it, because at this point there's nothing impressive about visual effects. They don't dazzle the audience anymore like they did in the past. Now it's just a bunch of crap all over the screen made by computer animators that wish they chose other careers. Like working in a toll booth. Some kind of uncut special effects shot involving models and precise timing and actual camera work would have been impressive. But this shit ain't no Rube Goldberg machine. It ain't no fucking Goodfellas shot, that's for sure. So what? There's a few minutes of a CGI battle sequence some guy renders on his computer. But whole movies are made entirely with computers now.
I hate this.
Even without
hate
any
Sergeant-
actors
I hate it.
whatsoever.
Hold on.
Movies like Toy Story and
All right, I'll just
Okay.
pause it because now he's like
I hate it.
referencing stuff.
He's a retard.
I will,
Oh my god.
You gotta have a better argument than that.
I will always defend practical over visual special effects any day.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
But to insinuate there is no effort put in and it can't be visually stimulating is ridiculous.
What do you mean? The guys that
Yeah.
make the video games things always do the least effort. Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Fine, sure, peasant.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where whenever somebody tells me that a movie has great special effects, I always say, yeah, so what? Every movie has good special effects.
Yeah, it has to complement the story.
Like, every movie nowadays has great special effects because they have the money to put behind
Have you
it.
seen Black Panther?
But,
Sorry.
but I'm not going to undermine, the work and effort that these guys went through to make that shot, because that took talent. I couldn't imagine it, even create it for one.
Still cinematography and
you know
shit.
what I mean?
Like they still set it up. Like it's still
50
happening.
years later, and it still looks decent. That's the
It's
thing.
awesome.
And it's relevant to what's happening. It is world building. It is world building to set the stage for where they are at. Immediately, they open up to a battle, and you're immediately introduced to turmoil between, the two guys, whatever their name is, Anakin and Obi-Wan.
I hate it. It's such a good opening, and it makes so much sense. But it's like, no, it's CGI, so it's crap. It's like, fuck off, you have real spaceships.
It's
That's the thing. You can have good CGI. You can have good CGI and bad CGI, and the prequels have some areas of bad CGI, and that's like some of the best CGI that opening scene. You know.
It's annoying. I mean, obviously, you can tell the money was put into it because it was the opening, but you can tell this is the one where he's put the least effort into like analyzing the opening because the opening's fine. And he's like, look, it's CGI, and it's like, okay, what's wrong with it? He's like, it's not hard. It's like, it is. It really is.
Dude, that was like several people's whole job on that. Like that was the only thing that they did for months.
Of work.
They should have just gone to work at toll booths.
Which
no, you just have to render it. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to make models or program it or make it fit in the sequence of like directorial edits that George Lucas sent you. No, you just have to render it on a computer.
A bunch of guys on their computer. It's fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Like I said, whether or not it looks good, it's still relevant to what's happening in the story. It's part of the world building. Mm-hmm. The opening shot is fucking relevant.
Yeah.
And it looks good.
Yeah, it looks
That's
good.
That's subjective.
It is.
I do agree.
What I mean is,
it looks good.
If you're gonna criticize CGI, at least criticize like
bad part.
Shitty CGI. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Also the best in the series.
It's annoying because I watched it and it looks amazing.
It holds up.
I literally just watched it today because I was
same,
and it looks it's held up pretty damn well.
Yeah,
it's a really good. It's a really good idea as well. You want to show the scale of a war, so you have two of your best pilots essentially because they're Jedi fly through a battlefield because they're the most believable to get through it, and then you get them on the capital ship. It's like how is that not the best way to show like a space battle in retreat? It's really good. It's like the best part of the film, and it's the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Imagine complaining about there being Star Wars in Star Wars.
Yeah. Well,
Let's carry on.
Computer generated. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, the computer.
Obi-Wan
boomer talk.
So if you were impressed by that, then you've been punked. Just like Demi.
You're an idiot, Plinkette.
Okay, so I'll be brief. I have no idea.
Plinkett, please suck my dick.
Hold on.
What ships belong to who, and I'm not even going to try to figure it out. There's ships all over the place, things are exploding, and nothing's at stake for me to care. So we see Anakin and Obi-Wan flying around in this mess.
So
wait.
Okay,
Nothing
wait a
is
minute. He made a definitive claim that when he looked at it, he couldn't tell what ships were what, and there was things exploding, and he couldn't tell what was supposed to be happening.
Whose team was who?
You should have read the fucking opening for a start.
Yeah, there are no
that's the other thing. Can somebody pull up the crawl, because he did in his first review, he like nitpicked the shit out of the crawl, and in his second review of Attack of the Clones, he was criticizing things that were explained in the crawl.
Referenced in the crawl.
Yeah, and that he just totally neglected to talk about. So I'm wondering if he's going to do that again, where he just neglects the things that are established in the crawl.
It's the best one ever. It starts with war! ! How is that not epic?
The dead speak is objectively better.
Yeah.
Also, before we carry on, I just want to point out, he's like, I don't know what's happening. And it's like, okay, well, it says that they're retreating and they have the Chancellor. So one side's obviously the Republic, one side's not. I don't know how to explain.
Can you
so obvious.
Use your big boy voice and read the crawl?
I can.
Who, me?
War.
Anyone.
The Republic
I think you have it up, right?
Yeah.
Whoever has it up,
you can do it.
Doesn't matter.
Someone got better mic than me, or should I do it?
All right, I'll read it.
Whoever has the biggest dick, read it, please.
Okay, I'll read it.
I'm the black guy.
You read it.
I'm literally the black guy here.
Well, I'm still
War.
Peruvian, so
Alright, well.
Dramatically.
War. The Republic is crumbling under attacks by the ruthless Sith Lord Count Dooku. There are there are heroes on both sides. Evil is everywhere. In a stunning move, the fiendish droid leader General Grievous has swept into the Republic capital and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine, leader of the Galactic Senate. As the Separatist droid army attempts to flee the besieged capital with their valuable hostage, 2 Jedi Knights lead a desperate mission to rescue the captive Chancellor. Ellipses.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
All that you need to know then is that there's 2 Jedi which are established whose ships are whose, and the rest are bad guys. Even though there are we call those things clones, like there are clone pilots.
It's not even hard. One of the ships is the Republic ship we see in the end of Episode 2. So one's obviously on the Jedi side, one's not. They're going to the not Jedi side.
Well, even not knowing that, the crawl tells you that there's 2 Jedi after the fleeing. What are they called? The Sith. Yeah. Not the Sith. The Sith.
It says the droid army. The droid army.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm not up on my.
Well, that's another thing. Like how we were saying. Oh yeah, it literally says 2 Jedi. Lead the mission to do the thing. So then we see 2 fighter starfighters flying, right? Okay, let's assume those are the 2 Jedi, and then they're by the random ship that's white with the red stripe across it. Sure, we don't know who it is, but clearly they're not attacking it, so it must be friendly. And then during the scene, what happens? They show because basically they're more than just the 2 ship types, but you have all the Republic capital ships look the same, all the Separatist capital ships look the same, and sure they have smaller frigates, whatever. But while they're flying, what does Anakin say? General Grievous' ship is directly ahead. So even if you don't know whose ship belongs to who, because you're fucking retarded for not realizing it at that point, the movie's literally telling you, hey, you see the ships that look like that? That's the enemy.
And if you
they literally have the fucking donut space station from Episode 1.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it right now.
That's true.
Well,
It's pretty distinct.
It's stupid to continue ignorance, because in the middle, before the fight even begins, one of them goes, "Oh fuck, vulture droids," and it's like, well, one's got the droid army, so that's a giveaway, and then clones fly behind them, and you're like, I wonder who's the fucking clones and which is the droids. Like,
all right,
also,
let's carry on.
Also, in terms of the stakes thing, it was established in the previous film Chancellor Palpatine has emergency power. If he's killed or captured, that would be bad news for the Republic and the Senate.
Yeah, exactly.
There's ships all over the place, things are exploding, and nothing's at
Look, that's a
stake for me
donut
to
ship.
care. So we see Anakin and Obi-Wan flying around in this mess.
I don't know what
They know what ship is General Grievous.
This looks like a donut.
General
with a bite
Grievous' ship
taken
is
out.
directly ahead.
But they don't tell the other ships so that they could all attack it at once and disable it or whatever.
Because they're in the
Attack
middle.
it.
Do you know how?
they're fighting.
Wait a minute,
Chancellor
Palpatine.
Palpatine is on the ship. Why would they destroy it when the fucking Chancellor's on the ship?
Also, even if they could,
Because
they,
fuck authority.
Even if it was well, they could do that if they weren't fighting. It's like, they are all fighting. I'm sorry.
That's a great tactical thing to do. Like, everyone target this single ship.
All of your
I know
people
it's
to
really
one place. Fuck everything.
Yeah.
I know it's really nerdy, but it's only it's part of Anakin's fleet that's coming as well. So it's not like the whole Republic is fighting them. It's Anakin and Obi-Wan's fleets that are there.
And whoever was already guarding the capital.
Yeah, I mean, and you say, oh, but it's not specific, and you're like, yeah, but they're the ones that got sent to do it, so of course it's their clone army, and it says in the film that they're the generals. So of course, I'm sorry, but it's all in the film.
But that's okay because I don't even know who General Grievous is because no one told me yet. I'm gonna assume he's important because he's a general, and apparently.
That's one thing I actually have grievance with is fucking is
said the thing.
Yeah, Grievous was introduced in an external material in the 2000 Clone Wars. So,
I think
I understand that.
more.
Well, mine's with like overall. There's no established like antagonist besides Palpatine, but like they keep throwing out all these weird like henchmen. And it's just confusing, and none of them get any character development. Even Dooku barely gets any character development, and the waste Christopher Lee's potential is just fucking criminal.
I will say that although I think they should have done more, I don't really think it's too much of a detriment of the film, if you know what I mean, because we don't need to know much about Grievous other than he's a general of the droid army, and therefore he's a high priority target. That's all we need to know. It'd be nice to know more, but we don't need to. But that's like it. If anyone says, "Well, did you want to know more?" I'll be like, "Yeah," because he's small.
Well, after you see him too, like he's such a cool character. He got no development because he's just like you're like, is he a robot? He's got like, and then after he's killed, like you see he had organs and stuff, and it's like,
it's probably a cyborg or something.
Yeah, it's like why wasn't he the villain the entire time, or Dooku, because Dooku was interesting too, or Maul, he was fucking interesting. Like they had all these interesting concepts, but just never followed through with any of them. Just kind of
bizarre. It's bizarre. Like they're like, he's a Jedi killer. You can tell because he has lightsabers. And you're like,
he's got those trophies.
The Jedi. It's like, why do you do this to him?
Yeah. It's like
Lucas was.
You gotta go outside the movies in order to.
Because Mace Windu punched him in the chest, and now he has bronchitis.
But that's not what happened in the lore, which is why it's confusing. It's so annoying.
Apparently he's got some kind of grievance with somebody. I don't know. But also aboard the ship is Commander Nefarious, Captain I'm a Bad Guy.
That's always been a thing. Darth Sidious, Darth Vader.
Tyrannus.
And Admiral Pick. But they don't mention them. But what I can comment here on this scene is something I noticed, which I'll call backtracking. You see, the whole point of
he's gonna call this backtracking.
All this shit, or so I thought, was that Anakin Skywalker was supposedly a great and kind, noble Jedi Knight who was tragically seduced by the dark side of the Force and became a Darth Vader.
Vader was seduced by the dark side.
I just said that! Instead, for whatever reason, Anakin is written as a bad apple from the start.
Tell us now!
I killed
no, that First off, that scene when he screams at the chick, it wasn't because he's a piece of shit, even though in Attack of the Clones, Anakin was kind of a piece of shit. Like, he tries to be nice to her. Obi-Wan looks at him like, Anakin, what the fuck are you doing being nice to this bitch? And that's when Anakin screams at her. So, if there are plenty of examples, don't take shit out of context.
And she was an assassin that tried to kill Padme. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I also want to point out as well.
It's not like she was like a person at stature. He's like, tell us now.
I also want to
fucking take your fingers off.
But isn't like the whole point like Anakin started off in the Jedi Order older than the others, so he didn't get that that proper
lack of emotion.
Out. Yeah, lack of emotion.
Well, lack of emotion.
I'd want to ask as well, like, would it matter? Does it even matter even if Anakin was a dick from the start? Like, Obi-Wan lies to Luke throughout a lot of the films.
No, it wouldn't matter.
He does.
It wouldn't matter because Obi-Wan thought so fondly of him in A New Hope.
You can like dick people.
Which I think is his point. It was like Obi-Wan reminisces fondly of his friendship with this guy, and then they made him mostly do bad things. That's his point. And I don't know that that it's definitive. He did mostly bad things.
No, I don't know.
I mean, again, like, going back to this scene that's on the screen right now with, I killed them, blah, 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 blah. Like, I would say, yeah, if I was in his position, I probably would have killed all the Sam people, too. They fucking, like, probably raped and killed his... They definitely killed his mother. They definitely, you know, so yeah, I would have killed them all, too. However, the last thing I'm gonna do is go to the girl that I'm trying to bang and be like, yeah, I just did this shit, you know?
Maybe she gets turned on by that shit.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
So no,
What did she say again? She's like, anger is to be human.
Yeah, to be angry is to be human.
Shit happens,
In this film,
Anakin.
he's not wearing some kind of dark clothes, and his hair is long and unkempt. He just seems
Yeah,
like
because
more
it's
of
been
an...
several years, dumbass. He's no longer a Padawan, dumbass.
Yeah, he's a Jedi Knight. He doesn't have to keep his hair short if he doesn't want. And
Yeah.
other Jedi wear dark colors
it would have
too.
been so badass if Hayden Christensen had like a big beard in this movie.
He's an asshole.
Like a beard down to his dick. I would have loved that.
Dumbledore beard.
That way when he caught fire on Mustafar, man.
And even in this film, he's not wearing some kind of dark clothes, and his hair is long and unkempt. He just seems like more of an asshole. But whoever's writing this shit suddenly realizes that they need to remind the audience that Anakin is still a good guy. So the dumbest thing ever happened.
They're all over me. I'm gonna go help them out.
What? He wants to go back and help out the clone trooper.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he?
caring
It's
about
so
love.
confusing.
What's wrong with that?
I don't even
Anakin's
know.
not a dick.
Wait a minute.
Like,
Let me get more context to it. Was it just one clone trooper, or was it like a troop of them?
it was one of
believe-
Anakin's clones that was nearly gonna
Yeah, I
die,
think
and
their
Anakin's
squad
like,
was
"Oh fuck,
coming
I
under
want to
fire,
save
heavy
him."
fire.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
this one clone trooper that's part of Anakin's clone troop. It's like, I'm fucked, I'm gonna die. Anakin's like, I've got to save him, and Obi-Wan's like, no, we're
Yeah,
all
so-
like doing our
wait a
jobs.
minute.
That's his
No, I think he
friend.
was
I
going
wanna
to
ask
go
you
help
this.
all of the clones that were following them, not just
Yeah.
because the couple were dying.
I have,
Oh, yeah,
He was
they were
gonna go
like-
help all
I
of them.
have a question. I wish Kevin was here because he would. Or let me see if he's kind of coming. All right. So was that a tactical decision to go back and save the clone because they needed
No.
it, or was it an emotional one because he's a good guy?
It's emotional,
I think.
because Anakin doesn't want his men to die, whereas Obi-Wan's more calculating, and Obi-Wan's like,
Yes.
no, saving them
Obi-Wan
wouldn't
had
help.
the tactical
The
response.
clones
Yeah.
and Jedi formed close friendships over the clones.
Yeah, like
So-
Obi-Wan doesn't want him to die, but he's like, well, saving him will fuck the mission up, Anakin.
Yeah,
Stay where
we
you
have
are.
to go
because we're,
get Palpatine.
yeah, he's not being callous. Well, he's being callous, but he's not being like evil or mean. He's just
Yeah,
like, Anakin,
exactly.
I would expect you to leave me, which he does in that same fucking scene. He's like, Anakin, leave me, and Anakin's like, no, fuck you, I love you, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
What scene are you on
That's-
about?
This opening
No,
scene when
remember
Obi-Wan
when,
gets attacked by buzz droids,
Obi-Wan
Anakin's like, I'm saving
his
you, and
shit
Obi-Wan's
gets
like, no.
fucked up.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same
yeah.
scene.
Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it would be out of character for him to want to save those droids.
No, Anakin is a
Clones.
nice guy. He's just very emotional, and he's very angry.
Out of the movies,
He just
though,
kills
just
kids sometimes.
referencing the three movies.
So yeah, he wants to help people, but he's just very angry and doesn't really think that his position is a respectable one. He's angry at them for not giving him more, but he wants to be a goodie and he wants to
He
help
wants
people.
to be a good man.
Yeah, he does.
Does he want to?
And
be
in
gay?
Phantom Menace, that's the reason he does the pod racing. He doesn't know he's going to be freed. I'm saying it's within his character to be
Yeah, I
angry,
wanna
but
help
also
you
to
guys.
want to be a goodie.
Yeah, no, I
guys are
know
strapped, I
that,
wanna
but
help
when
you.
does he want to help people?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You guys, one of you said, I think it was Asa said that he wants to help people.
Yes,
I just want to know.
my-
I just want to
my-
know like a reference. So
Yeah, my
there's some
point
sort
would
of
be,
context.
I know it's long ago, but with how much we get in the film, the first one I'd say is in the Phantom Menace because he doesn't know they're going to free him. He just wants to help them, doesn't he?
Oh, is
Which
that
why-
right?
Yeah, he didn't know he was going to free him. Afterwards,
Okay.
Qui-Gon says you're no longer a slave, and he's just like, wait,
Yeah.
fucking what? Jesus!
Yeah, because they didn't want him to have the pressure of.
And in
that
episode 2, there's not much
online.
of, but it's
Yeah,
not like
and that
he
I mean, like between a child and an adult, there's a lot of changes that happen. But
yeah, and
because
I
if you looked at me as a child and then looked at me as an adult, you'd be like, "There's no way
Oh.
that kid turned into him."
were you nice? I was just going to say that, but even in
Nice little
episode
voice,
2...
this maggot piece of shit.
in episode 2, though, you know when Padme's like, we'll save Obi-Wan, but Anakin's like, no, the Count said this and he's really upset, kind of thing. But then the moment he says, I'm saving him anyway, he's like, oh,
He's
fuck
like,
yeah,
"Oh,
let's do it. Yeah, he wants to go. Just, I don't think it's out of character. I think it's in his
Doesn't
character.
he say in this movie, in the opera scene,
I don't-
that Jedi help people?
Now,
yes, he does.
Here's my next question. Now that we've gone through all this, is it even relevant?
No. I think it's relevant as a character study of Anakin. If it's about how the scene doesn't make sense, no.
I don't think it's relevant, because if you took it out of the movie, it wouldn't even matter. So it's not.
Well, it's relevant to what he's saying. He's just wrong.
It's relevant to his argument.
Yeah.
No, I mean
wrong
to
about
the
it.
story, and I don't think it is, because if you took it out, it wouldn't even matter.
It wouldn't. But he's saying that Anakin's not a good guy.
Well,
so we need to have this scene to prove it. And I'm like, my point would be no, because he's already a good guy. He's just a dick as well.
I believe his argument is to be that it contradicts him being a good guy when all he's done is bad things, I guess.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He hasn't only done bad things, though.
I want to point out
this is relevant to the argument.
I like it as part of the overall scene, though, because of its contrast with Obi-Wan. That Anakin sees the individual, Obi-Wan sees the mission, but they're both good guys. But I like it as part of the scene.
In episode 2, Anakin jumps out of the freaking car to get the assassin.
Yeah.
That was for Padme, though. That's somewhat of a selfish need, because...
Yeah. He's an action guy.
I would say that's more of a selfish need, because you're helping your attachments. Like, you're just trying to hang on to your attachments.
Yeah. He's aggressively trying to help that person, which is a bizarre way of putting it.
Episode 1, and you look at this in episode 3, it's like neither of those are really selfish.
I think, to be fair...
That's fair. I don't even think his point is relevant anyways, but it's fun to talk about.
To be fair, I just want to say, though, I think it's one of the many scenes that they do in the trilogy, well, not so much the trilogy, but in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, that shows Anakin and Obi-Wan being on the same side, but also being very different in their approach.
Different, yes.
It's like in this. It's like when they crash into General Grievous' ship, where Obi-Wan just jumps out because he doesn't want to be a pilot. He hates ships, so he just goes out and uses his lightsaber as he's like trained to do. And Anakin is just like, I'm happy in a ship. I'll just wait for it to stop, and then he just deaths. It's like, I think
like, fuck this.
People are like, that's lazy. It's only surface level character development, and you're like, but that's like the foundation. And although there isn't a lot more, it's still good that George did it. I'm sorry. But,
you're right. Obi-Wan hates flying.
I hate droids. They can't stink.
Right. Anakin is noble. Pretty much from the start, they've established that the clone troopers are disposable people. Thanks for the ride,
Yes,
idiots.
that's why it's awful.
I'm pretty sure when formulating battle plan.
What?
I know he's making a joke, but did anyone else, when they watched Star Wars, did anyone else think of like how awful the Clone Wars was in like concept? It was awful. It was awesome, but it's like such a horrific idea.
I'm too desensitized to like even consider it.
Yeah, but the idea,
people for the sake of dying in war.
Like the idea that you're grown to be a soldier and you're told, right, if you die, well done. It's like,
and you have a pretty short life.
You're literally only born so you can die.
Well, you have a half-life, so even if you survive,
it's like less than 10 years, right? That they grow people, and then you have to go fight and die.
Well,
so
this is
your childhood's like maybe a year. You're basically cattle at that point.
Yeah, this is external, but it's like in like following Clone Wars, it's like 10 years after this film, the clones are like in their 80s kind of thing. They age rapidly. So,
yes, even if when we're not talking about the shitty TCW show, that's how it is in the EU.
Oh, is it? Cool. I've only not read shit, but I've not watched Rebels.
I mean, like,
I haven't seen Rebels.
To go out of it again in, I believe, season 1 of Clone Wars, when the clone says, "We're just clones."
Oh, and Plo Koon's like, "Not to me."
Yeah, there's like, "Well, we're just clones, sir." It's like, yeah, they know that their sole purpose is to fight and die, and that is it.
Well, that's why it's awesome. That's why it's awesome for the how each Jedi treats their clones differently. Anakin thinks that each one is a different life, and Obi-Wan sees them all as a unit, including himself. It's good. Yeah. I say.
And then you had that one asshole one that treated him like trash.
Yeah, but he was in Clone Wars, not in the films.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've established that the clone troopers are disposable. Thanks for the ride, idiots. I'm pretty sure when formulating battle plans, Yoda or whoever isn't thinking of casualties in terms of how many widows this battle is going to create.
What?
How many widows?
That's his point. Is like
how many wives did they grow?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's his point. Is like they could just throw clone after clone after clones at these, battles, and they don't have to worry about the repercussions.
No, they are finite, but I like the joke.
Yeah.
But they aren't finite. They aren't infinite. They are finite. Sorry, is what I meant.
Yeah, that's fair. Because it takes a while to grow them.
Yeah,
it takes 10 years to grow an adult.
Yeah.
Takes half a lifetime, specifically.
A lot of disposable people before the battle was over. And shit, at this point, Obi-Wan and Anakin have been fighting the Clone Wars for years. They've probably grown accustomed to seeing these guys bite it by the thousand. But yet on the brink of reaching General Grievous's ship, whoever that is, to save the Supreme Chancellor, Anakin is suddenly concerned with the welfare of one clone trooper.
I'm gonna go help him out.
Yes, because that's his friend, you dumbass.
Right, yeah, I'm sorry. It's like saying a general shouldn't care about their soldiers. They must have seen lots of them die. Fuck off.
Yeah. To strong arm his argument, we've never seen Anakin show any emotion towards clones, and not
We've
that
never
they
seen
were.
him as a general before, though.
Interact with clones aside from the end of episode 2.
Yeah.
When they were trying to get Dooku.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say to also strong arm your argument. We've not the clones were just introduced in the last movie, so like a lot of the stuff is off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was in the film, but it's fine. Us seeing the start shows
I would
how
argue
things...
that there should have been, and it would have been tough to do because he had labeled A New Hope at episode 4, but it would have been nice had there been 4 movies.
There should have been a Clone Wars.
I've always said that.
There should have been a Clone Wars movie, and
much cool shit.
And I think that's what he tried to do with that. We call it Chinese cartoon.
Yeah. Well,
and it's like,
Clone Wars. There's a good
but
one
nobody was gonna watch it. I didn't see it until 5 years ago. I didn't even know about it.
Because the one thing I thought was really cool, I mean, I know it's not relevant to
I always shit on Clone Wars.
But, yeah, I mean, it's got dumb moments in, but I really
talking about the 2002.
It's stupid, but I love it.
That's the good one.
Like the 2D one.
But in the 3D one, I know it's fucking retarded, but I do love it as well. But it's like a Sergeant Adventure. She was meant to be in this film, and then George was like, we have too many bad guys and they introducing Grievous. It's like, you've done a good thing there, George, because having 12 more baddies would have just been insane.
Yeah.
Now, what would have been cool had they not killed off Maul, and then at the end of this movie, Obi-Wan and Anakin would have to face off against Dooku, Maul, and Grievous. But then you wouldn't be able to have this. But if it was a Clone Wars movie, and then they had Revenge of the Sith as a 4th movie, that would have been sweet.
I think it's fine with what they've got, because I think the Clone Wars has been really fun. It's got lots of tism, but it's been really fun for expanding the lore, whereas everything else has been diminished.
Better.
No, I'm talking about both. I like the cartoon and I like the 3D thing.
We're just here to talk about the movies.
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing, is his review is about the movies only. Like, he's not taking in consideration the books or the cartoons, I
don't think he was making an argument. I think he was just saying that the Clone Wars outside of the movies is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I wasn't arguing his point.
It's my favorite conflict too, actually.
My argue for his point would be, it's been 3 years since the last film, and Anakin has been promoted. Therefore, we don't know how he would be with his troops. Therefore, this isn't out of character. That would be my argument.
Yeah. And here's the thing: even if it was out of character, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing I said, is it's irrelevant to this plot line. If you took it out, it wouldn't have any bearing on the story. And that's usually what I compare. That's usually what I hold things to a standard to. Like, if you removed it or if you changed it, how bad would it affect the plot? And in this case, not at all. Unless he got killed trying to save them, but that's not the case.
God.
It's a little too late to backtrack.
Anakin, no, back.
Wait a minute.
Entire last film.
Okay, but they killed his mom.
Yeah, and it also wasn't a good moment. It was meant to be a bad moment.
Setting the
Setting the stage.
There was some
more confusion. Continuing on, let's discuss opening sequences in general. You see, most movies open with some kind of something or other that gets things going. In screenwriting terminologies, it's called an opening scene, or things that starts the movie off at the beginning. In most cases,
I'm hearing an echo.
It was quite epic, but I also am hearing an echo.
So am I.
That means it's either Tom or Isaiah.
I am pushed to talk.
What the fuck's wrong with my mouse, bro? It like keeps turning off. I have to like push a button to make it turn on.
Hit it with a hammer.
Action
I don't know. Like it's never done that. It's appears been weird.
Setting, or it can be a funny sequence that sets the tone. Or it can also be something as simple as a word that ignites a mystery.
Rosebud.
In Revenge of the Sith, the opening sequence is so weird, disjointed, and ultimately pointless that it makes Cop
Shut the fuck up.
Pointless.
Wait, I wanted to hear what he said. Now we gotta backtrack it, and now we gotta hear 10 more seconds of this bullshit. Let me hear what he says.
In Revenge of the Sith, the opening so weird, disjointed, and ultimately pointless that it makes Cop Dog look like Cop Out.
Oh, dude, have you guys seen the review of Cop Dog?
No.
Oh my
I'm too
god,
upset.
it's so good.
He said a retard.
We need to watch that movie. Anyways, carry on.
No.
Pointless?
Carry on quick, and then we'll talk about it. Let him finish his point.
What that means. By the way, did you guys see Cop Out? It was amazing. I said it was amazing. Check it out. Oh, there it is. So the very first thing that we gotta sit through is a pointless and unexciting sequence where Anakin and Obi-Wan fight off robot things on their ships, only to eventually make it to where they're going to get to anyways.
By the way, we're about 20 minutes into this, and we're still doing the opening shot.
Hey, everyone!
And actually, we're actually about an hour and a half into our response.
Yeah, we're an hour and a half in.
No, did anyone hear what he said that was retarded?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I did. But I
Fucking hell.
I forgot. Let's replay it.
Sit through is a pointless and unexciting sequence where Anakin and Obi-Wan fight off robot things on their ships, only to eventually make it to where they're going to get to anyways. They also make waste of battle droids with such efficiency that it's both totally pointless and boring. You might as well
It's almost
have
like
them land
You guys have to pause.
Sorry.
I did. It's paused, isn't it?
I paused it, but okay. Go on.
I pressed it maybe at the same time. No, I hate it. He keeps saying it's pointless, and he doesn't say why, and it's not.
Yeah.
He's saying it all the time.
It's pointless because it's
on another level than clone troopers. Okay?
It's pointless to him because he sees it as fan service. He just wants to see the lightsaber swing around and cut things like they're butter.
He's like, oh, both sides have disposable armies, therefore it's pointless. And it's like, that's the point of the war. Why do you?
If you took it out, would it matter?
Yes, because they need this conflict. Like, if they got to Grievous' ship with nothing in the way, you'd be like, wait, what the fuck? That was easy. And then if they got in this hangar, you'd be like, what? No guards? What the fuck? It's like these are disposable guards. But
Exactly.
It's like,
that's what I was
they're not the
saying.
Jedi killers.
If they fucking spun in there and there was nothing there, you're just like, oh, well, that's
the only thing I'd agree with is you'd be like, why is there nothing to kill Jedi? And you're like, but they were retreating and they were hoping to get away. It makes sense. It's in the opening fucking crawl.
All right, carry on.
Obey and get out, and not have the battle droids there at all, because it's the same goddamn thing if they're there or not there. You get it? Don't worry.
It's not. Well, I mean, yeah. Ultimately, it's the same. But if I saw that and I'm like, yeah, they just land and there's nobody there, I would criticize it. And you know damn well you would criticize it.
Exactly. Something that I guess is a reptile inside.
Reptile.
A reptile inside a robot costume wearing a cape.
My fault.
I did pause it then. I paused it. I was going to say I did pause
it. I saw, but you didn't talk, so I just unpaused it. I thought it was.
Sorry, I sorry. But he's like, it doesn't matter. This thing happened anyway. It's like, yeah, but because of their crash landing, they know that they're there. Like, there's a scene in like 2 seconds where this guy just goes, "The Jedi are here," and he's like, "Just as Dooku predicted." So it's not like this is happening irrelevant of anything else. They know what's happening. It's all interconnected. So I don't get it. What's he talking about?
Because it's the same goddamn thing if they're there or not there. You get it? Then we're introduced to something that I guess is a reptile inside a robot costume wearing a cape. Now, is General Grievous supposed to be funny? Because they said he was a villain, right? Not a comedian? Like Larry Seinfeld. But more like a creepy weirdo like Jerry Flint. I'm so confused. Anyway, with these fucking Star Wars prequels, I'm always forced to go back to screenwriting 101. And a big 4-letter word that comes to mind. Fuck. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is crap. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is shit. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is piss. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is poop. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is garbage. Nah, I'm just kidding. The word is tone.
Get it?
Get it? It's like it's crap, but he hasn't proven anything because he can't do his job.
He had an objective point that he got wrong.
That's 100% failure.
Yep.
For those of you who don't understand what I'm saying, tone is how a movie feels. Movies are
Oh my
God!
Yeah.
That's how it feels, guys. Don't you know how a movie feels? Shut the fuck up.
Oh God.
I don't know. Is there an objective argument for tone? Because I would argue that there definitely is. When you have a serious moment immediately undercut by a joke every single time.
Shift. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like a serious film can't have a joke in it. It's like it can. It has to be just tasteful.
Yeah, but it can't. It's not like it's not like Schindler's List suddenly turning into an Adam Sandler comedy.
That's not even what fucking Star Wars does, though. Star Wars.
I will give you guys an example of bad tone. The Hobbit movie, like the first one, especially, is guilty as fuck of this. Every serious moment is undercut with a stupid joke every single time, and they're not funny jokes, and it just ruins the entire experience.
Yeah, it's just random jokes.
How dare you? Have you not seen the extended edition where they're naked and like made a tower in the fountain for some fucking reason?
There's nothing in the extended editions worth seeing.
It's so stupid. I love watching it.
That's exactly.
It's so good.
It's like
dramas or action movies or thrillers. If they waver on the tone, you don't know what it is and your brain starts to hurt. Typically, you should establish what your movie is in the first 10 minutes or so.
See, he's trying to say that General Grievous is comedy, though. Which
it's not.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. He's not intended to be comedy. Whether or not you found it funny is subjective, but you can tell.
I found him like sort of threatening, but also like not as much as Dooku kind of thing. I was like, oh, this guy means business, but he's not a Jedi, and that's like all I thought of him.
Yeah, I was just like, who's this robot? Because I thought he was a robot at first that like knows how to like wield lightsabers.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the moment when he was doing his, when he spins his swords against Obi-Wan, I thought that was fucking intimidating as fuck. I know he loses, but I thought it was a really cool part, and I was like, well, this guy's not a pushover.
I don't remember that part when I watched it in theaters. The only part I actually remember in theaters is the end. And if you take any like any psychology classes in like college or whatever, statistically, people will only remember the beginning of an event and the end of it. Like, they usually are more likely to forget the middle.
Is that why I remember sex so well?
Because there's
beginning
no
and
middle. There's no middle.
The middle is just blank.
The middle of the sex is just the worst.
It's like you remember that initial feeling of sticking it in, and then you remember you're not.
I want to call in the question. I want to call in the question if you guys have ever had sex, because I saw you guys' post on the Facebook page of like everybody here that sees this post has a nice cock, and you're all like, yeah, it's nice. And I'm just like, yeah, because you guys have never used.
No,
you guys have never used your cock. That's what it looks like.
I called Daisy really ugly. That's what.
Listen.
I didn't say anything because I've had bad sex before. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
Listen,
I
didn't say it was nice. I said it was the best.
Listen.
Oh, from your perspective, it's fine.
I look at a herpy like Tony Hawk looks at a skin knee. It's just part of the game. You gotta play through the pain, alright?
Wait, I missed that. Sorry.
My cock does not look nice.
Take Ghostbusters. You establish your characters. They're witty and funny, and your audience gets that this movie's going to be some kind of light-hearted comedy thing with ghosts in it. There isn't a violent rape on a pinball machine in the first 10 minutes of Ghostbusters. Nor is there a pie-in-the-face gag in the opening of Citizen Kane. And Revenge of the...
That's not... There's no comedy from fucking Grievous either, you cocksucker.
No. What do you mean? He joked.
No joke.
I don't even like this fucking movie, and I know that's not the fucking issue with it.
What do you mean? Don't you remember? Don't you remember when he first walks onto screen and goes... Weren't you just laughing when he was coughing like he had corona?
No, I was like, what's wrong with this guy? He has emphysema.
What's wrong with this guy? He has a chest infection, the poor bastard.
Like, okay,
bronchitis.
Yes, malaria.
I'm gonna bring up some,
we got
an animal example.
Some chats. The British boy, the British boy sounds like the Closer Look.
Oh no!
Wait, which one?
That's not you. Well,
which one?
Let's see.
I don't know what that is.
Sir Baller is from Australia, and then Tom is from He's from British land.
Dare you? Also, what is the Closer Look?
He's one of the EFAP villains, I believe.
He was the one that came up with Epic and Celestial.
Epic.
Alan would be disappointed in the disrespect of the middle.
I don't think that's me, but it might be.
Let's carry on.
It might be. I'm afraid.
What appears to be a general space adventure.
I'm Derbyshire.
Well, you're not from British. You're from Australia anyway, so.
I'm from British.
Punctuated by a brutal decapitation.
Wait a minute. Where's Kevin?
This is important. If we talk about from where I make believes, I'm from Derbyshire, which means I talk like a twat. So I try not to. I'm sorry, but it's just I need to not do that.
Yeah, that's also a good word.
If you go from twat, twat's a great word. You guys say it.
Yes, I love
America. Yeah, you said it wrong.
No. It's twat. It's twat.
No.
It's twat. It's twat.
Thank you.
There's no O in twat, Dan. It's twat, not twat.
I know. I say clam. Like, shut your filthy clam.
Bring it down. Shut the fuck up and then
shut your filthy clam, god damn it.
Wait,
filthy ass clam.
If you want to be mugged, if you want to be mugged by like if you want to be mugged by an upper class British guy, it'll be shut the fuck up, you twat, give us your money, and it'll be like, what the fuck? Did this guy just like did this guy pontificate at me? He pontificated at me, fucking little shit.
So
give us your money.
So in Australia, you guys say twat too. It's fucking bizarre. You guys are totally upside down.
What do upside downians say?
In Revenge of the Sith, what
I prefer cunt, so.
Oh, cunt is
Tom, you're fucking ruining it.
All of us prefer cunts, but we're talking about a movie.
Yeah.
Alright, get it out of your system.
You guys
I'm gonna go
Plinkett here. You're clearly trying to tell us the truth of Revenge of the Sith.
I'm gonna get more alcohol.
I haven't had anything to drink.
But to kind of go back on what the whole Grievous in tone and shit is that if he personally finds Grievous to be unintentionally hilarious, that's one thing. But the way he's making it out to be is that Grievous is trying to be funny in this.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Which he's not. And for me, well, one example for me is in ReZero, there's a scene where this one character gets her head and arms and limbs twisted to fuck, and it's really gruesome. It's meant to be very brutal. I laughed my ass off at it because I thought it was ridiculously hilarious, but I'm not saying that that's a comedic scene intentionally.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. You remember that movie that got like boycotted? I think it was called The Hunt or something like that. Where they took like a bunch of people and they put them in the wilderness and hunted them.
Oh, it's called Solo.
So
yeah.
So my mother, she said a couple days ago she watched The Hunt with her boyfriend, my uncle and his fiance, and she said even though it was like a bloody, gruesome film, she said the way that the people were dying was so ridiculous, it was funny, so they were laughing the whole movie. So I completely get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of it sort of.
All right,
reminded me
you
of-
massive faggots, I'm back.
Okay.
Let's carry
somewhat
on.
reminded me of
Journals.
Holy-
Someone joined.
You've had enough time.
Is punctuated by a brutal
Okay.
decapitation mixed with bizarre attempts at slapstick humor.
Hello.
Get out.
How goes it?
Oh.
Hello, person.
How's it going there, Bola?
Good day, mate. Here we're looking at a
Good
little
day.
film called Revenge of the Sith.
How do you say twat?
What?
Do you say it like that? Are you a goodman?
He doesn't say it like that. He says
I
it
don't
like
think so.
clams.
No, how do you say it? No, this is important.
He says it like clams.
You keep talking for him.
If I were to say it, I would say twat.
I'm his best friend. Bro.
Uh,
I can speak for whoever I want.
okay. Alright, well.
It's alright,
All right.
Rick, you're wrong, but let's carry on.
Yeah, you're wrong, but it's fine.
Rick, welcome aboard. We are currently discussing all the humor of General Grievous.
He's very funny. He has like
He's a funnier
chest
character
infection.
than we've ever had.
Remember when he coughed?
He's the key to all this.
What a guy.
Okay.
Everyone slap your knee. Oh, dear.
Classic slapstick humor right there.
Classic fucking up the gaff, mate. Absolutely fucking classic.
What a right old funny cunt.
What a right old geezer.
That was very British.
Yep.
Now, fuck off.
Alright, Taco, you wanna dispose of yourself? You wanna show your channel a little bit?
Sure. Go to JakeTheSergen. I have uploaded a near 1 hour review of Ruby Volume 5. It is the worst thing ever.
Wait, you have? I need to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he posted a link in the Discord.
In the videos thing.
Yeah.
It's in the video
it'll be in-
channel.
Wait, it'll be in the Vidos? Oh, I'll find it.
Yeah, it's 59 minutes, 56 seconds, I want to say.
Oh, just shy.
Yeah, just shy of 1 hour.
That's because he's not a shill, Tom.
Yeah, but, again, it's,
Oh,
Jake
and
Sergen?
his Predator review, well, the Predator, the new one, is top notch. I put it above Mauler's even.
Link it again.
I found it
I'll
really
find
good.
it. Link it again, I'll find it. I'm very lazy, but I will watch it because it sounds really funny.
Yeah,
Same.
but yeah. So since I am no longer needed, I will talk to you guys later. And again, for everybody watching, that is JakeTheSergen. Give me a subscription.
I'll put a link in the chat there.
Okay.
And also, like when we do the Mandalorian, I'm thinking that we're just gonna have everybody on, and we'll split up like 2 groups, but everybody can watch, and then like half the group can talk through episode 7, and then the other group can talk through episode 8. Should be a lot of fun. So I'll see you there.
Awesome. Episode 8 is such a shitstorm.
I can't wait. Except for I'm gonna be in both groups because I'm the cult leader.
Yeah.
Just because you're in charge, man.
Yeah.
Well, I pay the money for it, so let's do it.
I pay the bills, damn
I pay
it.
the bills, damn it.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, I'll talk to you folks later. Real fun hanging with you.
All right.
Good night.
All right.
Alright, take care.
Bye, Mr.
Hey, I'll watch out for you in the chat too, if you're watching.
Okay.
Yeah, drink with us.
Pip
I don't
cheerio.
drink, it messes
Drink
with
and
my
chat,
appetite.
and I'm keeping an eye on chat here. So.
Okie dokie. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye,
I'm gonna
Mexican
link his
food.
thing. Can somebody hit play? You guys are worthless. Oh, there you go. Good
I
job.
pressed play.
I
Oh, someone
paused
paused
it.
I actually
Someone
pressed
paused
it,
it.
and then someone else paused it. I
No.
pressed play.
No,
Yes.
so mine has a delay,
There you
so
go.
I pressed it
posted
first.
a link to his channel there. And then-
I was going to see you
I
streaming.
pressed play.
Oh,
This
you're
whole
going to watch
sequence
together?
from the beginning to the crash land.
Hang on, Rick doesn't have the watch together link. Rick, it's in
Yeah, I
the
got it.
event chat.
I got it.
All right, so right now he's on about a tonal inconsistency, which I don't remember any comedy by Grievous, but that's what he's on about.
No,
let me back it up just a hair too, because I missed a couple things.
At the minute, he's talking about like the slapstick by R2D2 on the Super Battle Droids.
Which
I agree with, to be fair.
Right,
yeah, I would have to see.
Some of the part where he's like lighting them on fire and like.
Yeah. I don't think it's retarded.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's retarded.
Everybody at 21-24 now? I backed it up just
yes.
Citizen Kane. In Revenge of the Sith, what appears to be a general space adventure film is punctuated by a brutal decapitation mixed with bizarre attempts at slapstick humor. This whole sequence from the beginning to the crash landing goes from an intense, confusing, and complicated space battle to awkward slapstick.
Did you press the stop button? No, did you? No.
How's that awkward slapstick?
Because they
Did you
have
press
characters.
the start button? No.
It's fine because it's a good place to stop because he's being a retard. So we need to point out why.
All right, next one.
This whole scene is stupid because there's tonal shifts, even though that they're characters that know each other for a long time.
Suddenly it becomes dark and violent.
Can I just say, this whole opening sequence literally is like 20 minutes long.
Yes, it's really
20 minutes.
I don't see what
it takes up a chunk of the film, man.
This whole part, part from the beginning to where they crash land takes 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not like they're flying and then suddenly R2D2's burning shit and they're like, oh, R2. That's like 15 minutes later. Just like,
yeah, so I can get that there's like certain shifts in tone because it kind of takes, a while to get this.
Shy, just because you've watched this recently as well. Do you think like the Anakin Obi-Wan moments? I know there's not many of them, but their moments together, I think they're pretty like cool.
Yeah,
like,
showing that
too. Like they give a shit about each other, and they're like, they have like jokes that only they know about and stuff, and you're like, oh, they care about each other. And then when you get to the end, you're like, oh god, he rips his legs off. It's all makes sense. Anyway, thank you. That was all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Back to awkward comedy.
Archie.
Oh, the tone is supposed to be here. If it's supposed to be funny or exciting or scary, I can't feel anything. Then to make matters worse, Lucas prematurely tries to create a thematic bridge between Jedi and Sith by having a set that looks like the throne room of the Emperor. In Return of the Jedi, everything built up to that showdown. There's a certain tension in the air. You can't use that imagery here and now at the beginning. It makes no sense and it's confusing to us. Either have an opening sequence where it's like the last of the lighthearted
stream.
The lighthearted.
We can pause it properly if you want, then we can go back.
That's fine.
Fucking fan service.
Sorry about that, folks.
When we talk about fan service as being part of chairs or the other way around, I don't know. I've drank a lot of alcohol. It's very fun.
That sounds like you guys.
That sounds like you fucking inept piece of shit.
That's what twats talk about.
Fucking twat.
No, that's what clams talk about.
That's what clams. So whenever we say twat, one of you is going to respond with clams.
Fucking fan service.
One of us meaning me.
When we talk about fan service, yeah, exactly.
Just damn.
I don't know. I've drank a lot of alcohol. Oh god. Alright, I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Go on then.
Okay.
Pictures of Obi-Wan and Anakin before things go really
Sorry,
bad.
I'm just making adjustments here.
Have a dark, dramatic opening sequence where Anakin and Palpatine discover things about each other and a dark tone is
like
set.
10 minutes in the film.
One or the other. Well, let's discuss what happens here. Palpatine has been kidnapped by General Grievous, and the Jedis are there to rescue him.
Yeah.
The entire sequence revolves around the moment when Anakin goes a little too far and cuts off Dooku's head. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, at this point, Anakin is Darth Vader. And getting burned and put inside the suit.
Why?
Wait! You've killed a member of the Sith.
What about the Sand People?
Yeah, well, it's like, well, he said this is when he's Darth Vader. The moment he kills a member of the Sith. At what point did Obi-Wan become like Darth Vader when he killed them all?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What is the? Let me back it up just a hair. 10 seconds, because I was making an adjustment, and I remember getting into like a 2-hour long argument about this scene in particular.
All right, yeah, carry on.
What the
This
fuck?
is fine.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Sorry, my phone.
Poor. He's not dead yet.
Cuts off Dooku's head. So basically, as far as I'm concerned, at this point, Anakin is Darth Vader.
Yeah, this was the argument that Kevin and I got into for about 2 hours in our first watch party. At what point does he become... Yeah, it's embarrassing. I got blacked out. I wouldn't let it go. Listen. At what point does Anakin become Darth Vader? I think it's ambiguous now. I mean, when I was drunk, I was like, yeah, it's right here. It's right fucking here when he cuts his head off, which is pretty... I mean, that's a major event, for sure.
Yeah. I think it's when he kills Windu. When he helps kill Windu.
But it's ambiguous because he does so many things. It's like, at what point did Hitler become evil?
Yeah, I think the moment he became Darth Vader is... I think the moment he became Darth Vader is when he agrees to become Darth Vader. I'm sorry, I know it's really obvious. Like, it's kind of very like when Palpatine's like, "You will be Darth Vader," but I mean, like up until that point, he's still very conflicted.
Yeah,
he shouldn't have killed Dooku as a Jedi, but at the same time, what are you gonna do with him? Bring him around with you?
Yeah.
And that's what Anakin said after he killed him. Like, he said he shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, it's
not
like
the Jedi way.
It's like him momently being like, I'll kill him because this guy said I should and I really want to, and then immediately being like, oh, fuck. That doesn't sound very Darth Vader-y to me.
If he became Darth Vader in that moment, he would have been like, fuck him.
For me, I think it's when he assaulted the Jedi Temple.
I think it's when he killed the kiddies.
Yeah, it's when he killed those kids. That wasn't a good look.
That wasn't good for his image.
It's supposed to be ironic. When Anakin kills Dooku, Palpatine says he's too dangerous to be kept alive.
Yeah, he was too dangerous to be kept alive.
Against Palpatine versus Windu says he's too dangerous to be kept alive, and then Anakin disarms Windu. So it's supposed to be hypocrisy, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, we all know why he didn't listen to me.
Well, I thought that was the point.
I want to hear Rick.
Carry on, Rick, then.
We know why he didn't want to listen to Mace.
You knew.
Doesn't like him.
He doesn't like Ewoks? Is that your point?
Nope. Yeah, I think so.
They destroyed his empire.
That's what I'm going with. Alright? That's what I'm going with.
Alright.
And getting burned and put inside the suit is just a formality. But several questions remain.
I'm so glad you're here now.
Formality.
And I don't care if it was told to us in a fucking book or whatever. One, did Grievous act?
Yeah, you fucking fanboys.
Attempt to kidnap Palpatine on his own. Two, did Palpatine allow Grievous to kidnap?
Pardon?
Hello.
What happened?
You dropped out for a sec.
What happened?
What happened?
No, I left because... never mind.
Rewind like 10 seconds just in case, because Shai dropped out for a sec.
No, I can still see the stream. It's fine.
I
don't care if we explain our fucking book or something.
Actually attempt to kidnap Palpatine on his own. True, did Palpatine allow Grievous to kidnap him, or did the two conspire?
Yes.
Yeah. But let's hear why he's so confused.
Together to stage the kidnapping. 3, if they conspired the kidnapping, being killed part of the plan. If so,
why would fucking being killed be part of the plan?
Well, it's not part of the
plan. Look at his face.
Palpatine's plan, but not.
Look at
it was part of Palpatine's plan to kill him.
His face.
Does that
look
like it's part of the plan? Does that look like it's part of the fucking plan?
I want to say though, the thing in this video. The thing that confuses me in the scene is why Dooku doesn't just go, wait a minute, when he's about to be killed.
I know, what? Palpatine's behind it all.
Wait, I thought we were meant to make a new Jedi Order with you, and then Palpatine's like, no, I never organized shit with you. Anakin killed him. He's like, Anakin's like, wait, I want to hear this. This sounds like cool. Like, no, Dooku can't do that. He's like, do it now before he exposits.
Have any say in this plan? 4. What if Dooku just happened to spill the beans about Palpatine being Sidious when he realized he was betrayed? What if Anakin didn't kill Dooku?
So, alright, that's a good question. Does Dooku consider himself to be betrayed? Because what else is supposed to happen?
Yeah, I actually don't like that. But I think it's daft that Dooku doesn't go, now wait a minute, because obviously in his mind he wasn't going to die. So it didn't have to be. They didn't say anything.
Like, how is he being betrayed?
Well, I'm assuming in Dooku's eyes he would be like some. Well, I think from what I've heard from other people, I know this is outsourced, but Dooku expected to be like arrested here. So that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true. It just seemed very odd that he didn't say anything.
What did I almost called him Windu? What did Dooku expect to come out of this?
Well, I assume he expected to be arrested.
Kill the top 2 Jedi?
Yeah.
Or?
I've heard here that he expected to be arrested, and then like when the war was won, he was going to be released and be like a Jedi General kind of thing of the New Order. But I don't know what that's true. Why would you
get yourself arrested? That's stupid. Yeah. Why would you fake a kidnapping to get yourself arrested?
Well,
Rick,
this is all hearsay.
Do you wanna
I don't get it.
Kidnap me and get yourself arrested until you're
released? So what I think was going to happen is.
Do you want to be the Duke?
This is the plan I think that was supposed to happen. Is that Palpatine told Dooku, "Listen, we're going to lure these 2 Jedis here. We're going to kill Anakin and Obi-Wan, and we're going to lure them here, and like we're going to use me as bait, and Dooku, you're going to kill them." And then he just loses, and then Palpatine's like, "Well, he lost. Well, let's go with plan 2. Just kill him." And Dooku didn't know, but Dooku originally went there thinking. I feel like Dooku went there thinking he was setting a trap and gonna kill the Jedi. Right?
With that in mind, all right. Wait a minute. With that in mind, Dooku, from his perspective, he's already beaten both of them at once. I could kind of see that playing out.
Yeah.
Where he's like, yeah, I've already beat them once. If it wasn't for Yoda, they'd already be dead.
Right.
But why would Palpatine want just these 2 when there's like hundreds of fucking Jedi?
My assumption would be that he
wants Anakin, really.
Unless he tells Dooku.
Yeah, but Dooku doesn't know that. He's not like, replace me.
Unless he told
please.
Dooku, like, Anakin's important, let's try to turn Anakin.
Yeah, my assumption would be that their plan was to like turn Anakin, and Dooku didn't think he would die, and it would be like, I've groomed Anakin. The moment he hears I've been kidnapped, he will come and save me. That's my assumption.
So Palpatine was a pedophile. He groomed Anakin.
Look, just because he liked the little boys doesn't mean he didn't have positive qualities.
He groped Anakin.
Oh my goodness.
That's pedophobia.
It's pronounced pedophilia.
I am not pedophobic.
Yeah, I respect my pedophile community.
Pedophiles' lives matter.
Holy shit. Bro, you're
pedophile lives matter. They only like the kiddies. They just want to keep them safe, damn it.
Yep.
Fuck BLM, it's all about PLM.
No, it's all about fucking the kiddies, but you're not paying attention.
Okay.
Isaiah said it, I didn't say it. For the record.
Talk about
it was a black man.
Hashtag team kill.
To let them escape. If so, why wouldn't
no.
their lightsaber?
Alright, hold on, guys. I'm not hearing his objective critiques here.
I heard him. It's stupid.
I want to hear it from his voice.
Awkward. 5. Did Grievous intend to kill Anakin and Obi-Wan, or was his plan to let them escape? If
now, objectively, they should be dead there, but ever since the sequel came out, I guess you can survive the vacuum of space if you have a force.
There's a lot of air in that ship.
They didn't go into space.
He broke the glass out.
Yeah, and the shields came down pretty quickly.
It doesn't matter.
I would say
your fucking lungs would get flattened.
5. Did
they would.
Tend to kill
they absolutely
boom. You're dead. Right there.
To let them escape?
Your fucking blood would come out your ears.
Just leave their life.
What?
No, he took an Anakin.
No, of the Jed tards.
No, I agree with you.
They were still in the ship.
It's the suspension of disbelief that I have. Like
but they're supposed to vacuum safe.
Well, they would not be able to hold on. They would immediately get sucked out. It's not like you're holding on in an airplane.
To say.
They're basically
when was the last time you got sucked
like
out?
If they're in the thing.
Yeah, maybe not die from like the space stuff, but like they would be sucked into the vacuum easily. Like I don't know. They just kind of hold on to a console like they're like, you know, on a helicopter, like swinging around like Kobe or something. Like they would get flung out of there.
Did you not see the bit? Palpatine was there, and he sat down in a chair. How was that not going to protect you from the vacuum of space?
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
he just sits in a chair and goes.
Wait, rewind it. Wait, come back.
Wait, watch the actual film. Wait, I don't know if it's in this, but in the actual film.
Rick, you lazy fuck.
Oh,
why do I have to read everything?
Did Grievous intend to kill Anakin and?
He just holds onto this thing.
Wait, Anakin, grab hold of this. This will save us. It's like, what are you talking about?
Holding on to this panel is saving them from the vacuum of space.
I don't mind it, but it's stupid.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my perspective.
JakeTheSergen said that Windu does say that Palpatine has the courts in the Senate in his pocket.
Yeah, he says he's the leader of the thing and the Senate. He's too dangerous to be kept alive.
So therefore, he should have killed Palpatine and kept Dooku alive, right?
And they're like, "I need him." No, and then he cuts off Windu's hand, and that's the scene. It's a really good scene. I know I'm being really dickish, but it's really good.
If so, why wouldn't he just leave their lightsabers behind somewhere, like in a safe or something, rather?
What? What is he fucking on about? Leave the lightsabers in a safe.
But Grievous wants them. It's part of the scene. Grievous collects them.
Lightsabers will
make a no! Yeah!
Oh, he wanted to put them inside his coat with his other trophies. Oh. Well, being trained in the Jedi arts, doesn't he know that Jedis can move things with their minds?
Yeah, you would think he would know that. Like, why would he show them? Like, here's all my lightsabers.
He's gloating and he's a dick. I know it's stupid, but it's like he is gloating and he thinks he's won. It's a character flaw. It doesn't break anything.
It's an idiot flaw.
Yeah, he's overconfident. I'm sorry, but it really is. It really is one of his like 3 character traits.
Okay.
He's overconfident. He's.
And
you're going to overconfident cliche.
Lightsabers probably not the best.
It's okay. He's meant to be retarded. It's fine.
Well, no, I know it's too funny, but it really is. His character is that he's like, I've won here, fuck you, and then they're like, nope.
Like, Grievous is just like General Hux.
Well, my point would be that Grievous tends to kill his guys for taking his lightsabers. Like, he's like, I can gloat to these live guys, and then he fucks
just
up.
Overconfident and constantly does things too.
Wait, is he? Hux is just a moppet. He doesn't do anything right.
No, he's arrogant.
He's arrogant, just like Grievous.
Wait, but he wears the bandage on the outside. He doesn't know how to bandage a leg wound.
His arrogance is why they keep getting away constantly.
That's why he's a traitor.
That's why the X-Wing was too stupid.
I'm the spy!
I'm the spy!
Listen, stop referencing the sequel trilogy! We are here to talk about the prequels, goddammit.
My point would be, in the end, is that it's dumb and it's stupid, but I don't see anything out of character. That's all I'd say.
Yeah, well, my
25 minutes and 2 hours.
Well, we're having a discussion, okay?
My point is, if your argument is he's meant to be retarded, then that's poor writing.
That's not my argument. My argument is that at the minute he's got them prisoner, and that would be enough for him.
But he would know because he's been taught in the Jedi arts that they can move things with their mind.
Yeah, he fights Jedi.
Yeah, he fights Jedi. He would know that they can do things with their mind, like pull, push and pull specifically.
Wait,
push and pull specifically.
Yeah, my point would be though, is it his fault or is it his droid's fault for letting Obi-Wan turn around? Is that the retarded point?
I think if he was gonna gloat, he should have killed him first, then gloated
to be fair,
his
I agree. He should have stabbed the fucker. He should have been like, your lightsabers. I like them. It's like, oh god. I don't think it's too much of an issue, but I agree that it could have been done better.
Yeah.
But
the character's flawed. We'll just say that.
Grievous is incompetent.
Exactly what
he is.
Oh, but wait, there's more. Grievous sends his henchmen to attack them, and then for no reason he walks out of the frame and does nothing off camera while the Jedi defeat the henchmen.
I love that. Just scuttles around the front of the ship. Doesn't do anything.
Actually, I want to point out something. It's not until later. I don't know if I'll still be here then, but I just want to say it now in case. Obi-Wan cuts off the head of one of like Grievous's bodyguards, and the bodyguard's fine. In a later scene, he cuts off the head of a bodyguard, and it dies. It's like, why did you overlook this?
I didn't even catch that.
It's such a bizarre scene. So in this scene, right, that we just saw, Obi-Wan cuts his head.
What scene was that?
No, right, I'll explain it. So right now, Obi-Wan cuts his head off, and then walks off like a cool man, and then the droid's like, nah, fuck off, and they fight still more. In the latest scene, Obi-Wan like crushes its legs, and then the thing grabs its like laser twin things.
Well, that's where its brain is, in its legs.
And then Obi-Wan cuts off its head again, and it's dead. So it's like, in my brain, it's like its memory chip must be in its like right foot. It's so stupid.
To be fair, wouldn't have been able to do much when it was being held under that thing.
Yeah. Well, when we get to Utapau, just watch it if he brings this up, because it is a really daft scene.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's when he's about to fight Grievous.
It's fine. It's stupid.
I thought it was fine.
Let's carry on. When he gets in this part of the video.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What the hell is he doing?
Let's.
Unless his plan was to escape, but then why bring the control room? Why not keep them locked in the ray shield and then just leave? Wait, if Obi-Wan can just grab the lightsaber with his mind, did they even need R2's distraction? Oh wait, what if Anakin was having like a really bad day and he was tired and unfocused, and then...
Wait, what if these things that didn't happen happened?
Jake said that R2 created a distraction, which is irrelevant to what Grievous's motivations were there.
Yeah,
I missed Plinkett's
point
because I was reading that. Sorry.
That's a point that I actually forgot about, is that R2 made an opening. It's still stupid, but at least he tried, George.
Accidentally got killed by one of those guys with the things. I guess Palpatine was secretly controlling Grievous and everyone's actions in the control room, including Obi-Wan's, Anakin's, and all the robot guards fighting them. Because Anakin could have gotten killed. He could have gotten crushed by the elevator. But that doesn't explain how stupid General Grievous acted.
No.
Why not just keep them in the ray shield forever?
I don't know what he said, I'm just going to accept it.
Oh, Grievous doesn't know? So wait, why didn't Grievous just execute Palpatine so that he could win the war? Or kill...
Wait.
I don't think he has the authority to do that if Count Dooku's alive.
Can someone summarize what he said? I'm completely fucking lost. I don't know what he's saying anymore.
I think what his point is he doesn't know that Sidious is Palpatine, so why didn't Grievous execute Palpatine when they were escaping?
Like if Grievous doesn't know that Palpatine, is
Sidious. Yeah.
Then why is Grievous not just killing him or just disposing of him? Because that's his main enemy in the war right now.
What? Palpatine or Anakin?
Palpatine is Grievous's main. I mean, he's the leader of the Senate in the army.
Right.
In the controlling army, and he's got him right there. He could just end the war right there.
I get it. I'm
and he just leaves him there.
I know it's a very much. I know it's an assumption, but my assumption would be he was ordered by Dooku to kidnap Palpatine.
I was going to say that because he works for Dooku.
That would be my assumption. I mean, I know it's not in. I know it's not in the film. I wish it was in the.
Knows he's Sidious.
I wish it was in the film. Dooku, like Grievous was ordered to take the Chancellor, but I mean, I don't see it too much of a leap because he says other shit that means he's subservient to Dooku.
Yeah, that means Palpatine's being done by taking such a risk by Grievous not knowing that he's Palpatine or that he's Sidious.
Yeah, imagine
because Grievous is part of the plan. Yeah, Grievous is part of the plan, and Palpatine is using Grievous as a major part. But Grievous doesn't know, so Grievous could kill him. It's a bad plan on Palpatine.
He stabs him, goes to the holocron thing, and rings him up, and then he hears dude from Palpatine's corpse. Wait,
what do you want? You just stabbed me.
Oh, fuck.
How did you not know I look exactly the same?
I sound exactly.
Wear a hood.
Right. I'll be back in a sec.
All right, bye.
Palpatine and the Jedis when he captured them. Was he trying to get like a ransom? Did Sidious tell him to capture Palpatine so that he could lure the Jedis on board only to kill Dooku? But the loss of Count Dooku. Wait, I guess not. Wouldn't Sidious have wanted the Jedis to escape? I'm so confused.
Why would Sidious want the Jedis to escape? Makes no sense.
Well, wait, there's more. In the first 5 minutes, we've already gotten into territory where every single line in action makes no sense again. First of all, once they rescue Palpatine, he says,
"Get help, you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord."
Obi-Wan then turns and says something incredibly stupid.
"Chancellor Palpatine, Sith Lords are our speciality."
Oh, sure they are.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm gonna play his next point because it's relevant to what I'm about to say.
His real response should have been, wait, get help from where? From who? Who on this ship could help us? And how do you know he's a Sith Lord? Or how do you even know what a Sith Lord is? Instead, the whole comment goes right over Obi-Wan's heads. I guess Palpatine was controlling his mind, right?
Yeah, why didn't Obi-Wan be like, why do you know so much about the Sith Lords?
I mean, remarking on one person being a Sith doesn't really mean he knows a lot.
So he's a Force user, and he has, red.
He's like,
he's a Force user.
Well, honestly, there's two of them, and there's one Count Dooku, and he goes, "Oh my God, you better go get help. You are no match for him. He's a Sith Lord."
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
Wouldn't you already know
Keep in mind that what's his name, Palpatine, as the Chancellor, he kind of is in charge of the military, so he's constantly talking with the Jedi about what's going on with the plans and shit like that, which is why they're like, oh well, we're gonna need to keep this from Palpatine. He's always interfering in our Jedi affairs. So it's like if he's always in their shit, and as far as the Jedi who would believe that Dooku is the Sith Lord that they're looking for, even though he told Obi-Wan, hey, the dude is doing whatever. I mean, do you think it's kind of fair that Palpatine would get that information from the Jedi?
I mean, he's the hero of the Separatists as well. Him being like a Sith would be just news.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be a thing because not everyone would know that. Even assuming not everyone in the Separatists would know that Dooku was a Sith, but the Jedi at least would know. And Palpatine is operating very close with not even the Jedi, but the Jedi Council specifically. Yeah. So if it's a conversation that they're gonna have, why wouldn't Palpatine be?
I mean, surely at the very least, wouldn't you assume the Jedi would be like, all right, well, this guy that used to be a Jedi is this, and it'd be like, well, if he used to be a Jedi, but he's like uses a lightsaber and he's evil, he makes lightning from his hand, he can spaghettify people. It's like he must be an evil man.
And he's also called Darth Tyrannus.
Yeah, you don't know that. Jango Fett only said that once.
Yeah. But yeah.
Jenga Fett.
Jenga.
To make him stupider?
How did this happen? We're smarter than this.
Then after Dooku is dead, there's a sudden urgency to get off the ship when before there was no urgency.
I don't know if you just want else hate that scene where Obi-Wan says hey, we're smarter than this, and Anakin goes, yep, but we fucked it up, and it's such a retarded scene.
Well,
I hate it. It's just wait, how did this happen? We know what we're doing, and Anakin's like, well, we don't. It's what?
Well, clearly you don't.
It's such a stupid scene. It makes me laugh, and I don't hate the film any less, but it is a retarded scene. It's
just they needed them to be captured, so they just did that.
It's like, hey guys, you're prisoners now. It's like, wait, what? I didn't even have the Shaq T scene. That was awesome.
Yeah. Ray Shields, moving on.
Carry on. General Grievous got you. He's now got fucking...
Yeah, that was a very lazy way of getting...
It's like, wait, what happened?
No urgency at all.
Leave him, or we'll never make it.
Why is there a sudden urgency?
Now we must leave before more security droids arrive.
Oh, right, yeah. Those security droids have always been a real problem.
They have, but for non-Jedi.
They are.
I'm sorry, he's like, they've always been a problem. It's like, well, they have for the clones. The Jedi are superhumans. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean,
he's saying it
Jedi too.
referring to the Jedi. They're like,
yeah, but it'd be like if me in the real world was like, oh, terrorists, they're not an issue for like armed soldiers that have had like military training to sort them out. But it's like, well, no shit, because they're a group of fucking fuckwits in the middle of nowhere that's got an RPG launcher. Like they can blow one shit up and then they're fucked. I'm sorry, but it's like, if you got Superman, of course he's going to be better at dealing with this shit. Fuck off.
Too late. Anakin should really stop and say, hold on. Before what's too late?
Leave him or we'll never make it.
What's the rush, Chancellor? You know, you're acting like a weirdo. You know what a Sith Lord is?
He's a Sith Lord.
You're telling me to cut off someone's...
Kill him.
And then you're telling me to leave Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Jedi that we've all known for decades...
Leave him or we'll never make it.
...to die for no real reason when there's no real hurry. We can't take 5 minutes to pick his body up. You're acting kind of suspicious. But no, our lead character...
I'm sorry. I know what he's saying. I know what he's doing, but it makes sense in context. He's trying to manipulate him, and in the context of the ship is falling, we need to get off, or that guy's evil, you need to kill him. It all makes sense. I'm sorry, Plinkett, but don't be a retard.
But he is acting suspicious.
Yeah, but he is. But it's all easily explained away.
And it's not a contradiction to Palpatine's character by Anakin's, where Anakin's just like, okay.
It's one of the major issues I have with all of Anakin is how suspicious and ridiculous Palpatine acts throughout.
Yeah, no,
movies, and he doesn't pick up on anything.
But I get it, but not in this scene. He's like, so he's like in this scene. He's like, kill Dooku, and Anakin's like, that's not a Jedi way. And it's like, yeah, but what are you gonna do with him? He's a prisoner with no hands, and the ship's falling. It's like, okay, all right, okay, that's explained away. He's an evil guy. We need to get rid of him. We can't keep him. The next one, leave him, or we'll never make it. Right. So he's a politician at this point that doesn't want to die, and he's in a crashing spaceship. It's like that's not exactly unreasonable. It's like, but this is so suspicious. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, but he's known him for decades. Like, this is his friend. This is supposed to be Palpatine's friend on the ground with his legs.
What? Wait, Palpatine's friend? Obi-Wan doesn't like Palpatine.
He's friends with Anakin.
Yeah, he's friends with Anakin. He doesn't give a shit about Obi-Wan doesn't like him.
He knows Palpatine knows how important Obi-Wan is to Anakin.
Right, no, all right, no.
It's
my
not
point
like
is,
it's just like, you know, I'm gonna go rescue Bob Dole or whoever the president is. I can't remember. I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to politics.
I think it's Hillary.
It's like the 24th president, Bob Dole.
Bob Dole.
We don't know each other, you know?
Yeah, he's president. He's fine. Carry on. It's all good.
Bob Dole, the 24th president. I know my shit.
The 24th.
24th. You know your history, man.
I do. I pay attention to these issues, man.
I find it that Dan has been alive as long as he's been alive for.
All I would say is my point would be
Isaiah, pull away from the mic.
All I would say is everything that Palpatine does
like
in this specific scene that Plinkett is talking about can be easily explained away. I don't see it as too suspicious in this scene. There's a lot of other ones, but in this one, it's like, it's fine.
Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
Oh, what movie is that?
And he's like, that's
Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, it is. And Anakin's like, I'm going to save my master. And it's like, okay, well, everyone's acting in character. It seems fine. But Plinkett's like, no. He's suspicious because he doesn't want to die in a spaceship. Like,
I can't wait to watch that with Dan. You're having a meeting in a basement. You know what that's called? Suspicious.
So suspicious.
Wait, has he not seen it?
He hasn't seen Bastards yet.
Oh my god.
We just watched Django like a couple weeks ago.
I saw it in history class.
Unfortunately
Damn
missed
it.
that.
Did you see
Yeah.
this?
saw
Did you
Inglorious
actually?
Bastards in history class.
It was in my A levels.
That's
That's
amazing.
for fucking Zoomers, bro.
What an honor.
We were absolutely
Yeah.
bored during history, and my history teacher went, "Fuck it, who wants to bring in a history thing that's vaguely?" And someone goes, "I've got Inglorious Bastards." She was like, "Fuck it, let's watch it."
Yeah,
it
let's
was really
watch
good.
this film
my
that completely
goodness.
disregards
I'm
actual
gonna
history.
go
exactly. Not
take a
historically
piss if you
accurate at
guys
all.
are going to keep talking about sucking each other's dicks over Glorious Bastards.
It's a great movie. That's all I got to say.
Watch the film, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, now's probably a good time to go take
I'm
a
gonna
piss.
go
We're talking
piss.
about
I
good
can't
movies.
remember.
Keep
I,
sucking each other off. I'll be back.
I remember the scene in the forest. Hey, chat, if anyone's there, who remembers the scene in the forest with Inglorious Bastards?
I do.
I wouldn't.
It's the only one I remember, and it's a good scene.
It's the only scene you remember from that film.
Well, no, wait, alright, I remember the bit in, is it the end in Paris with the theatre, and that, I remember that, but I mean, but the forest is the most vivid.
What about the fucking cinema burning to the ground? That's pretty vivid.
That's what I meant when I said the last
That's
thing I
what
said.
he meant.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Shay.
Yeah.
You,
I
the only
meant
human
what you
being
said.
here that's like so kind enough to have a picture of himself. Everyone else with a fucking grenade or an A on that
Exactly.
fucking picture. I got a fucking letter A, guys. Is it to do with the fact my name starts with an A? I'm so edgy. I need dreadlocks. Hey guys, who here has a YouTube channel? I know I have one I've not used for a decade. I need to buy. I'm buying a new computer soon. It'll be fine. Then I can make videos again. And they'll all be worthless, but it'll use up my time, and that's all that we care about.
Yes, yes.
So, who here thinks Star Wars Episode 3 is not terrible?
I think it's not terrible.
That's what I feel as well. Thank you.
I think it's
fellow
the best of
Australian.
the prequels. How about that?
Well, we know that.
That doesn't really say anything.
I'm just gonna say the most obvious thing I can.
It's not the shittest Star Wars film.
Isaiah, you ready for a hot take?
Did you guys come yet?
Dan, you ready for this hot take?
Did you guys come yet?
Yeah,
Rogue
5
One
Here
is
it comes.
objectively better
Here it
than
comes.
Episode 3.
Here it comes.
I can't wait to the bit
There's
where
a hot
Dan
take.
gets I can't
Rick.
wait till Dan
Yes,
editing this
I know
section.
you like that bad movie. It's fine.
Wait, what bad movie do you like? I need to
Come
know.
on out with it.
I said it. Rogue One is objectively better than Episode 3. Objectively better.
Wait, you did? You're a fucking idiot.
I'm going with it.
What? Wait,
Alright,
no.
we'll talk about it at the end. We're still in the fucking first act. We're still in the
No.
fucking first act
Yeah,
of
but
this
the
shit.
first... No.
Let me push play. I'm pushing play.
No,
Fuck
the
you.
first
Bye.
part
I'm
of Rogue
muting.
One is shit.
Coherent thoughts or are intelligent enough to notice basic things like this. And then we as an audience constantly sitting there asking ourselves questions about motivation and logic the entire film because the script is a rushed, sloppy mess that was written in a week.
There you go. A first draft.
This is from episode 1, faggot.
Just a key.
All these scenes and all this shit is
Tom,
just to
you-
get Anakin in the
you're the
Darth
kid.
Vader suit for no real reason at all. And people wonder why the prequels are bad, poorly written films. I stand by my statement
Man,
that people
fucking
that
Lucas
like
was
these
looking cut in
films
that.
are either drooling idiots that just like lightsabers
Best,
or
best
tiny
he's ever
babies.
looked. Hey, look, there's Asa.
Next, we see our second usage of
Stop it.
tracking, where we are reminded that
Stop
Anakin was
taking
indeed
fun of me.
He's
Just
the
because that's me.
bestest
as a
he's
kid.
ever seen.
Wait. So if that's me, how the fuck is Rogue One better than Episode 3?
No. We'll fucking talk about it at the end.
Yeah, we can talk about it at the end.
This stop.
It's gonna be another 6 hours.
See, he knows how
I
to
think we'll have
say-
time.
Open all hatches except
Fine.
for the flap.
He also tried spinning. That's a good trick.
That's a good trick.
It is a good trick.
It is a good trick.
What a great and
Objectively, it's a good trick.
legendary pilot.
Yeah, to be
Stop
fair,
feeding us
objectively,
this
it
pig
works in episode.
slop. I'm only half pig. So then, ignoring the logic that a runway wouldn't exist in a world where every craft can take off vertically, but on a planet that's nothing but a city, it's a good thing they didn't crash into a space orphanage.
Another happy
It's
laugh.
a massive
Don would be
railway.
upset.
I didn't I worded wrong. There's massive space stations for massive ships for the army. Of course they would land fine.
What is that? Anyways, speaking of happy landings, have you planned your next fun jet vacation?
I just did.
These hotels and resorts come highly recommended by a knowledgeable team of destination experts based on the amenities,
two double beds,
added value, overall experience they provide. And since we refresh the deals every 2 weeks, there's always something new to check out. Check out these hot vacation destinations.
Oh my
St. Louis, Missouri, Kabul, Afghanistan.
Hey, that's where Betsy's from.
Do not go to Missouri. They have some shit to deal with.
North Korean holding cell awaiting public execution for spying. No refunds. Speaking of destinations, let's take a trip to our film's main setting. Number 5.
A war with no consequences.
That's not true.
Name 6.
That's impossible.
What? 6 consequences?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Alright, well, we can
3.
put in death. We can put. Wait, 3. Alright. Well, we can put in death as a basic one. We can put in the Republic's crumbling as another. We can put in Palpatine staying in a new empire.
Regardless of war.
We can put in an empire.
Death is not
another one.
Massive death.
It's only a little bit of death. They're clones, they don't count.
It's not like death camps or...
No, they're only dying in the battlefield. That means it's fine.
Well,
Who's watched Hacksaw Ridge?
Like the planets that get destroyed, the people that get displaced when their homes are invaded.
Remember Dathomir? That was a fucking planet.
All right, so like we got. You said death. What else?
I said the
Not
Republic crumbling because as it goes through, they lose money and shit. That's the big thing. And then my last one would,
money and the
erosion
of life as well.
Yeah. And then my last thing was the Empire. Like that's what happened because of the war.
Win the war.
Darth Vader. Just another one.
Jedi side.
Hey, the OT. That wouldn't happen.
Jedi side.
That means the war was fine.
All right, let's hear his fucking argument.
Limited script focus is the lost opportunities of all the other elements at play. Basically, the point of all 3 films is just to get Anakin into the Darth Vader suit and to neatly tie everything together at the end and to make a shit zillion dollars. In the end, when you think about it, nothing else mattered, really. Obi-Wan was static and boring.
Obi-Wan was static and boring.
He's just wrong. But
it's subjective. Alright, carry on.
As was Padme.
Yeah.
Subjective and boring. Carry on.
And basically everyone else.
Subjective and boring.
And the ironic part is at the center of all this is the largest galactic war ever, which was used as a device by Palpatine to trick the Senate into making him the Emperor.
Wait, who paused that? I didn't do anything that time.
And he apparently had the ability to influence people's minds anyways. Could have skipped the whole war from the beginning. So again, the war...
I'm sorry, how?
What?
Wait, my thing tismed out. What did he say?
He said he can influence people's minds anyway.
From the beginning, so why have the war anyway?
Wait, so he's saying there's no point for a war because he's already in a position of power. Is that what he said?
He's saying
he can manipulate minds.
Influence people's minds.
Influence,
so you're saying in order to become the Emperor, he would literally have to do a massive Jedi mind trick on the entire fucking galaxy?
Well, I mean, to be like layman, he did. Like he made people think that the Empire was necessary. Like in the end, the final thing was
that's through manipulation.
Yeah.
I'm saying, what is he supposed to literally use the Force to control everyone's minds in the entire galaxy?
His final act is to convince the Republic that the Jedi are evil, isn't it? And they were the cornerstone of what's it called? Justice, I guess.
Yeah.
So he was like, we need an empire, and everyone was like, yeah, if the Jedi are fucked, we can't have other people telling us what to do. It needs to be centralized government.
It was that included with the fact that over time to he would say to them, oh, in order to make this war end faster, we need to stop having all these debates. You should all just vote to give me power so I can make decisions myself without having to consult you. And then after all that's happened, he's like, hey, you gave me all these powers anyway, and we won the war, so let me just be emperor, guys.
Yeah, so... Wait, no.
It's what America's going through now.
It's the Jedi mind trick.
I kind of agree.
Wait,
this is what the prequels was trying to warn us about.
No. Wait, is Donald Trump a Jedi? If he is, I will be fucking happy as fuck.
No, he's Palpatine. Don't you get it?
Trump's Palpatine.
Jesus.
Who's Anakin? Fucking hell.
Shit, I'll volunteer.
Alright, hit play. We're not getting political.
Between robots and
but it's funny.
The robots do try to conquer other planets like the Wookiee planet and the whatever planet. The effects of this war are not felt at all on Coruscant, the main setting of the film.
It's the fucking capital.
So, I'm sorry, but London was basically fine when Britain was conquering the world. I'm sorry, but it was the capital. No one invaded the fucking place. No, London's fine. Coruscant's fine, because Chancellor Palpatine got kidnapped, and there was a battle above the planet, so nothing happened. Fuck off.
The whole war just seems like
this is the opening scene of the movie.
Happening somewhere out in space, even though it says otherwise in the opening title crawl. Padme combs her hair in the window, smiling.
Why not?
She looks good though.
Why not?
Why not?
Around like business as usual.
Sexy lady.
I'd impregnate her.
But he's saying, like, why are you doing this? It's war.
I'd impregnate her now.
I'd give her an STD.
Wait,
I'd give her herpes.
No, but just he actually points to the film. He's like, it's war. Why would you do any of this? And it's like, well, why wouldn't you while it's safe? Like, I'm pretty sure when General Grievous was invading the capital, people were hiding. But this isn't happening now.
Yeah.
Dude, I would give her such skin.
The danger's gone.
It's not even funny.
You would give her an STD? How dare you?
Whatever
Which one?
system in like a dry doll.
She'd have such skin.
I've always hesitated on suggesting ideas
Chlamydia.
Prequels because basically everything.
You'd be like, I'd give her chlamydia.
I'm backing it
I'd be
up.
like, I want easily curable, but my God, does it leave a mark? And you're like, no, stop it.
All right, Asa, shut your clam hole. I want to hear this next point.
On the window, smiling. There's an active nightlife scene. Ships fly around like business as usual. And then they babble on about taking back whatever system in like a dry, dull corporate boardroom meeting. I've always hesitated on suggesting ideas on how to fix the Star Wars prequels because basically everything in them is wrong. But here's a couple of simple ideas to make the audience care even slightly about what's going on. 1. Skip all that clone troopers crap.
Skip all the clone troopers crap.
Stormtroopers originally seemed to be just dudes in uniforms. Like they never said they were clones. In fact, they even small talked with each other.
Wait a minute,
Maybe it's another drill.
But you gotta do something with clones because they mention it.
You fought in the Clone Wars?
Yeah, I got it, thanks.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
I bet the clones are just like ugly cloned monsters.
Why did you think that?
I did
That's
too.
your fucking fault.
Well, I did too as a kid because when I watched.
That's also your fault.
Exactly, but when I watched it, I was like 10. I'm like, oh, fucking clone troopers, probably fucking monsters. But this doesn't make any sense because Obi-Wan tells him that they fought in the Clone Wars. You have to show Clone Wars.
Wait,
like you have to show something with clones.
But he says, like, you fought in the Clone Wars. It's such a throwaway line that just shows a previous war that wasn't thought up yet. It's so irrelevant to the OT.
Dude, as a kid, I was like,
I'm just confused.
I was like, whoa, I haven't seen that movie. Like, I thought it was like a legitimate movie.
Well, I remember when I first watched it when I was like 4, and I thought, oh, that would be cool, and that was it.
What,
and then
like
in the
10 years ago?
prequels, he was like, this is what happens. It's like, oh, that's it.
Maybe like
No, the stormtroopers aren't clones.
those things from the Lord of the Rings.
I fucking love Lord of the Rings.
It's a good film. Trilogy.
The things that got birthed by evil magic. Then they attack Coruscant, and suddenly this peaceful republic is thrust into war because clones from some mysterious place in outer space attack them. Ordinary men are
No.
Alright, I'm just gonna say it again.
This would have been cool.
Imagine... Yeah, it would have been cool, it would have been fine. However, he's literally saying that the Force would have invaded the most, what would be as the capital of a galactic republic, one of the most secure locations in the entire galaxy.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, especially when us as the audience doesn't know the geographical position of like the galaxy. Like I don't, anyways. Watching these movies for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Coruscant's north. It's like north of what?
Yeah, it's Coruscant in the center of everything. It's Coruscant on the outskirts. I don't fucking know. You know.
Well, I find it insane it's not invaded more, but there's a lot of ships already there. I don't see any issues. It's just...
I mean, this would have been a good idea, but it doesn't mean it's. It doesn't mean that this idea is flawed.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like my issue with, I guess, him specifically and people like him is that I would much rather hear someone, basically, to cut it short so we can move on, I don't give a fuck about how you would have changed the story. If you want to talk about the story itself and what could have been better here and there, but saying, oh, they should have done this instead, I don't give a fuck what you think they should have done instead. In that regard, you know, oh, this piece of dialogue was kind of weird, they should have done this instead. Yeah, that acting was weird. This scene, whatever. Yeah, that's perfectly fine because that's talking about the movie specifically itself. But basically, I don't give a fuck about your fan fiction, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just explain what's bad and why it's bad and what's good and why it's good.
Yes. Don't say it's bad and this would have been better if they had done this.
Well, here's what I would have done. They didn't do that. I know how to make movies.
No CGI.
Men are forced into service and die by the millions.
CGI is terrible.
Suffering and chaos on Coruscant. This would make battle scenes more emotionally engaging. Then after so many years of war, it becomes commonplace, or even law, that able-bodied men must be a stormtrooper for however many years. And over a generation, they become loyal soldiers. But then you got all those admirals and officers and all those other guys, and they ain't the Boba Fett clones. They either signed up or were drafted.
No.
Perhaps we actually
If the stormtroopers are not clones, you fucking idiot.
The duration of the war. At first, we see a ton of flying car traffic in the first film, and then as the war goes on, the traffic's down to basically nothing. Buildings are in decay, we see food lines, then Palpatine would make speeches about making the ultimate sacrifice for the Empire, and so on.
That's like saying, and I hate to compare it to like current day things, but like that America at war would mean you would have to show these things. Like you would have to show people in food lines and buildings in decay. Doesn't quite follow when we all know that America rules the world.
Wouldn't that happen? Like, wouldn't that only happen if you were like losing the war?
Yes.
Well, he's saying,
and that would be saying that the entire war wasn't a galactic-wide conflict. It would be a planetary conflict. Oh, the entire war took place on this planet, so everything's destroyed.
Which is ridiculous.
Fighting. Well, it's ridiculous because if it's a big-ass galaxy, as we see in briefly in the original trilogy, and it's supposed to be a republic, or as he just said, the Empire. If you're an empire, a galactic empire, and your home planet is being attacked, assuming since you're a galactic empire, you have other planets in your empire, why the fuck wouldn't they send people to come and help you? Oh, the capital got attacked. Fuck it.
Yeah. Doesn't add up.
It's nonsensical.
Almost how a real dictatorship begins and operates. Instead, we get this.
I can go early and fix up the baby's room.
And then even at the end of the...
she looks cute. Shut the fuck up.
Well, that's also irrelevant to his point.
Yeah. Like, oh, they're talking about their lives when a war's going on. How dare they?
He's talking about Hitler. He knows.
Go early and fix up the baby's room.
Yeah, like he's talking about world building of what he would have done to make it better, and then he proceeds to talk about the dialogue.
Yeah, he's like, "I'll fix up the baby's room," and it's like, "How dare you talk about your unborn child?" You
Quickly, let's think of in terms of American history of something comparable to the Clone Wars, which was basically a civil war. Let's look at the Civil War. You know, you had
that was a myth.
The Civil War never happened. In the Star Wars, the Clone Wars, right? There's a galactic republic. The United States is a republic. Some planets on the republic decide to leave. In the Civil War, United States, country, republic, and some states within the Union decided to leave, and then they fought a war because in both cases, the republic were trying to keep the separatists part of the republic. Now we look at that, and yeah, I'm not going to say, the Washington, D.C. has never been attacked before, but it's like, he's basically saying Coruscant should have been under constant duress. Things should have been broken, burned. Basically, they would have had to enact martial law to keep people safe, breadlines, all this stuff. Again, I wasn't alive this long ago, but is there any historical precedence for that having taken place during, not our own, because I know two of you aren't American, but that shit didn't happen in our own Civil War.
Right.
You know? Sure.
Wait, the Civil War didn't happen?
Whenever I've been to London, Yo Sushi has never closed down.
No, it hasn't.
Say it.
Alright,
Yo Sushi is a fucking turtle.
Let's move on,
but you get what I'm saying, though, right?
I get it.
Basically, the problem with this whole concept that he's coming up with, it's like if we look at our own historical thing, you know, sure, there are other situations different, but at least as an American, because Clone Wars, they were literally a civil war. The United States literally had a civil war, and our capital did not have this type of stuff. So why would that happen here?
Oh, let's mimic London and just say during the expansion that
you don't know nothing about London. You're from Australia.
My point would be during the Spanish Armada, if an entire different fleet that was like only like 3 ships wide, which is fuck all, went into London, they would have fuck all to deal with, and they would be able to take one person, and that would be the contention, would be getting them back, and that's all that the start of this is. And the capital would feel very little because it's in the center of the fucking affairs. So the capital would deal with the logistical shit, not the physical shit, is what I kind of assume.
At the end of the special edition of Jedi, they show Coruscant celebrating the destruction of the Death Star, and the city basically looks the same. If you were an average Joe, the rise and fall of the Empire might not have even affected your life in the least bit, it seems, making the sacrifice and risk of the rebellion utterly pointless. Nice job, everyone. No one cares.
Plenty of people cared.
Oh, are we on to the second act?
No, but he just said like there will be some people that aren't affected. It's like, but of course there will be people that aren't affected. There'll be very few of them, but they will exist. What are you talking about? There were people whose lives is plumbing, and they will carry on being a plumber, and nothing will change. Sorry, but they will happen during civil unrest. Like their job will not change, and their lives will be very similar. It happens. I'm sorry.
Number 6, fill her up with a lot of nothing makes sense. So again, in this film, we're told about those wacky, fun adventures that Anakin and Obi-Wan have that we don't get to see.
Well, you owe me one, and not for saving your skin for the 10th time. 9th time.
And just like in the last film, Anakin hangs around with Padme while Obi-Wan goes off on a mission by himself that's pointless to the ultimate conclusion of the story. This is what they call filler. And it's nowhere as good as the kind.
No.
You guys.
What everyone's doing. I paused it. I'm sorry. I did pause it. What everyone
piece
did.
Of shit.
I paused it. I'm sorry, but what everyone did is relevant to the Clone Wars, even if it's not relevant to the plot. The Clone Wars is General Grievous needs to die. That's what he's doing. I'm sorry, But it's in the film. They literally say, when General Grievous is alive, the war won't. They won't continue.
Yeah.
Sorry, what do they say? They say they will continue to vote for the war. Like they say that.
Also, this guy right here, Mr. Baldy.
Oh yeah.
He offers the refuel.
Yeah, he's just like, can you please like refuel and fuck off?
Fuel.
Because they're here.
He offers to refuel Obi-Wan's ship. So fucking fuel was introduced by George Lucas.
Oh,
you
my
piece of
goodness.
shit!
You
ruined my childhood!
I don't care about that. But the thing that I find insane here is like they're like fuck off, and Obi-Wan's like, really? And they're like, well, there's people here. Can you help? And then Obi-Wan's like, maybe. And then they're like, did he say we'll help? He's like, maybe. And it's like, what the fuck? Everyone, just tell me you have like a fucking clone army of like in the sky.
I do agree with you that it is essential to the Clone Wars specifically, but I also would say it is essential to the plot because really for arguably and definitely good guys in the movie, their whole goal is to end the war. But for Palpatine, his whole goal is to finish his final plan to become Emperor. So they're basically those two things going on. And this is important for the Clone Wars, but it's also important for the Palpatine thing. Because remember, when Palpatine gives the information, he's like, oh, Anakin should do this. Because he was knowing that the Council would not accept Anakin to be the one to do it. So then he can further say, oh, see, look, they don't trust you, Anakin. I told you...
Shy, do you think that there's like a lot that would have been different in Episode 3 if the Council trusted Anakin? Because I feel there's a lot in 2 and 3 that's like if they said Anakin was the master or Anakin you can do this or Anakin, he'd be like the Council trusts you, but they're like no, fuck you, and it's like oh well why wouldn't he join the other side? You twats.
And the thing is, I think they were fair to be wary of him because keep in mind he's only 22 right now. I'm fucking 24. I there's a lot of things I don't know at 24. I'm sure there's a lot more things I didn't know at 22. Sure, Anakin fought in a war, but sending an important mission such as finding the final, in their mind, leader of the war effort against them, leaving it to a 22-year-old isn't exactly the smartest decision to make.
No, they should have sent it when
they literally said, sending the two of them together would have been cool.
Let's check out what arguments are being offered here so we can respond to them. Oh, I hit the wrong thing.
Guys, they put in Twinkies. I like to fuck my cat.
Fuck, I want a Twinkie.
Fucking a cat! Oh no!
The cat's name's Twinkie.
I'm not sure I even understand him.
He's
obviously a pawn of Sidious, right? And Sidious is Palpatine. And Palpatine's goal is to keep being voted more and more power, right? But yet he helps establish a centralized leader of the opposition. And then they say this.
Yeah?
And I assure you, the Senate will vote to continue the war as long as Grievous is alive.
Well, if the war is over, then that could end the need for a supreme, all-powerful chancellor that has more control over the Senate.
If he does not give up his emergency
it's not over!
Destruction of Grievous, then he should be removed from office.
Hey, how about this?
The robot armies are controlled by a yet unseen force, Master Jedi. This war could go on forever.
Except for whatever reason he tells...
I'm not sure that they would believe that.
I don't understand what he's saying. It's in the film. Grievous is in charge of the droid army. Oh, if he's alive, then the droid army continues, so we want them dead. Oh, I'll send Anakin because I want them to dissuade him. Because I want him to think that he's worthless. And it fucking happens like that. It's like, Palpatine, you did it wrong because I don't like it. Fuck off.
Also, maybe this is just my subjective opinion, but I'm fairly certain it is easy to take rights away, but it's not very easy to get them back. So him saying, oh, well, once the war is over, he just gives it back. It's like, what if he says, no, I'm not giving them back. Guess who's in charge of all the military? Guess who the military, the clones who were literally made to obey whatever the fuck I say. Yeah, guess what?
It all goes perfectly to his plan, and then you're like, whoa, what if it didn't? And you're like, well, it does. It's in the plot.
Yeah, he's literally controlling both sides. He can't lose. Imagine it's like saying, oh, I'm gonna make a competitive game of Civilization 5, but I'm gonna be the one controlling all the players, so I get to do whatever the fuck I want to do.
It's so bizarre. It's like Plinkett saying, "Yeah, this is how it happened," but what if it didn't? And you're like, "Well, we're watching a different fucking film, then, you twat." That's all he's saying. He's like, "Well, what if Palpatine's plan didn't go this way?" It's like, but it did, and if it didn't go this way, he'd probably come up with a new plan. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
Even if he had to like harbor generations of Sith, I'm pretty sure he wasn't like saying we definitely win. He'd be like, "This is my plan. I want to win."
The Jedi were Grievous's.
Our clone intelligence units have discovered the location of General Grievous.
I guess so that Obi-Wan could go away and that Palpatine could have more alone time with Anakin to try and sway him over to the dark side. But then when Obi-Wan finally kills Grievous, Palpatine then springs his trap to have all the clone troopers kill the Jedis. And then he blames the Jedis for...
Why wouldn't he? He's eliminated the leader of the opposition. Now he's going to eliminate the most, I guess, competitive opposition to his power.
Yeah, the Jedi.
Yeah, you're right. He's achieved his plan perfectly. How dare he? And it's like he achieved his plan perfectly. It's what he wanted to fucking do. It's just like that's what he wanted. He got it. He did it. Well done. That's why we have the OT. Stop this. It makes sense.
Trying to take over. Why didn't he just do that before? What would he have done if Grievous escaped again? Or if Samuel L. Jackson didn't confront him and then he melted his own face? When was he going to spring this trap anyways if all these events didn't occur?
Wait a minute.
No, wait.
What would he have done? Like, this is a lot of what ifs.
I need someone to summarize or to replay that last 20 seconds.
So he said, what if General Grievous had escaped? What if Palpatine didn't melt his own face? And then what if something else?
all of that is, well, both of those things you said are basically irrelevant. If General Grievous fucked off, the war would have continued, which is good for him.
Would have continued, he would have gotten what he wanted anyway.
If Mace Windu didn't go to him, it would have been good for him. No one would have confronted him. I'm sorry. He stops everything that gets in his way. It's fucking horrifying to watch. When you watch episode 3, it's like terrifying.
When was he gonna spring this trap anyways if all these events didn't occur? What if Grievous got killed and then they said resign? What, was he gonna just take out a lightsaber then? Then why did he just
was he gonna take out a lightsaber when he was being attacked?
We'll be able to capture the monster and end this war.
But so wait, are you gonna use a self-defense weapon? When they say, I will! No shit! Oh my god.
The war is over? What the Jedis have to try and take over? And it's really apparent by his actions that Palpatine is the one who's trying to take over. I mean, he is trying to be the Supreme Chancellor forever. Is everyone blind and stupid? Which leads me to my next point.
Is everyone blind and stupid?
7. Is everyone blind and stupid? Every character is dumb, but who's the dumbest? Let's find out. Just how stupid is Yoda? So Yoda might be a powerful Jedi, but wise he is not. Get it? I did like a Yoda thing. Besides always having a look of utter confusion on his face about everything all the time, Yoda seems to have no ability to use the Force other than to throw rocks.
I think it is time we inform the Senate that our ability to use the Force is diminished.
If Palpatine can diminish his ability to use the Force, then why is that only limited to the mental and not the physical?
So that's Jesus.
That's like always been a thing, hasn't it? I'm sorry.
The Force is always mental.
Yeah, I mean the point is, isn't it, is that while the light side will control,
with, I get it, and like throwing rocks.
I get it. He's saying why are they not the same, but I always assumed that the point of the Force was like the ability to be calm and see the future and be in harmony was disrupted by the other side doing shit. So the dark side is only since the war began has been like really involved. I thought that was explained. So like in episode 2, they were like, we can't see shit, they're doing stuff, and it's like, oh fuck. And it's a moment of oh fuck between Windu and Yoda. I thought that was the point.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know it's not the best writing, but I thought that was pretty, like, the point was they could see the future kind of, and they were pretty calm. But now they can't.
Basically, everything is clouded because there's a lot of darkness.
Now they're like, oh fuck, shit's happening, kind of thing. And I know it's pretty kind of like vague, but I thought that was the thing they were getting at.
Anyway, when Anakin is raging with frustration and worry about Padme's inexplicable impending murder by pregnancy, Yoda can't tell that Anakin is, 1, hiding something really big.
What?
But he's trying to help him.
When he knows.
He literally just came to him for guidance. Hey, I had a vision of the future that someone I'm friends with is going to die. What should I do?
And
why is that automatically saying, oh, he has to be hiding something from me then? Why? How's that?
I don't even know if that's the context. Didn't he just...
Yeah.
Did he tell Yoda anything in this?
That is the context.
No, he literally just said he's been having dreams of death.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Yoda says, someone you know,
care about?
Or someone you don't. And then Anakin's like, someone I care about. And then he's like,
someone close to you.
And it's like, it's not helpful advice, but it's the Jedi advice. And it doesn't...
2 is madly in love with Hot Pants Padme.
He's madly in love with Hot Pants Padme.
It would be like, Dan, if you came to me and said, like, my girlfriend, I love her, and she's gonna die, and I said, I don't know her, but be happy that life goes on. It's like... What I said isn't evil, it's just not considerate.
Yeah, that's not very helpful.
Yeah, exactly. It's not helpful, but it's not evil.
Why can't he tell that he's madly in love with Hot Pants Padme?
But but like in this scene, Anakin literally says, someone I like is like, not even like sexually, but someone I like is going to die because I've dreamed it and I've done this for it. And Yoda's like, what if they die? It's part of life. Deal with it. And it's not helpful.
Force, son.
Well, I mean, it's kind of shitty. We all know that. But it is the Jedi way.
It's absolutely shitty, and it is the Jedi way, and it is also very unfortunate because it's like we're literally talking to the guy who had a vision of his mother dying, finds his mother as she dies in his arms, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then now he's like, oh, I lost my mother. Now I'm gonna lose the only other person in this universe that I love, and I go to the Jedi for help, and I'm basically told, fuck it.
So I'm gonna go somewhere else. Wait, but episode 2 didn't happen,
let's see.
so
Let's see. You guys are getting ahead of the cart.
3 is
I'm
just
sorry.
teeming with irritation and frustration at the Jedi and at every aspect of his life. I guess
he says like, I don't like the Jedi. It's like that's the point. I'm sorry, but their like way of looking at life is weird. We don't agree
dark
with
side
it.
clouds everything, but by just looking at the guy, I could tell all sorts of things are wrong. And I'm no psychologist. In fact, I threw my last psychologist out a window for asking about my dear mother.
I mean, who hasn't?
Bury them under the floorboards, Harry. No one
Never had one.
It'll be our little secret.
So how stupid is Yoda? The guy is like sweating and he looks evil. Like the concept that Palpatine is clouding evil.
If you're sweating, you're evil.
It's the idea. No. Seriously, in real life, imagine like someone that you're like barely related to, that you're kind of friends with, came up to you and went, "I think my wife is gonna die," and you're like, "Man, you look kind of evil." It's like, what the fuck?
Fuck you! You look evil.
You look kind of evil. I think you're gonna kill children.
You evil prick.
Yeah, I mean, if it was some clam that came up to me all sweaty, like that, like, yeah, what the fuck
It's always the clam.
It's the idea. Right, it's the idea that I open my doors that have glass in them, and some random guy I've never met just goes, "My wife is gonna die tomorrow," and I'd be like, So that's fine.
Get the sweaty clam out of my face.
Minds basically makes
Get the sweaty.
all
Oh no!
null and void and utterly stupid. Does his mind clouding ability have a range? Like when Yoda is on Kashyyyk, is he like, hey, it all makes sense now. Palpatine's behind it all.
Unfortunately, the debate is not over.
Palpatine's behind it all.
The Senate will never approve the use of clones before the...
Oh my god.
Who would have thought?
This is a crisis. The Senate must vote the Chancellor powers. He can then approve the creation of an army.
The entire Senate is filled.
Wait, he said like that whole scene doesn't make any sense. The point is that the Jedi are fucked and they need an army to help them, and that was the point of that scene. I don't understand what he's talking about. And that's why Jar Jar's there to be manipulated into being the guy to say we need to give this guy.
Hasn't the army been enforced for like 3 years now?
Oh no! That scene he just showed was episode 2, and he goes, "The Chancellor need emergency powers to do this shit." And then the other guy goes, and then Palpatine goes, "Who would something an radical action as that?" And Jar Jar's like, "Maybe Isa would be such a retarder," and he does.
You're paraphrasing a bit, but that's basically.
I am paraphrasing a lot because I have drank.
I remember
that's what he said.
If someone can do it better, that'd be great. But I think my point stands that it's fine in context.
No, absolutely.
Wait,
yeah,
this is a lot.
That's true. Yes, but I was talking about this Senate. Okay, so during the fight scene with Samuel L. Jackson, Palpatine's own electrical discharges either melt.
Ew, discharge?
Yeah,
it's
it
fucking gross, bro.
That fight scene is awesome. I'm sorry, but it's cool.
Yeah, like
Stop it.
Yeah, discharge is fucking gross, though.
It's his face for like
who's in the
his
awkward
true form
situation?
is some kind of really old monster. I'm not sure which because the film doesn't tell us. I always thought the Emperor was just kind of really old in Jedi and just kind of looked bad. But now he has a giant, puffy, inflamed monster face. It had lightning all over his face, but it didn't turn his face into a puffy monster.
Yeah, it didn't turn Luke's face all puffy.
Wait, actually, I apologize. I don't know. You know, wait. In episode 6, was it Ian McDermott playing him? I don't actually know.
Yes. Yeah, it was. Yes. Yeah, it was.
That's awesome. Yes. I'm sorry, that's just like an awesome fact to me. Carry on.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, but Luke's face didn't get all puffy.
Wait, how old was he when he
There
in
is
episode 6?
technically a reason, but it's not a movie reason, so I'm not going to give it.
How old was Ian McDermott?
What do you mean it's not a movie reason?
I think he was like in his 50s in the original trilogy.
Wait, and now he's in like his 70s?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
80s, probably.
That guy is a legend. Ian McDermott, you are a legend.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm still waiting to hear why you guys won't acknowledge that Palpatine electrifying his own face makes him a monster.
I was saying
Luke getting electrified doesn't.
I'm saying there is a canon explanation as to why that is, but it's an expanded universe thing. It's not from the films.
So it's like Dark Side.
This conversation means nothing.
I need to know, should I?
It's like the dark side corruption, right?
Tell you what.
I need to look like a
yeah, basically, the more you use the dark side, the more it erodes at your physical nature because the dark side is constantly corrupting you.
So why is that?
Erodes being the key word. Not fucking like a massive waterfall over your face.
But basically, to finish off, so when the Sith had to go into hiding after the Jedi basically defeated them 1,000 years before all this shit happens, one Sith Lord was like, well, if we're supposed to be living among people and we're using the dark side, we can't just be like, hey, you look 3 days ago, but now, yeah, basically. And so they used an ancient Sith technique to basically mask their appearance. So whenever he was getting electrocuted,
he's undead.
Yes.
Wait, so he always looked like
revealed his true form.
Yes.
Isaiah,
it revealed his true form.
I'm gonna point out as well. I don't mind that explanation.
But that's not in the film.
It's still funny.
Yeah, it's not in the film. No, yeah.
The way the film portrayed it was like he electrocuted his own face.
Wait.
That's what he does in every movie. Every third movie.
Every series he electrocutes himself.
Not relevant to anything. But I've never seen the Robot Chicken sketch where he goes to Anakin and he like points. He touches his own face. He goes, what is that? And Anakin's like, well, you kind of fried your own fucking face. He goes, oh my god, I like flaming yarn, and it's so funny.
God, we spent over 3 hours on this. We still have over an hour of the review out of an hour and 40 minutes ago.
Anyway,
It's okay.
2 o'clock.
An organization
Not gonna last till the end, guys.
guardians of peace and justice for over 1,000 generations have suddenly decided to take over the world. Oh, and I just also happen to look and sound like a monster that wants to take over the world. Don't mind my creepy black cloak.
I just happen to sound and look like a creepy monster. That might be.
I like the idea. I like the idea that in his chair he had a cloak just in case.
Anakin never once sees any red flags in anything.
Cut his head off.
It's
now
like that.
I'm gonna try this cloak off.
It's like that on fire meme where the dog goes, "This is fine."
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah. This is fine.
Evil sounding voice or terrifying face. Also, don't mind the fact that I'm yelling about creating a galactic empire run exclusively by me. No, you see, it's the Jedi that are the ones who tried to take over. And that warrants them all being executed by the army that I control by myself without any kind of trial in the courts to prove that what I'm saying is true. Yep, we just killed them all, including the children. And then we burned down their temple, and you're all just gonna have to take my word for it. Trust me, look at my face. Would this face lie to you?
Whoa.
I mean, with that smile, how can you say no to that smile?
Never once did Anakin question this.
Well, I think after he cut off Mace Windu's hand, he was kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Successfully eliminated the only opposition I might have had to form my own galactic empire. Please continue with the applause. So remember to vote Palpatine in the next election that will never happen. Because I said so. Now, is he controlling everyone's minds, or is the Senate that stupid?
They're probably just lazy, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, my people are paying me money.
Fucking story writing. I'm just kidding. It should have been an extra movie.
No, yeah, absolutely. I will say that there should have been a one between 2 and 3.
Even the genius Padme is listening intently and not sure what's real or not. And Padme is a brilliant genius.
We cannot let 1,000 years of democracy disappear.
Wait, hold on. Is it 1,000 years or 1,000 generations?
I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in two.
You know, when writing my review, I originally wrote years. Then I had the sense to go back and check out what Obi-Wan said in Star Wars.
Liver
For over
spots.
1,000 generations, the Jedi Knights were the guardians of peace and justice.
Okay, so
Maybe this is a stupid detail, but
wait a minute.
1,000 generations of Jedi and 1,000 years of a Republic is not the same thing.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, 1,000 years of the Republic and 1,000 years of Jedi.
Right, well,
the Guardians of Peace and Justice is a little different.
Right, I've not read the EU. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there like a war between the Jedi and the Sith, like thousands of years ago or something? It was like
there were many wars between Jedi and Sith.
yeah,
but the
like I'm
specific...
sure there was a lot of Sith. I think the fact that one Sith and one apprentice was like new, and that was to like preserve the Sith because they killed the shit out of each other, wasn't it?
No, he wasn't new. He just decided that the Sith were weak for having an order to mirror the Jedi Order, so he sabotaged them so they could all die and he would have power for himself.
Well, either way, that it makes sense. But like there's a point. There's a point to it. Although I'd say it's pretty fucking risky, isn't it? Like two of us, one of us. If both of us die, we're fucked.
Yeah.
In the old republic.
Oh, there's a big year in a generation. Maybe George Lucas should have gone back and looked at what they said before filming the fucking movie. General Grievous is a stupid, dumb, retarded idiot. So Palpatine orders Grievous.
No, he's just a retard. He's just a retard. Everything else.
It is a volcanic planet. You will be safe.
Grievous is apparently a military leader because he has the rank of general. but he just says yes.
Wait, he just says yes. He's a general, and that guy's the commander. Pretty sure.
Not even thinking about it. Instead, he should probably say, that sounds like a great place for some kind of ambush if they were to discover where all of the separatist leaders
Why would that be the first thing that pops in your...
Wait, my phone's restarting. Why is my phone doing that? Also, yes, it'd be like a command, like a general telling like their prime minister, "Hey, you're doing this wrong." And it'd be like, "What? Who the fuck are you?"
Like, wouldn't it be smarter to spread them out all over the place so that...
Stop asking completely logical questions.
Yes.
I'm gonna kill them!
Sidious. Wait, who are you again? And where are you from?
You don't need to know who I am or where I'm broadcasting this hologram from. Just do what I say.
Where are my pants?
I have a pair of pantaloons for you to wear. They're stylish.
Who are you?
Stop asking me who I am.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is a stupid asshole idiot head.
I just want to point out,
Kenobi.
isn't it funny that he makes Grievous sound like an idiot for no reason? Isn't that just
Yeah.
Man.
Just want to make sure everyone knows, because it was really funny, him being like, "Palpatine, I don't know you. I don't like Plinkett." Shit.
Kenobi is a stupid asshole too. I already mentioned how he says stupid things in the beginning, but then he rides around on some kind of dinosaur for some reason, and now all of a sudden he enjoys
Why not? Sorry.
It's the loudest fucking dinosaur around. It's like screaming as he's riding up the fucking battle. It's like trying to ambush them.
No, I get it, but he's like, you ride on this thing like an idiot, and it's like, it's the transport of the populace. Why wouldn't you have this?
Yeah, but it's just funny we mentioned that when we watch the film. It's just like he's trying to be sneaky and like.
Oh
like,
yeah,
it's screaming.
Screaming all over the damn place.
Sneaky.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Just like going.
No. I agree, because isn't the first scene like he drops down and he goes and then he walks forward and it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
No, it does it a lot when he's riding it too.
I remember that. And then it walks.
Using his surprise advantage to kill Grievous and end the war.
Patience. Use the Force. Think.
He foolishly jumps into the middle of a bunch of bad robots to apparently challenge Grievous to a duel or something. All them robots could have just started shooting him to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's daft. It's always Mimigo, what the fuck? To be fair.
He should have like jumped on Grievous's neck and like put him in one of those like chokeholds with his legs. That would have been
better ways to distract him. Yeah.
Like he does jump down like a good 50 feet away from him. He jumps down and he goes hello, and they all turn around and go like, what the fuck are you doing? Like all the way over there.
Hello.
And he's
there.
like, I have a sword. It's like that's it. It's like, well, I'll just shoot you. No, wait, I won't, because otherwise plot. And it is really stupid.
No, because...
Wait, just to be transparent. I want to be transparent. Wait. I love this scene. I adore it. It's retarded, but I adore it. I'm sorry. I just want to be transparent. It's fucking stupid, but it's the best shit ever.
Obi-Wan just stands there while Grievous takes like 15 seconds to unhinge all of his arms and grab all of his lightsabers. Obi-Wan could have lunged at him and cut his head off in like 1 second.
No, I agree, but it's awesome. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but I love it, even though it's stupid. What does anyone else think? Can anyone defend this shit?
It's
not really
a cool moment.
Not really to defend it, but I know that his whole goal was to distract them to let the clones come in, and there are definitely better ways. There were definitely better ways of distracting them.
Yeah, in reality, he'd be dead, but I love it, even though it's stupid. It's one of them scenes where you know when you watch something and you're like, this is the most retarded shit ever, but someone goes, "Isn't it cool though?" And you're like, it is. That's how I feel about this whole sequence. I love it, but it's stupid as fuck.
Kenobi.
Yeah, it's like
eventually though,
and he's like lightsabers,
intentionless, sterile, dull, consequence-free, lame, tiring, visually exhausting chase scene. Obi-Wan does kill Grievous with the blaster by shooting him in his heart.
So uncivilized.
No, decapitating people is uncivilized. And I'm also sorry that you're so stupid that you failed to see the obvious tactical advantages of a projectile weapon when it just saved your retarded ass. The Jedi Council are all stupid fools and they don't know what they're doing.
He's like, he hit you, and Obi-Wan makes the point in the fucking scene where he's like, oh, someone's civilized, and it saves his life. It's one of them ones where it's the point of the scene, but it's still stupid.
Weapon when it just saved your retarded ass. The Jedi Council are all stupid fools and they don't know what they're doing.
I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi.
So the Jedi have their dumb meeting to talk about things.
The scene, can't use that.
Who's going to go to kill Grievance? Remember, killing...
Actually, I very much apologize. So, has anyone watched the final series of Clone Wars as a kind of curiosity thing?
Yes.
I know of it, yes.
Right. Just for anyone that's not watched it properly, they replay that scene where Mace Windu says, "I sense the plot to destroy the Jedi," and it's really well sort of expanded upon. But for this film, it's still really bizarre that Mace Windu goes, "I sense the plot to destroy the Jedi. I'm gonna go see the Chancellor." Like, what are you doing?
Care to elaborate, Mace?
Yeah, it's like so in the series he's like, and then Ahsoka's like, so shit's going down. He's like, but in the film he's like, I sense a plot to destroy the Jedi. So who's playing recently? I'm gonna go see the Chancellor. It's so bizarre.
No, he went to see the Chancellor because Anakin told him he was a Sith Lord.
Oh no! Well, no, wait, did he? Because wasn't he already gonna see him? He was like, we're gonna tell him.
No,
General
he wasn't
Grievous.
gonna go. They were. No, what happened? What?
I'm sorry. I thought he was gonna go see him and said we're gonna go tell him about Grievous, and then Anakin says he won't give up his powers because he's the dick. And I thought
what happened? Here's let me.
Right, no, tell me.
So basically, here's what happened. They were having the thing. Commander Cody messages them, and he's saying sorry to interrupt because I think they were talking to Yoda. He's like, General Kenobi has just engaged General Grievous, and then he ducks out. And so all right, Obi-Wan's probably gonna kill this guy. So then Mace Windu says to because he was like, I sense a lot of darkness around the Chancellor.
Right. So doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, carry on.
Yeah. So he's like, I sense a lot of darkness around, like the dark side of the Force clouds the Chancellor is, and he's kind of suspicious
that's the phone
of that.
call, isn't it?
So then
that's the end of the phone call, isn't it?
I think so. And so then he's Anakin, go tell Palpatine that Obi-Wan's fighting Grievous, and maybe if he, let's hear what he has to say. Maybe that'll give us some tips as to whether or not he's a piece of shit. So then Anakin goes. Palpatine is like, oh, you should have been there, blah, 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 blah. And then Palpatine reveals that he's a Sith Lord. Anakin goes back, and then Mace Windu was like, so did he say anything about Obi-Wan?
Right, I'm probably wrong, but I thought, so Anakin does that, and he says, you're the Sith Lord, and then he says, Palpatine goes, do you want to kill me? And he goes, I would certainly like to. Then the scene ends, and he goes to Mace Windu. And I thought Mace Windu goes, Obi-Wan's engaged Grievous, we're going to tell the Palpatine, and then if he doesn't think oh shit, he's gone. Shy, are you there? Shy,
did I cut out again?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Where did I get to before I rambled?
Sorry. What did I? What was the last thing you heard me?
Right. It doesn't matter. So Palpatine said, no, it's not Palpatine. So Mace Windu says to Anakin, Obi-Wan's made contact with General Grievous. We're going to tell him, blah, blah, blah. And Anakin says, I don't think he will. He's the Sith Lord we've been looking for. Isn't that what happens?
No, that's not what happened. What happens was, hopefully I don't cut out again. Sorry about that.
It doesn't matter. I'm just lost.
Yeah, so Mace Windu was like, there's a lot of darkness surrounding the Chancellor, right?
Yeah.
He says to
that was
Anakin,
earlier.
tell Palpatine that
Yeah,
Obi-Wan
that's an earlier
isn't-
scene.
Okay. Yeah. So then Anakin goes. Palpatine is like, "Oh yeah, good. Obi-Wan's doing the thing. I wish you were there. By the way, I'm the Sith Lord." And so then Anakin goes back. Mace Windu was like, "So did Palpatine give any indication of whether or not he's going to return power back to the Senate?" Anakin's like, "No, he's not going to because he's a Sith Lord."
Oh, is that what
And
happened?
then,
I think I've
and then
completely
Mace
forgotten that
Windu
scene.
was like, "Are you sure?" And Anakin's like, "Yeah, positive. He's a Sith
I
Lord."
know. I remember the scene where Anakin says, "I don't think," something like, "I don't think so," or something, or "He won't." And he says, "I think he's the Sith Lord we've been looking for." And he goes, "A Sith Lord?" And he goes,
Yeah.
He's been trained in the dark side. And he goes, "That our worst fears have been realized." Isn't that right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that is what
yeah,
that is true. However, before he did remark that he sensed a lot of darkness around the Chancellor.
Oh, so I've got some scenes backwards. Okay, I'm sorry. I've only watched like the first half an hour of this film.
Only this guy will end the war. So they pick Obi-Wan over Anakin for no real reason when they both could have gone. They both went to...
Right, okay. I think I know what's going on.
Why didn't they both go?
I actually think, even though earlier I said it probably would have made more sense thinking about the movie, talking about it more, considering that Anakin was supposed to be Palpatine's personal representative on the Jedi Council, I'm not sure, would he have, even though Palpatine definitely recommended him, but like I said, he recommended him because he knew they wouldn't send him, would he even be eligible to go if he's supposed to report? It'd basically be the liaison between the Council and the Jedi.
I always thought, to be fair, if they had said, "Anakin, you're a Jedi Master," it would have gone better for him. Like, he would have felt respected, but the fact that they didn't...
Absolutely.
Which
But
is
he
why
also didn't earn it.
I don't know if I'm overreaching, but I always assumed if they said, "Yes, Anakin, you're a Jedi Master, the youngest ever," I'm pretty sure he would have been on their side more, but...
I agree 100%. However, he didn't earn it at all.
No. Well, isn't that the point of the Clone Wars? Wasn't he like a big, like, poster boy kind of shit?
Yes, however, since the Jedi aren't exactly supposed to be warriors, being a good warrior as a Jedi isn't exactly a good reason to make someone a master.
Yeah. Well, that's what I kind of assumed. Is Obi-Wan's disappointed in him. You know when Anakin's pissed off and Obi-Wan nods his head, like, shakes his head like, "You've been a twat." I always assumed the point was Obi-Wan wasn't saying, "Anakin, you're a bad." It was, "Anakin, you need to just relax." And that was like, you will be a master, but you need to calm down. But in Anakin's mind,
absolutely.
But in Anakin's mind, it's they're disrespecting me, which they are.
Yes.
To be fair.
Well, in his mind, they are. I don't think
it's like whenever I rewatch Revenge of the Sith. This is why I don't think this film's terrible. Whenever I rewatch Revenge of the Sith and I realize the Council being idiots, I'm like, stop it! Darth Vader could easily be not Darth Vader. And it's like,
most cases, I don't actually think they were idiots.
No, not everything, but especially Revenge of the Sith.
No, I don't think so. But that's this.
I want to be specific. I mean, with regards to Anakin, specifically.
No, I think the only way that they would have been idiots to Anakin is if he was actually deserving of everything that he wanted to get, and I don't.
No. I know what you mean. What I mean is, if they showed more respect to Anakin, which he felt he deserved, it could have gone better for them.
I think they respected him enough. I just don't think they were going to give him what he wanted just because.
I think them just like no. This is one of the ones where I really like talking about it because I agree with you. But I'm like, if they had just told Anakin, "You are a master because we respect you," would it have gone a lot differently? I think Anakin's feeling alienated really helped.
But you're basically saying that's basically we don't want to make Anakin mad, so let's give him a participation.
No, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with Anakin.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying that's basically what they would have had to do.
But I mean, it's one of the ones where you feel like you're watching it. Whenever I rewatch it, I'm like, oh no, you're pushing him away, and I get you, but fuck. Do you know what I mean?
Give the dog a bone.
Like, I know I agree with you, but fuck, you're creating a monster.
Yeah.
Kind of by mistake, but that's why I love the film.
Yeah, it's tragic.
It's one of the main things. Anakin's fall to the dark side is kind of a half tragedy. I say half because he is a fucking cunt as well. But,
yeah. That's another reason why I don't like TCW giving him a pass.
Palpatine, right? But then they decide to give Anakin the mission to spy on the Chancellor instead.
It's very dangerous putting them together.
Hey, well then don't put them together. Why don't you spy on them by watching the security holograms?
They're like, don't put them together. It's like, but they need him. That's the point.
It's like, why don't we just spy on him using the security footage's office?
Oh, I love that scene. Do not look into the security footage, or pain you will find.
No, right here. Right here.
Record what's going on in his office. But again,
I don't think that was in his office.
He just said it in his office.
It's not in his office, but
he said in his office, but I don't think it was in his office.
Then don't put them together. Why don't you spy on him by watching the security holograms that record what's going on in his office?
That was right when he killed Count Dooku.
No, it wasn't. That was after.
After they threw him out the window.
After the Jedi Temple. Nope.
Wait, which scene? Wait, explain to me what you're talking about. I'm lost.
Where the fuck is Jake? He just watched it today. Well, he didn't make it.
I watched it today. It's a good film. I love it.
You
I love
fucking Anakin Simps.
Yep.
Anakin did nothing wrong. Anakin is best boy. How dare you?
Again, using Jedi wisdom, they just send one guy to go kill the main bad guy. So is it wiser to send Yoda to observe a totally pointless...
He has an army!
Robots and Sasquatches, or is he better off going to the place where Grievous might be and helping to kill him?
No, you should go to the more important thing, even though you have a connection with the Wookiees and we're sending a master. I don't understand. Watch the film. They explain very explicitly. Obi-Wan, you deal with this. You're very experienced. Also, Yoda, you deal with this. You're experienced in this. It's in the film. I'm sorry, but it's in there. I don't know what to say. Shai, am I wrong about anything? I don't understand.
I don't think so.
Because they literally say, Anakin says, the Chancellor says, I should go deal with Grievous, and everyone says, maybe a master that we know and trust, like Obi-Wan.
Someone more experienced.
Yeah. And so they send him, and then Anakin's like, I'm sorry, Obi-Wan, I've been a dick. And Obi-Wan's like, Anakin, I love you, but, you know, like...
Wait a minute. What's your argument? I spaced out.
So, Dan... No, it's fine. No, so Dan, Plinkett said, send Yoda to Grievous, because he's like the best.
But what about the attack on the droids on the Wookiees, right?
Yeah, no, that's my point. So they sent Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan's got like a history of being like good with this shit, which is fine. It says it in the film. So then Yoda says, I'm gonna go...
Yeah, but why not fuck the Wookiees and just go for the head honcho?
Wait, you mean, why doesn't Yoda just ignore the Wookiees? Is that what you mean, or am I...
Yeah, and he goes for Grievous, which will end the war. They won't need to worry about the Wookiee planet. They'll end the war.
No, I get you, but the point is, in their eyes, as far as the Council, is Obi-Wan's been sent to where he's the most useful, is on the battlefield with his, whatever the fuck, the 212th Legion. That's Legion.
Yeah, because even Yoda wasn't really fighting on Kashyyyk. He was just managing things.
What's the Wookiee planet? I forget. Kashyyyk, is it?
Kashyyyk. Yeah.
Right, so they're like, right, well, Yoda's going to Kashyyyk to help the Wookiees, because he's the best with them, which makes sense.
Yeah, he has friends. He's friends with them.
So General Yoda has gone to the Kashyyyk, and it's fine. Right, okay, everyone's happy. General Kenobi has gone to Utapau, because that's where they think Grievous is with the 212th Legion. So that's where Obi-Wan's gone, and everyone else is at base. And you got Ki-Adi-Mundi and all that other. I don't understand.
All the other Jedi.
I don't understand what all the other generals on other planets are doing is wrong. He's saying like Yoda being not on Utapau is a bad thing, but there's no one else they can send to Kashyyyk that have the same trust, and they say that in the film. It's all explained. Am I wrong? I'm sorry if I am, but I
don't think so.
Wait, there's a higher priority than ending the war.
No. Right. So the point is, they sent Obi-Wan with assumedly like other stuff on backup if he needs it, but he's fine on Utapau. Obi-Wan's fine, right? That's the assumption.
I don't know.
No.
I guess he might be fine.
No, I know. I get it.
He
but
ends
in the
up
film,
fine, I guess.
No, in the film, Obi-Wan and his clone army, his clone army, is fine on Utapau. Nothing about that's changed. And to be fair, he wins. And they've said Yoda's going to Kashyyyk because Yoda has said himself that I am good with the Wookiees. I don't see what's wrong with that.
It is a system that they cannot afford to lose.
Yeah, and they're like, it's on the outer rim, kind of, sort of, but it's also we want it. Actually, I don't know. I might have lied about the outer rim.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter if the war was over. Like, if the war is over, you can just take it back.
No, Dan, I want to say I get it. Dan, I get it, but Obi-Wan's doing fine. He wins.
And I disagree with that sentiment. Here's
of what? Carry on.
It's more important to just send them to where you can end the war than it is to help the Wookiees. Because
you need your planets. You can't just lose a planet.
But you wouldn't if they won the war.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay, you capture the general. How quickly are you sure that the war is going to end?
Yeah,
you don't know.
See, the point is, isn't
so
it?
You're basically saying, oh, well, fuck them, because at some point the fighting is going to stop. But you don't know when.
Because I want to say the point is that you know if you beat Grievous, it's like you have beaten the general of the droid army. And that's a big blow to the Separatists. I don't want to make light of it. That's a big fucking deal.
Yes.
But in time, they could set more. So it's not like you've definitely ended the war. The point is what's his name? Fucking hell. Palpatine says, while they still have a general that's well known, they're not going to back down. And they want him to back down.
That's the thing.
What about all the commanders who work under them? Because here's the thing. The only reason why the fighting legitimately stopped is because Palpatine knew where Mustafar was, because he sent them to Mustafar. He literally sends Anakin to shut down the droids so that the fighting can stop. Grievous has been dead for what, like a couple days by then, but based on that, just because the general's dead doesn't mean everyone's gonna be like, oh fuck it, we give up now.
Well, my assumption was in the OT, the Separatist planets were part of the Empire because they had been conquered because they had no
reconquered, yeah.
That was my.
Oh, I think Kevin's texting me. Oh my god, he just texted me.
Kevin, where are you? I can go sleep then.
He won't be any help to me, but I'll still invite him.
But I assume that was.
He's gonna add to the simping.
That was what.
Simping.
Well, I can't see anything wrong with my logic. Is Yoda went to the Wookiees because he's the only one in the council.
You're doing a lot of mental gymnastics to make this all make sense.
Am I? It says in the film.
You've been going on for 22 minutes about this, and I still don't understand why. I'm not saying you're right either. I'm saying it all doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay. So my basic point is they've already sent one of the masters, which is like a general.
Or you're basing everything you're saying around the fact that you're in your mind you don't know how quickly by getting rid of Grievous that the droids will stop fighting.
Yes.
Right.
And your argument is in your mind it's going to stop immediately.
No, right, but I'm not. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you are making the assumption it's going to continue fighting when you know how the droids stop fighting when they're ordered to.
No, that's not what I said. Here's what I said. Just because you capture a general doesn't mean fighting's going to stop immediately. So saying, yeah, fuck them, sacrifice their planet, go capture this person when you already have someone who's capable of doing it, it's kind of counterproductive. Because if you can capture the general and keep your friends alive, why would you not do both?
What friends?
Also, Shy, I want to say, just because I think we're on the same side at this point, isn't Obi-Wan doing well? Like, it's not like he's doing. It's not like he's failing.
It's not diplomatic, but it's reasonable, right? If you can end the war at the cost of one territory, you would obviously take that chance.
Yes. No, I agree, but they have no guarantee.
It really does depend.
And they sent Obi-Wan, and he's doing fine. He doesn't fuck up at all. He does well.
It really does depend.
Well, why do they send Yoda to Kashyyyk?
Because
he's friends with them. That's
I mean, I know it's
the most powerful, wise master, the general of everything that makes every decision in the Jedi Council.
No. He's one of the many.
Yeah, it's him that makes Windu weak calling the top.
I agree with you.
Somebody in chat put the meme of Obi-Wan having visible confusion.
Wait, what? I need to see this.
No, because you know the meme of visible confusion.
But you're gonna have Yoda, who is like the most important, like one of the smartest, highest trained, good Force users, and you're gonna send him to hang out with the Wookiees up in the trees.
But he's fighting a war. Like Palpatine told them where General Grievous was gonna be, and nobody questioned it. Nobody was like, wait, nobody was like, how do you know where General Grievous is gonna be?
He literally told them how
you're on the same
knew.
continent as me. Help me.
He literally told them how he knew. He was like, well, one, we know why he knew, but his reasoning was, I have my reconnaissance people assuring me that he's...
Well, when everyone gets to Utapau, he's not sure, is he?
Yeah, he literally asks them.
He's like, he's like, so guys, have you seen any droids or shit like that? And they're like, we're slaves. And he's like, oh, fuck.
No, but he...
I just saw your Ohio meme.
I love it.
Wait, Ohio?
And he's like,
remember, I told you about it.
Like, we're being watched. And he's like, oh my god, I'm going to send in my army. Wait, guys, come in 20 minutes. I'm busy.
No, but yeah. No, like, Dan, I literally put the Ohio meme for you. You asked me to do it.
That's good.
I saw
okay,
it.
no, but here's what I was trying to say about Yoda.
I didn't really get it. Maybe I'm
sorry. I'm really drunk and I'm really taking the piss. But carry on.
It's all good. No, but what I was saying about Yoda is that when you look at the difference between what Yoda was doing, what Obi-Wan was doing, Yoda wasn't there to fight. Yoda was literally there to coordinate things. Obi-Wan
he was a general, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Like literally.
Was a general. He was. Yeah. Yoda was being
surely. Wait a minute.
Don't call me Shirley.
Wait a minute. Surely Kashyyyk has their own general for their own troops, for their own force.
Of course they do, but they don't.
need Yoda.
Wait, guys, Dan, just
it would be crazy to be like, hey,
yeah. So they'll have their own generals
from the British forces that can command the U.S. Army.
It would be like, say if there was like a World War. Say if it was like World War 3, but it would change to be like Star Wars.
Oh no! Well, I mean, there were clone troopers on.
No, I don't think you're funny.
That's why they needed their own regular general.
Wait, I don't think you're funny, but say like World War 3
not Yoda. That's my point. Not Yoda. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Say World War 3 happened, but Britain's only ally was, say, America.
You guys could. You guys could have sent that blue clam with their fucking two tentacles and
No, see, this is the thing. I agree with you, but the point would be, say if like Britain was fighting Europe. I just mean, I know it's bizarre, but say it was happening, and your American general came to give assistance. He would still be in a position of power because we were allied with you. Do you know what I mean? It's like kind of like an advisory kind of thing that we.
It was just to have Yoda there saying hi to Chewbacca as a fan.
Of course, it fucking was.
Sure, that's fine.
But in universe,
it makes no sense that Yoda's there. That's all.
No,
hptts. Fuck! I can't read that. I can't read that. What did it say?
What happened? The specific reason why they sent Yoda is because he already has a relationship with the Wookiees. Yes, they could have easily just sent fucking Mace Windu if they wanted to, but I mean, technically Mace Windu was kind of in charge of the...
and he's like, so, you guys think the Emperor needs to be stopped?
Right, you know who they should have sent? Maz Kanata.
Should have sent Rey.
Yeah, what's his fucking name? Chewie's girlfriend or what?
Yeah, Chewie's girlfriend.
You should have sent Rey.
I like that Wookiee.
Mars, how did you get here? That's a good question for another time.
For another time.
Please stop. We're talking about the prequels. They should have sent Grievous.
Yes.
Alright, well, let's continue with this shit show.
Where are
you? There's a video.
Faggots. Fucking You guys are about as bad as the Raylos.
Him.
That is an insult.
Well, not you, Tom, but
doing something.
The other two.
He's doing things.
You know who you are.
Raylos from what?
System for another day really be. The brilliance have an excuse for this lack of logic, and it's this.
However, it may turn out just to be a wild panther.
Oh, I love this scene.
Well, that's a good reason just to send one guy. What?
Wait, who's watched this scene recently?
Battalion of clones.
I love this scene. Who's watched this scene recently?
Yeah, but the clones don't do anything.
No. I know what he's saying, but he's using this scene to say something else. This scene is just Anakin apologizing. It's a really good scene.
If it's not a wild bantha chase. Also, who's in charge of this war? Who's like the George Washington here?
Obi-Wan knows what he's doing.
Is it the Jedi Council? It seems like they're in charge because they keep talking strategy.
We're keepers of the peace.
Jesus Christ, it's literally talking about
I'm willing to listen. What do you guys have?
He's like, no, I really am sorry, but he's like, he
I
makes
don't give a fuck if you're sorry or not. You don't have to
apologize. No. I'm going to elaborate. So he pulls a scene from episode 2, which is before the generals. Now they are. It's not the same thing at all. He's like, in episode 2, he's like, we're keepers of the peace, not soldiers. But in episode 2, they're generals. Episode 3, I apologize. Episode 3, they're generals. So they are soldiers. They know this. They don't pretend otherwise. It's different films. I'm sorry. He's like, episode 2, they said they're not soldiers, but episode 3, they said they are. But yeah, who thinks that years causes different circumstances?
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
So if the Conehead guy didn't remember to mention the Wookiee planet, they probably all just would have forgot about it. They're like, oh yeah, that's super important, isn't it?
He's right. It's a system we cannot afford to lose.
It's like he just casually brings that up and that one line changes where everyone's gonna go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wondered how a war would be run by disorganized hippies, here it is. Then as if their strategic decisions don't make the Jedi Council look dumb enough as it is, how they deal with...
Yeah, I'm still not accepting that. It's stupid.
Plinkett, explain to me how it should be done.
I mean, we literally had this conversation for like 25 minutes just 2 minutes ago, you know?
I know, I'm being facetious, but he's like, they shouldn't do it like this. And it's like, So what are you saying they're doing wrong? And it's like, there's a lot to say, but he won't say it.
I think the wrong part is where they were all like, oh yeah, let's worry about that.
Just leave it to the CGI fucker. It's
how they deal with the power.
To be fair though, it's bizarre. You're like, just call America. It'd be like your American government being like, this band of mercenaries seem to know what they're doing. Let's make them generals.
Yeah, well, I am an anarchist, so it's not a good argument for me.
Insane.
I probably alright.
Wait, but isn't that the point of this world? This world is so kind of like compartmentalized. I thought that was like part of the world. The Jedi had been made generals through circumstance, but they weren't generals. I thought that was the point.
Yes, that is correct.
Angry Chancellor makes them look even more dumber.
The dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor.
The opportunities to stop Palpatine's plan and prevent Anakin from becoming evil were so numerous and obvious that they could be put in a giant list. Let's do that, shall we?
Here he is.
Palpatine.
Remember when Anakin, we knew he was going to be
is up.
Jedi don't have that authority.
Padme does, right? She could propose it.
Technically, she could propose it. However,
I can't wait to see you guys defend this.
Wait, defend what?
Jedi getting slain right now.
I need to watch this then.
So lame.
Defend what?
No, like when Palpatine just pops up and kills these like 3 Jedi like with ease. They don't even do anything.
Stupid.
I can defend it.
Okay.
We're not even close to that yet. We're still in the middle of this damn film. Like,
right,
we are barely into the second act.
Wait.
We still have an hour of this.
They just showed like, you know, where he gets kind of confronted. So I was just thinking that. I was just thinking
We still
about
have
how
an hour
stupid
of
that
his
is.
review
Are
left.
you threatening me, Master
53 minutes of this
Jedi?
review left. It's insane.
I like that fight with Palpatine and Mace Windu, but the beginning of it's really dumb.
Yeah, he just like, kills 2 Jedi Masters. It's like, it's fine, whatever.
Yeah, he just like stabs them easily without even them like trying to block.
Are you threatening me, Master Jedi? The Senate will decide your fate. I am the Senate. I am the Senate.
The very first strike comes from Palpatine, and it instantly kills the first Jedi.
In the second, in the third.
No block.
All right, you guys are way off track of where this is supposed to be
we will
at.
see.
We're supposed to be talking about.
We've been getting off track for a while.
Ways of interrupting Palpatine's plan.
That his term is up. If he changed the law, argue to make a new law to change it back. Then ask him to state his reasons why it shouldn't be changed back.
The reason is Palpatine didn't exactly make the law. It was the Senate that made the law. So telling Palpatine, hey, you have to go and you have to change this, doesn't mean shit if the Senate's like, nah.
That's the point as well. They're like, right, well, we'll tell him that Grievous is done.
We honestly don't know that.
Which part specifically?
That the Senate made this law.
It's a law. Emergency power.
Like, he has emergency powers, so it could have been he made the law.
Wait, no. So in episode 2, emergency. No. So in episode 2,
it doesn't matter how it
powers,
works. It's how it's established in the film.
Wait. So in episode 2,
it doesn't have to reflect their current society or whatever.
I'm not talking about our society. I'm talking about their society. When in the movies they talk about the Senate voting him emergency power.
Shy, isn't emergency
let him
power?
Finish his point.
Isn't emergency power given to the Senate during dire circumstances, and that's why the Clone Wars begins, because they give the power to him to
Yeah. I understand that. I was there.
All right. No. Okay, that's fine.
I was there for
they vote.
Okay, that's fine.
But now they're saying, have a rally or whatever that his term is up, and if he changed the law, argue that he should change the law back and state his reasons why he should keep the way it is.
Right. So they're saying, aren't they, in episode 3, that he's stayed on for like twice his length of office, which is dodgy. So then they're saying, like, if he doesn't give up his powers once Grievous is dealt with, which is what he's been saying the whole fucking time, there should be a reason for us Jedi to be concerned. Isn't that the like the what's it called? The confrontation?
Yes.
I think that's the whole point.
So once Grievous is gone, Palpatine should absolutely give up his power, right?
The idea is that when the war is over, Palpatine is done, and if you get Grievous,
for Palpatine to send the Jedi to kill Grievous and end the war, that should be contradictory to his plan.
Yes, because as far as because what he's been telling them is, I can't stop the war. Goodness gracious, no, I can't stop it, because while Grievous is alive, the droid army is alive, and he's saying that once he's dealt with, we've won, but that's not what happens. Isn't that the big deal?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure. So when he refuses to give up office, when Grievous is dealt with, that's when the Jedi have an issue. I thought was the big issue with episode 3.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know how true that is, but that's what the Jedi think.
Yes.
Okay. Dan, do you think anything wrong with that? I just making sure, because I'm actually lost at this point. There's so much shit going on.
It's the alcohol.
It's the alcoholisms. I have drank a lot of Jack Daniels.
Always the booze.
Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of tequila too, and I'm texting Kevin back and forth. Unfortunately, he had a family emergency.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so
that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I invited him to the Mandalorian thing though, where we'll just have it open pretty much to everybody, and we'll just split 2 groups apart, and we'll do 7 and 8 all at once, because the last one went by so quick. We'll just fucking finish this series off, because I'm tired.
Can I be in episode 8?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm so tired of fucking around with it.
I'll be in episode 8. I've got a lot to say. Anyway,
Fair enough.
So tell him I said.
As
hey,
far as I was texting Kevin back though, so I didn't quite catch what you were saying, and I kind of have to pee, so make it real quick.
The point is that Palpatine's a dick because our point was the Jedi think that if he says no when Grievous is dealt with, he's being a dick. I think that was right, wasn't it, Asai?
Yeah.
Grievous is being a dick, or
no.
Palpatine.
Palpatine's being a dick when he says no to relieving his power when Grievous is dealt with.
Specifically,
I just think it's titanically stupid if his power.
Of course it is.
Well, yeah, it's titanically stupid if his power is relieved as soon as Grievous is dead, and then he sends a Jedi Knight, or is Obi-Wan a Jedi Master even?
Yes. Obi-Wan's a Master.
Yeah,
so
he sends a Jedi
Anakin's
Master after him. He's like, he's right here. I'll give you the coordinates.
Yeah, I mean, I assume the point is that he was like, Anakin, you deal with this. You're powerful enough. But then when the council says no,
so this even more dissent so that he can
so when the council says no,
a
master should deal with this. It's like another blow to Anakin.
Yeah, but why didn't they send a couple? Why didn't they send a couple? Because there's multiple masters, and
I guess the armies.
Okay, he's out. What about the rest of them?
Wait, Dan, I guess the army is more important. So say if during the battle on Utapau, you know what I mean, when Obi-Wan goes to him and fights him, and even if he died, the 212th Legion, which is Obi-Wan's Legion, that's sad, I know it's law shit, but they would still fight. I'm assuming that's more important, but I might be wrong. I guess.
When what's more important?
No. So we're saying like you send a couple, but say every Jedi's got their own like army of clones. Obi-Wan's the 212th. I know that because of like law shit. Wouldn't the fact that they've received reports from Commander Cody or whoever is like in charge of the 212th Clone Legion, wouldn't that be enough to say that General Grievous has been engaged, regardless of who's in charge? That's my assumption.
I'm so caught up.
So say if Obi-Wan was killed and the 212th were like, oh, Obi-Wan's been killed, wouldn't that be enough to say, oh, the 501st by Anakin should come in and support?
It's possible.
Wouldn't that be enough in like an army situation? I'm really shit with like military shit. I just assume that would be enough.
Yeah, in that case, if Obi-Wan were to die, I assume they would say, oh, Cody, you need to
call another
troops together, keep everything together. We're gonna send someone to
I assume like they said like Plo
from the closest.
Like they'd be like, Plo Koon, you're in the Outer Rim, but can your like Wolf Legion
exactly? You're the closest fleet to there. We need you to deploy some troops to
I assume the main point of this whole endeavor was for Palpatine just to show Anakin that they don't like him, which is what they do. Yeah. Because he doesn't care about Grievous. Grievous is irrelevant.
No, he doesn't give a shit.
Grievous
he already had Order 66 in the bag.
Yeah, like Grievous just happens to be the droid commander, and it's like, if he dies, who gives a fuck? I'm gonna get rid of these droids soon.
To explain why he
that was my assumption.
I'm qualified to conduct a war. Use the process against them. Have Jimmy Smits call for a vote of no confidence in Palpatine if Step 1 doesn't work. The reasoning is that if Palpatine doesn't resign, then he would be fighting for an unlimited term for no good reason. He would be going against the very foundation and ideology of a government run by democratically elected officials based on some set of rules or a constitution.
I love democracy.
Find out facts about the Clone Army.
Just quick thing I want to say.
That was funny.
Number 2 isn't even a bad idea at all. The only problem with it is, at least lore-wise, Palpatine was actually very popular. So I don't think saying to all the people, hey, we should get rid of this guy that you all like would really be...
The assumption is, wouldn't it? Success. The assumption would be, is like Palpatine being in the public eye as a very popular figure, he says something and everyone being like, wait a minute. And it's like, but they just don't. And it makes sense in the current climate, I guess. Like, his whole thing about Naboo became true, so he got the sympathy vote, and then him being like, we need a war. and it became true, why wouldn't they trust him?
It actually wasn't him. Remember, it was Jar Jar.
No, I know. No. I know that it wasn't him directly, but like everything he's done has been for the good of his people, as far as what other people have seen.
Yeah.
What I mean is, in reality, if your leader had done only good things, wouldn't you trust them?
Yeah, I mean, people generally liked. Oh, look. Yeah, Palpatine was fairly popular. Not fairly popular. He was very popular.
Yes, he was in the prequels. Later on, he was
so literally. I do think that 2 is not a bad idea at all. However, I think if you have Jedi who are basically considered nothing more than outsiders, even if they go to like one politician and be like, "Oh, we need you to do this," and then they say it, yeah, they could probably do it. Probably get some votes. I'm sure Padme would vote for it. Some other people would vote for it, but overwhelmingly, the people weren't going to vote to get rid of Palpatine at the very end, when the war was getting close to an end, when, you know, things are kind of fragile, if they love him and everything that he's been doing during the war effort.
Carry on.
About the clone army. Look into where the clones came from a little more thoroughly than not at all. Look into his heart.
Another good idea.
If you suspect Palpatine is up to no good, try to sense his emotions. If he's able to block you, he just might know the ways of the Force. Specifically the dark side. Midichlorian count. Check his midichlorian count. Get some blood from his stool. Physically confront Palpatine. Or instead of confronting Palpatine inside his private, cramped office hallway, wait until he's in public to arrest him. Eventually he'll try to escape or attack you, and then he'll be exposed in front of everyone.
That's very dangerous.
Why?
Okay. You have the most well-guarded, one of the most well-beloved person. Yes, and then you have a bunch of Jedi stroll up to him and like, yo, you're under arrest, when they don't exactly have the authority to arrest him. That would, because here's the thing, if they were to arrest him, that would play directly into his plan of making the Jedi seem like they're trying to do shit.
And he likely wouldn't attack them back to...
Yeah, absolutely not. He's like surrounded by all of his guards. He's surrounded in a thing. You know, oh, we're going to put you on trial for this and this and this and that, for basically overstaying. But like I said already, he overstayed his welcome because the people wanted him to overstay his welcome during the war. So arresting him in public just to embarrass him would do nothing than to make the Jedi seem like they're a bunch of fuckheads.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't work.
It's political suicide.
Yeah.
Then you can actually arrest him like planned and elect a new leader in his place. Use blatantly obvious evidence to your advantage. Before confronting Palpatine with a lightsaber, again in private with no witnesses, show the damning security tape footage to the Senate, which is actually in session at the time you find it.
Oh, there it is! I was thinking, like, where the fuck is the evidence to prove that he's guilty when you arrest him in public?
Well, see, that doesn't really mean anything, because... No, let me tell you why. Because he's saying the Jedi should have used security footage from this thing, and again, I still said we don't know that that specific recording was actually from his security office, but even then, at that time when they were suspicious of him, what exactly did he do? Let's say that, yes, they do have security recordings in his office, which again, I don't think they do, and I don't think that was from his office. What exactly illegal has he done at that point? Because when he started talking about all this shit with, oh, Lord Vader, Sith Lord this, was basically right before he was killing all the Jedi.
Didn't he fucking de-hand Mace Windu in his office?
Yes, but he's saying that instead of attacking Palpatine, they should have used security footage to show the world that he was a thing. That he was a bad guy, but he didn't do anything bad yet.
But at the time of him being all your lord, whatever it is, Vader. That was after he dehanded Mace Windu.
Yes, that was right after he cut off Mace Windu's hand, when the only other people that Anakin told that was a Sith Lord were, at the time, who was it? Mace Windu, Kit Fisto, Aegon Kolar, and Sese Tin, and all 4 of them are dead. And then after that, what does he do? Execute Order 66. So then, let's say, 95% of the Jedi are all dead.
Yeah, but if they have security footage of him talking to Anakin in his office, then they would have security footage of them basically murdering Mace Windu.
Who's they?
In his office. The security cameras.
Yeah, but who would use it? The only people who knew he was a Sith Lord at the time were dead.
Yeah, I guess so. I can't think of anybody besides, Obi-Wan, who's busy.
You could say, you could say Obi-Wan and Yoda at the time, but at that point, the Jedi are already public enemy number 1. They couldn't get, within 20 feet. I mean, they probably could. But still, everyone was dead. No one could,
Take it to some place and broadcast it over the news. But if you need to directly confront him, then at the very least, team up together and murder him.
Send me to kill the Emperor. I will not kill Anakin.
Worked out for the last guy.
Instead of splitting up, Obi-Wan and Yoda should have first attacked Palpatine and then went and killed Anakin.
Yeah, I think that would have been a wise decision. Go for one first and then the other.
Would have been wise. Don't think it would have helped.
What? I don't know what you mean by that.
No, I'm saying it's definitely a good idea, but I think Palpatine would have been able to take him.
Okay.
How's that for wise? Put me on the council, coach. I'm ready. Newt Gunray is the stupidest asshole ever. This fucking idiot has been around for 3 films and is the dumbest person in the galaxy.
She can't do that. Shoot her or something.
In The Phantom Menace, he was involved in a pointless business arrangement with a distant hologram that looked like death and placed into a situation where him and his trade federation were obviously being used as pawns in this guy's plans. Then he gets arrested for causing a galactic war and yet somehow reappears in the 2nd film. Now he agrees to yet again take part in another scheme by the same hologram that looks like death. This time his only reason for doing this is that
Okay, quickly, I have to say, I do think it's really stupid that this guy wasn't in jail for much longer and actually shows up in episode 2 and in episode 3 as well, because that's kind of ridiculous after what happened in episode 1. However, I'm not saying this is a thing. It just reminded me of something funny I heard about yesterday. Apparently, there's a guy running for mayor in New York who hijacked an airplane when he was 16 years old or something like that, 16, 17. And I'm just I'm like, how the fuck, how do you hijack an airplane and then be eligible to run for fucking mayor?
Because Marka, bitch. I have no idea. Funny though.
The reason for doing this is that he wants Padme killed because he apparently blames her for the whole Naboo fiasco, not that guy.
Is she dead yet?
So even though Newt and his extensive trade federation that's large enough to conduct a war probably could have mustered the resources for a simple assassination, he again relies on Darth Evil to take care of it so that the plot for the 2nd film can get going. However, in the 3rd film, Newt Gunray is still going along for the ride with all these jokers. Even though no one has yet to kill Padme, and he seems to be getting nothing out of this arrangement other than the destruction of all his Trade Federation ships and robots.
But he's separatist.
Yeah.
He just wanted to separate.
Yeah.
Hey, Newt, you're being had. It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay? It's time to retire. You know, hang up the old hat that you're wearing. Oh, I guess he died then. Anakin is even more dumber than Newt Gunray.
Here you go, Rick. Here we go.
So the dumbest prize award goes
Worst
to
part
none
of the movie.
other than Anakin Skywalker.
I don't know what to say.
Anakin wasn't really seduced by the dark side. He was tricked into becoming evil.
I don't understand.
I'm not gonna die in childbirth.
Which is one of the biggest problems I have with it. It's just that phrase right there. Anakin was seduced by the dark side, which was in episode 4. And then I don't see any seduction in this movie.
It's really not much.
There's none.
If
yeah,
I
he
have
was
to,
tricked into
absolutely.
the dark side, and that's the part that bothers me.
If I did have to give a justification, I would say Obi-Wan doesn't exactly know.
What? You cut out at the end. Obi-Wan doesn't exactly know...
Exactly know that he was tricked. He doesn't really know exactly when he fell to the dark side.
He said he was seduced.
You know, because we know it as the audience.
Yeah. No, I get you, but where would Obi-Wan come up with he was seduced by the dark side? Like, I always thought like that just meant like he was seduced by the power of it. You know?
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, this isn't really a thing, but just to answer the question, maybe the general idea among the Jedi is that when a Jedi turns to the dark side, it is because they, like, basically fell to it, not because they were manipulated into it. I'm not saying Obi-Wan was right in saying
Anakin
it,
is the dumbest person ever.
What do you mean?
For example, Anakin discovers that Padme is pregnant. He then has a dream that same night that she'll die in childbirth. Yes, Jedis have premonitions about the future.
It is the future you see.
Future.
And I guess he had a dream about his mother getting raped by sand people. So anyway, sitting there with Palpatine, Palpatine's talking about the Sith again.
The Dark Lord of the Sith.
And we're like, why does this guy know so much about the Sith? It's like being in a casual conversation with someone that you've known, and then they start talking about how they're currently reading Mein Kampf.
Rick.
Might just raise an eyebrow.
Like a straight up huge, the biggest red flag of ever.
But instead, the fact that this guy...
Bring it up,
about
this.
the Sith and the legend of Darth Plagueis or whatever. Anakin is just sitting there like a retard. Oh, can I still say retard? Anakin is just sitting there like an exceptional individual. Then he talks about a magic trick to save people from dying.
He could actually save people from death.
I will even learn to stop people from dying.
Wow, that's pretty convenient timing, Anakin. I'm willing to bet money that if Palpatine had said,
"You know, Anakin, the Sith Lords have the ability to save pregnant women from dying during childbirth."
I bet even if he said those exact words, Anakin still would have just sat there looking like a retarded Neanderthal. Oh, can I still say Neanderthal?
Good as a point of view, Anakin. The Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way.
Hey, idiot. Maybe this guy that seems to despise the Jedi and keeps talking about the advantages of being a Sith Lord might be a Sith Lord.
A Sith.
You know, honestly, yeah. Yeah.
That's like the biggest. That's like that right there. That whole scene, like the fact that he's not like, "Whoa, dude, there's something going on here." Like after all the stuff that's already happened, and in this scene, he's not like, "Whoa, let's take a step back for a minute and think and talk to somebody." You know, it's just ridiculous.
Hi, Will.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Will.
And how about yourself, sir?
I'm not too bad.
You're
I've
only
been here
4 hours late,
while.
but you're here. And that's what's important.
It's been fucking.
Will, it's been a long time, man.
It has been. It has been. How
I'm glad that you came.
well, thank
Yes.
you. Don't know if I'll be able to stay, but I will at least stay for a few arguments here.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, let's hope it won't take too long. It's fucking 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Same.
God, like there's like 50 minutes left on the review.
Yeah.
It's already.
I'm just
been
letting you
3
know
hours.
now. I'm gonna bow out like quite soon because it's 3 o'clock where I am as well.
Yeah. Bad. Well, it's all Ace's fault. You wouldn't shut the fuck up about his Anakin. We're fucking done by now, and we'd be playing a game at this point. But
He's having a conversation with himself, trying to convince himself things make sense in the movie.
No. I feel like.
I mean, it's taken us like what 4 hours to get through half of this video.
Yeah.
You tell me. You tell me the story. I want to know what happened.
Oh god, we'll be for another 4 hours.
Not as shy, but seriously, when the whole, this is like the pinnacle, okay, Anakin, it's all about how he turned to the dark side, and the whole time is it just happens. It's just so odd. It just abruptly happens, and he doesn't notice any of these signs and these little. This is a huge tell about what's going on here, and he just doesn't notice any of it.
Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Have you ever heard of the tragedy of Hitler killing himself at the end of World War II? Hitler and us, we weren't so different.
Yeah.
No, you have to go
the
with
Nazis
someone
aren't that
more
bad. You know
obscure
what
than
it
that.
is? It's the people that are free that are the problem.
Okay, I gotta get more obscure than Hitler and Stalin. You wanna go with Stalin? Is that better?
No, I'm saying someone who's not as well known.
Okay, how about let's a more well-known evil dictator bad guy like Attila the Hun? How is that?
Well,
no, I agree with your sentiment. I'm just saying, Plagueis wasn't like a Hitler type person.
Yeah, no, you get what I'm saying.
Did you find that Watch Together link? Well, did you find the Watch Together link?
Yeah. I'm in.
Oh, okay, good. All right. It's Darth Plagueis, the Hitler.
The one we've been looking for.
And they're looking for the Sith Lord. Who could it have been? Could it be this guy? Or what about this guy? Or maybe it could have been this lady. Or maybe it was a pig.
You thought it was
So if this were
Dooku.
the Dark Ages, maybe Padma might have died during childbirth. I'm not an expert on the subject, though. In fact, I'm not an expert on anything. But really, in this technological medical wonderland, how about you do a C-section with your lightsaber? Seem to be pretty accurate
Jesus.
with it. I guess this is all just a matter
Come on, they're
of
pretty
perspective.
precise.
But again, it falls in line with the fact that just the basic amount of common sense would have foiled all of Palpatine's plans
Yeah, I mean, shit,
in
if
an instant.
Anakin can get those
Eventually,
bugs
though,
off of
Palpatine has
Padme
to
without
flat
cutting her
out
head
tell
up.
him that he's evil because he can't
Yeah.
take a hint.
Even the nature of the dark side.
Even Rachel.
See, he doesn't even pick up there.
No, that's where he starts to.
That's where he...
Now, finally,
Yeah,
finally,
was a
Anakin
straw.
starts
That was
to
a
Not
straw.
even beat over the head.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he just thought Palpatine was well read. You know?
Charles could see that coming, and he doesn't know anything about Star Wars. Then an awkward fight ensues, and Anakin is forced to make a decision. Help Samuel L. Jackson in a robe, or help this weird guy with the weird monster face who just told you a very vague story about how he once knew a guy who knew how to save someone from dying or something. Well, the choice is clear. So long, Samuel. I hope you burn in hell. Oh, jeez. I hope he had a stunt double for that. Anyway, so Anakin kneels before Monster Mash and pledges his loyalty to the Graveyard Smash. But like, there's a reason for him to pledge his loyalty to evil, right? And all of it was sort of involving saving Padme.
Just help me save Padme's life.
Then Dracula's like,
She's death is a power only one has achieved. But if we work together, I know we can discover.
Anakin looks like he's blacked out drunk. Like, he looks like I am going to be in about 4 more drinks.
Wait. What? Can't we do it like now? My lady's got a pretty big baby bump, and she does deliver 2 full-size babies in like 6 hours from now.
It's like my
Also,
biggest
you never
problem
said
with the
it was
movie.
What? What's that?
That they didn't know she was having twins.
Oh.
That's
not my biggest problem.
Holy shit, what have I done?
But
I just
we'll get
killed
there.
Samuel L. Jackson for this shit. Who's gonna play Nick Fury in the Avengers movie? So despite the questionable logic and the very convenient timing of Palpatine's promise to save Padme from dying during childbirth, Dumbass agrees to just go off and kill everyone to neatly tie everything up, even though to him none of it would actually make sense.
Go to the Mustafar system. Wipe out Viceroy Gunray.
Wait, why are we killing the Separatists? And how do you know where they are? Why didn't you just tell us where they were before?
After you have killed all the Jedi in the temple.
Oh, now we're killing all the Jedi too? Wait, what? Should I kill the entire Senate as well?
Go kill all the Jedi.
Seriously?
Like, goes from talking to that, and then go kill all of the Jedi. And he's just like, all right, fuck it. All right.
Yeah, his accepting of it is a little ridiculous, but at least Palpatine did give some justification as to why.
Yeah. I mean, that right there, like all that, what I was talking about was like my biggest problem with all of this is just how quickly Anakin's just is like, okay, I'm gonna go kill all the Jedi now. It's just really odd.
It happens very fast.
Yeah, like I said, this could have used another movie just for the tie-up, you know.
I've always said, as we talked about earlier, I was like, I don't think it should have been 1 through 6. I think they should have just had like names, you know, specifically, and then as you even said earlier, it's like have something between 2 and 3, just to make it longer, because you know there's a lot of stuff that has to go on for someone to basically betray everything
like
that
have
they've
a
known.
Clone Wars movie.
I think they should have had 1 and 2 combined.
Just character
1 and 2
development.
combined with little Anakin, and then it flash forwards into like more teen Anakin.
I don't really
and then go to
flash
2,
forward.
and then 3, and then make his turn a little slower in 2 and 3, and make it more fluid, rather than just like episode 1 is just absolutely retarded all the way around. And then 2 hints kind of something happens, and then 3 it's just abrupt. All right, I'm now bad, and there's not a whole lot of foreshadowing.
I guess Asa left, because otherwise he'd be running his mouth.
Maybe he fell. Maybe he like passed out. Drunk.
He like talked himself out.
He talked himself to sleep.
He's passed out at his computer.
Vader's
night,
pretty
sir.
fucking dumb.
Good night, sweet prince.
Oh, it's done. Excuse me just a moment. Perfect.
Like how it's like Mountain Dew. Something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that Gatorade?
Number 8, blue screen
All right.
blues. The magic of technology ruins the magic of movies. Now, I may be a very old alcoholic murderer, but I understand the need to shoot stuff on a blue screen, also known as a green screen by racists. It's a necessary tool for compositing shots together to make the new modern movie magic happen. They've been doing tricks like that since the early days of cinema, with rear screen projections, matte paintings.
Didn't you
and
already
so
talk
on.
about this
A lot
at
of
the
modern
beginning?
filmmakers have done some really.
Because CGI is bad. We hire a bunch of people and they.
Did we talk about the Wookiees on Kashyyyk yet?
Yeah.
What about the Wookiees?
What about the Wookiees?
Do we ever bring up how stupid the Wookiees are when they're like they're in like defilade waiting for them to land on the beach, and instead of waiting there and like just demolishing them like on D-Day, the Wookiees charge the ocean.
No, we didn't mention it, but that is stupid.
No. The Wookiees run out of their cover in a fucking ditch enfilade and charge with sticks into the ocean. That's Yoda's game plan. That's why they had to bring Yoda there to say Wookiees charge the ocean. It's so stupid. Go watch it again. Go watch the Wookiees run into the ocean like it's like a beach.
Can't watch these movies.
Great work with the green screen and compositing and computers. If you know what you're doing, you could seamlessly blend everything together. Or create a movie that has a visual style to it. Depends on the movie, though. They don't film romantic comedies against green screens. And it's not a good idea to try and pass off every single environment as a real environment. The human eye can detect fakeness really well. It's not too hard. The irony in Star Wars is that even though we see the most vast and open scenery generated by I just know that the actors are being filmed in a smaller space and restricted. It just doesn't feel right, and it shatters my suspension of disbelief constantly because it doesn't look real. Here's a couple examples, and I'm not sure what...
I will always applaud practical effects over green screen, but this is going on way too long.
That's like I said at the beginning. More direction. But it's a good example of why the prequels suck. Okay, so like the most important thing ever happens. Anakin tells Samuel L. Jackson that Palpatine is a Sith, and that he's going to get them all.
I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord.
A Sith Lord? We must move quickly as the Jedi Order is Lord?
Then they just start walking at what can't even be described as a brisk pace. Now in comparison, let's take a look at a scene from that recent Star Trek movie.
Jim, I'm not kidding. We need to keep your heart rate down.
When Kirk realizes that they're warping into a trap.
Oh, this ain't age well.
How about a sudden swell of action music as they run?
J.J. Abrams
behind them in a frantic pace to gather other Jedis to go confront Palpatine. I don't know. Maybe Samuel was being discreet or whatever, but the other way just sounds more exciting in a movie. I mean, we're not making straight story, right? But they probably just had like 30 feet of green screen and track to work with, and those are the lines that they had to say, I guess. I guess it just would have been a lot harder to film if you had a camera with the Steadicam and they're running through the Jedi Temple and it was all action-packed and stuff.
That doesn't seem like something a Jedi would
get
do.
off his chair and stop drinking his coffee.
You don't think that they would rush?
Well, what's the first fucking thing they do when they're done talking?
I don't expect them to sprint there. I expect them to be moving with a little more urgency than zero.
I mean, again, I don't really see this as an issue. It's not like they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna do whatever. It's like they're literally walking to the fucking ship to take them.
I think it's just more of like, there's not a whole lot of urgency in what is some very urgent news. And it's not like a major issue, it's just kind of like a weird thing.
I just don't share that sentiment.
A Sith Lord? And then there's like, let's take
So Dan, next time me and you were hanging out or walking down a hallway, and then Shai comes up to us and
because
says,
we do that all the time.
Yeah, and then Shai comes up to us and says, I think Hitler reincarnate is right down this hall in this building. And we're just like slowly walking, talking about how that's gonna happen.
As funny as that example is, you're ignoring the fact that I said, like, rushing into a battle, isn't exactly something that a Jedi is supposed to do. I mean, isn't it just the last movie before? And yeah, sure, this is Origin, whatever. But the previous movie, we've all agreed, it was stupid for Obi-Wan to jump out of a window to grab onto a thing. And now, because the guy's not walking fast enough, you're making fun of it.
No, I'm not. I just think it's...
Obi-Wan jumping out of a window is kind of a false equivalency because that thing could have self-destructed or it could just fell to the ground.
But what I'm
Obi-Wan
saying
had
is
no
the
idea
Jedi
what
don't
that
just
was capable
rush
of.
into action. That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're
It's
not saying like they fucking barge in with lightsabers blazing and they try to chop his head off. We're just saying that they like speed walk.
That's not what I said.
We saw him like speed walk a little bit.
I'm not even saying speed walk. I'm just saying like act like you just heard something that's very like an urgent matter. I'm not saying like they should be rushing into battle. I'm saying it's odd that
that's what you said.
Yeah, I'm saying it's odd that they're just acting like it's any old news that they, in the 50 shots of Jedi walking down hallways in front of green screen. It's like just like all the other ones, but the news that they're talking about is much more urgent and huge, and they're just kind of like acting like every other thing.
Yeah, and like I said, if they were doing something else, then yes, I would absolutely agree. But considering that they literally are like, all right, they're talking about it, he gets on the ship and he goes and does it. Like, again, if they were in the main temple walking around the archives, they're in the Jedi temple council room, and then he tells them this information, he's like, all right, cool, thanks, and just continues sitting down. I'm like, yeah, you should probably do something. But I'm like, okay, he wasn't walking fast enough, I'm sorry.
Would you agree with me that it might add some urgency to the scene if they walked like a little tiny bit quicker than normal?
Possibly, but I think it's irrelevant because they got there with the
Of course it's irrelevant. It's just funny to think about.
Exactly.
Let's go.
They would have to move all the monitors and things. Whatever doesn't require me to have to get off my chair or have to move all this shit. Don't worry about the audience. As long as you're comfortable while you're directing the film, that's all that matters. Just have them talking in front of the green screen and use 2 cameras to shoot reverse angles and have them say the lines and just get the scene over with. Just sit in the chair with your coffee and watch those monitors. Because then if you don't gotta get up, it makes it easier.
It is his way of actually trying to make the best possible film that he can.
Okay, and cut. Okay, great.
Another pretty clear example of green screen disadvantage is when the actors don't know what they're doing.
Whoa!
Obi-Wan confronts Grievous. I'm gonna guess they just had Ewan McDonald standing there looking into green nothingness, and someone was telling him that Grievous was right there. Well, like, the thing is, he lights up all of his swords and does kind of this, like, karate show-off stance thing, but it happens quickly, right in front of Obi-Wan's face. Grievous could have just lunged right at him super fast and cut him up into like 20 pieces. He doesn't even flinch or react to this. He just stands there, probably because Ewan had no idea what he was supposed to be looking at that particular second. This kind of stuff stands out to me, and it takes me out of the movie because it looks fake. You know what else takes me out of the movie? My spastic colon. So that's what the doctors meant by unexpected fecal release. I did write a letter to the staff at the Cedar Lane Cinema, apologizing for the mess. And even though they did clean up a half a gallon of my feces, they seemed to think I was referring to the movie.
Dear Mr. Plinkett, there's no need to personally apologize for the mess that was Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. It certainly wasn't your fault. Additionally, we do thank you for your kind words about our staff and the wonderful cleanup job they did when your spastic colon suddenly released a half a gallon of fecal matter onto the floor of our cinema. We would have never expected that one man could eat so much corn. Please accept our sincerest apologies for your film viewing experience. Sincerely, Cedar Lane Cinema Management, Teaneck, New Jersey.
Well, wasn't that nice of them? The last example is the opposite of restriction, and if you spend enough time and effort on a sequence, you can literally do amazing things with your characters and put them anywhere. Let's look at that Mustafar fight. Obi-Wan is mad at Anakin because he killed children, also known as younglings, so that we don't have to use the phrase killed children in a movie made for children. And then Anakin is mad at Obi-Wan because Obi-Wan's a meanie head. So they fight, and they fight, and they fight more, and they keep fighting.
It was a challenge in the Anakin fight, because 3 or 4 minutes in, you get over the initial explosion of the fight, of why they're fighting.
He basically says that the character's emotional state is no longer important because the fucking fight goes on for too long. They explain in excruciating detail just how much work went into shooting a sequence like this, and it's quite amazing the level of difficulty and complexity. All to make a sequence that the audience will ultimately find boring because there's nothing else going on other than that they're fighting. While the blue screen restricts in some cases when you don't want to spend too much time on those boring talking parts, here it can cause creativity overload. Look, I know shooting on...
Alright, so is it boring or is it creativity overload?
In regards to what, that whole fight?
Yeah, his point is, like, the emotional stakes are gone after the first 3 or 4 minutes of the Obi-Wan and Anakin fight. And after that, it's either boring or emotionally
it's all
bankrupt or whatever.
All subjective.
Overload.
I mean, I thought it was actually a pretty good fight. I did think it went on for a little too long.
I'll let you know my take. There was a lot of inappropriate force usage at inappropriate times, right? So, like, they would use their force powers at, like, the most inappropriate times. Like, instead of, like, force pushing at the same time, they might have used a force push when they were, like, over the lava. Something like that.
The location is a horrible.
That was just my first thought in theaters.
Expensive. And I got respect for Lucas for the shit he went through making the original Star Wars film. But really, the notion that bigger and more epic equals more emotion for some reason is just a fallacy. When I watch footage of George making these movies, I see a few things. I see a man that likes to keep pushing the envelope of visual effects, and a man that likes to film scenes in the comfort of a controlled environment while drinking his coffee and watching monitors.
Let's do this the old-fashioned way.
Hey, you guys see that one James Bond movie called Die Another Day?
I want to watch this one. It looks really good. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, I don't remember.
The neat thing about this scene is that
the guys
get
considered
tired
like
and bloody.
the worst
It really seems
Pierce
like they're
Brosnan
fighting,
Bond.
not just endlessly hitting each other with glow sticks inside of a video game. With this sequence, it took 58,000 people
I
to
don't know
make.
if that's a no agreeing with me or no to the watching the movie.
It was like 58,000 people that fucking made this fucking scene.
And $243 million.
Yeah, they had to go to that volcano to film when it erupted.
It was just a scene where two guys fight. They could have gone up to the side of some volcano somewhere and filmed them fighting there. Have a guy there with the smoke machine in a wide shot, add in a map painting background or a computer background. Have a guy pouring fake lava down the rocks when they're fighting, and have the scene be 5 minutes. The point is, Anakin loses. Stretching it out for so long in such an over-the-top, show-off way only makes me think of one thing. I think of a little middle-aged businessman who's short, he's balding, and he has a tiny penis, so he buys a red Lamborghini to compensate. This entire sequence is the film version of compensating for lack of a story and ability to connect with the audience on an emotional level. Now, I ain't saying Lucas has a tiny penis. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. This is an anal G. Oh God, this has gone too far. I've gone too far.
Wait, what?
There are two types of people in this world. People that understand what I'm saying. People that like the Star Wars prequels. Okay, that's enough for right now. I'm gonna head out. Hey guys, has anybody seen the keys to my red Lamborghini?
How can he head out when there's 40 minutes left?
The importance of Darth Vader. The biggest problem with Revenge of the Sith and all the Star Wars prequels in general was ironically Darth Vader himself. He was way overemphasized in these films for some reason. And this is the reason why these movies don't work. And look, it's got nothing to do with Hayden Christensen. He did a fine job with the material given to him. He's not a bad actor, kids, leave him alone. Even Sir Lawrence Oliver couldn't read these shitty lines. It also wasn't the fact that Anakin was a jerk the whole time. I mean, that didn't help. But it goes beyond that. It was the fact that Vader was just so central to this story and all the events of this universe.
Darth Vader will become more.
For no reason other than he's Darth Vader and that he's famous to us. I think it showed the gross limitations in the writing. Lucas allowed
I just
the
thought it was
outside
because he
world
was
to
supposed to
seep
be the
into
chosen one.
storyline when it really shouldn't have.
Since he first walked onto the screen, Darth Vader has become a cultural icon all over the world.
Shut up! We don't even need to get into that shit. We've all heard that crap before. But if you look back at it from a story perspective in A New Hope, he was just a weirdo in a suit. He was a part of a bigger story. Leia made fun of him to his face when he was standing right there.
I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash.
He did dirty work for Grand Moff
I fucking love
Tarkin.
Leia.
The Imperial commanders didn't really
She is
respect
my
him.
favorite
They made fun
OT
of his
character.
religion
Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not helped.
until he choked them. He even flew around in a TIE fighter, where he could have easily been killed.
Wow.
He was a carryover from an older era, I guess.
Leia's
But to
my
me,
favorite
he just seemed
clan.
like one of the bad guys that carried out the business of the
It's not
Empire. He was like a Nazi SS officer that would go in with the troops, smash things up, and let you know that the Empire meant business. He was not Space Jesus. Jesus, I'm so sorry you had to be in this review. Please forgive me, Lord. I know you hated the movie you told me. Vader's totally overblown importance started with the implied religiousness of a virginal birth to the suddenly invented notion of some
Virginal.
kind of space prophecy that made absolutely no...
Well, yeah, how else would you explain it? I guess maybe
Me?
not virginal.
No, I'm saying I don't think virginal is a word. It's like a mixture of virgin and vaginal. That's what I was saying.
Vaginal.
Vaginal birth.
Yeah, well, she didn't have to be a virgin, I guess. It was immaculate.
That is not what I'm
It's
remarking
even
on.
kind of
No, I know.
implied that Palpatine made
Vaginal.
Anakin by
Virginal.
using his Sith power?
He could use the
Oh yeah, this is when Rey was created.
Force
They're actually inside Padme's womb.
to influence the midi-chlorians to create life.
Look, Vader was just some kind of asshole in a robot suit. It's because everything is so tightly focused on one thing. That Darth Vader is some kind of be-all, end-all puzzle piece to complete the universe for some reason.
I
Which at
think he's
first was to
leaving out
bring
some important
balance to the-
context here.
Shoot.
And this is kind of what I was saying in the previous ones where he would, for example, he would compare relationships from one movie in the prequels to all three in the thing. Notice how he's saying, oh, well, in Star Wars, Darth Vader wasn't even that important. He was just a specific character in the story. Well, it's like, yeah, well, in the first one he was, in the original, but then in Empire Strikes Back and then in Return of the Jedi, that's kind of where he becomes more of an important character to the story because, one, you're like, oh, not only is he the big bad guy, but he's the father of the hero. And then in the third one, fine.
And he also
all this
commissions
stuff.
the death of, well, supposed death of Han Solo.
Yeah, it's like he does all of these things more so in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So basically to me, and I know he knows this, but since he's talking about Vader from the original trilogy not being an important character, saying, oh, well, he was just a character in this bigger universe, it's like, yes, if you just took that character who had like 11, 12 minutes of screen time from the original movie, and you decide, oh, I'm going to make him important, and make this whole trilogy about him, and be like, yeah, that definitely makes sense. But it's like Vader becomes way more of a bigger, more important character in The Empire Strikes Back and in Return of the Jedi. And again, I haven't seen this. I don't know if he's going to talk about it. But since what's been talking about this for like the past 2-3 minutes, and he hasn't mentioned it, kind of like that's kind of some important things to be addressing if you're going to be criticizing making a big character out of a character who wasn't that big as he's saying.
Well, I haven't heard anything out of you since you came on.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just kind of I'm thinking about it. I mean, I guess the argument would be that we didn't see him really as Darth Vader. I guess. Like, I don't know.
Force.
You refer to the prophecy of the one who will bring balance to the Force.
But then it was later destined to destroy the Sith.
Is he not to destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force?
Which makes a little more sense, I guess, because eventually Anakin does destroy the Sith by throwing poor Palpatine down a mine shaft.
Didn't age well.
Yeah, that
didn't. Oh, good old.
So sad.
Hey, he's fine, remember?
That was a prophecy?
He's
well, I was
fine.
told what, like
Boom,
100
he's
years
alright.
ago? By who? Where?
The prophecy is that Anakin will bring balance to the Force, destroy the Sith. He becomes Darth Vader. Darth Vader does become the hero. Darth Vader does destroy the Sith, meaning himself and the Emperor.
At least he's
Does that
talking
sound
about it.
stupid to anyone else other than me? Is this real? Is this on? How about a prophecy that some guy was going to blow up the first Death Star? I'm just going to take a wild guess here and say that in all those spin-offs and books and magazines and cartoon shows and whatever, they are Sith Lords beyond Palpatine, right? I mean, all you need are just some midichlorians and a lust for power to learn the ways of the dark side, right?
And a red
Does the
lightsaber.
prophecy really make any sense? But then Anakin gets his ass kicked by Obi-Wan, causing him to be severely handicapped inside a robot suit where he can't breathe without the aid of a respirator. So really, all that for what? One scene where he kills some children and a bunch of helpless cartoon characters? Very generally speaking, you could have done these prequels in two ways to make them not totally suck. 1. Make Anakin a smaller part of a larger story. Have Anakin just be like a respected noble Jedi Knight, maybe even like a family man, and then have the dark side in the end seduce him and he does a bunch of bad things. Or 2, make a character story that focuses almost entirely on Anakin's rise and fall.
wasn't that what this was?
I kind of feel like they did a little bit of both of those.
Yeah, it was mixed.
Yeah.
They tried to like do so many things at once and tell so many stories in the big picture, and like a lot of Anakin's turn got muffled under all this other stuff happening.
Speaking on that subject, I'll say I think one of the biggest missed opportunities from the prequel trilogy is the relationship between Anakin and Palpatine. You know, because
they could have, they should have had more.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there should have been another movie in between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I think they should have had a scene in 2 where like Palpatine is in like a big library and Anakin's talking about something. You see Palpatine going through all these books and like you know, ancient things about like the dark side and the light side and like the past Jedi and the past Sith, and like just so it looks like he's learning, and that makes like all the weird crazy stuff that he was talking about not seem so abrupt.
And that's on that subject still. That's going back to what I said like an hour ago or so about the whole thinking it's weird that he said to Padme that he killed all those kids, because at the end, like, that's kind of a weird thing to say to anyone really, especially a chick that you're trying to have sex with. But one thing that I do like about at the beginning of Revenge of the Sith is that Palpatine references that, saying, "Oh, remember you told me about that." So I always thought it would be kind of cool if Anakin still, you know, after his mom died and stuff, he was still all sad and shit, but he was actually guilty about what he did. But Padme thought, oh, he's just really sad because his mom died. That's kind of sweet. Whereas he's guilty because he killed all the people. And he's like, yeah, I did something wrong, but I can't talk to anyone about it because they're all going to judge me except for Palpatine, you know, just to show that out of like, even more so than his wife, who, when he does marry her, he could never tell her about this. He can never tell his master about this. But the one person that he can tell all of his dark deeds to is Palpatine.
Yeah. Would have been better.
Which is what they did. The problem is that Lucas doesn't seem to know how to write a character like Anakin in that way. The whole character arc with Anakin just dealt with him getting more and more pissed off because he didn't have enough power to fix all the bad things in his life. Specifically, people dying. It's a good thing Padme fell in love with him, or else he'd be saying, I will someday have the power to make people love me. Anakin can't deal with loss and seeks out the dark side. Got it. Do we need to set that up over 3 films?
You're not all powerful.
Well, I should be.
I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
Now this personal weakness is fine, but the huge missing ingredient is that we never got to know Anakin as a person. I don't gotta go through this again, do I? The tragedy element actually comes from caring about a character, or at the very least relating to him. We as an audience don't care at all about Anakin. The biggest missed opportunity in the whole trilogy is that we never got to see any of Anakin's training. It's always just assumed that he was trained at some point we don't see. Sure, Obi-Wan says a couple things here and there, but it's nothing extensive where we as an audience can actually learn more about the Jedi ways and understand what the fuck they are. When we see Luke training with Yoda, he's asking questions.
Is the dark side stronger?
No. He's learning things, making decisions. Yoda is teaching him, and we are learning. We learn about Luke. How he thinks, how he responds to things.
We'll never get it out now.
Some of the more famous Star Wars moments come from this period of Jedi training.
Do or do not. There is no try.
We are never shown the most important character development moments in a film that's almost exclusively about a character. All we do is learn about why he's angry. I know why I'm angry. However, as poorly set up as Anakin's sudden turn to the dark side was, there is one redeeming quality here. There was some kind of temptation involved. As much as I loved the ending confrontation in Jedi, the Emperor's approach always bothered me. It was because there was never really anything to tempt Luke other than just a vague threat, and the notion that the more hate you have, the more powerful you can become.
A vague threat of all of his friends dying on both the planet and in space?
I tuned out for a second. Is that what he said?
Jesus. Alright, I'll back it up right here.
Yeah,
It was because there was never really anything to tempt Luke other than just a vague threat, and the notion that the more hate you have, the more powerful you can become. Luke,
dude, he was gonna kill Han, Leia, Chewbacca, Lando, like everybody in that fleet in space, and everybody on Endor, right?
Yep.
It's just a vague threat, though.
Very vague.
Yeah,
who knows what he's gonna do?
I would just pass it over.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know what he means.
There was nothing really for
Nah,
him
he's
there.
bluffing.
All he really just had to say was no thanks. This one little moment is more interesting than anything that happened in all 3 prequel films. How Vader became Vader is not as interesting as his redemption, and how he became Vader really didn't matter. It just needed to be mentioned in one sentence.
Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
Oh, that happened. Number 10. Execute Order. What? So what's the deal with Order 66? I've literally hurt my brain thinking about this one. I don't know. If it's a reference to something, please email me the answer to I don't give a crap at whocaresyoustupiddipshit.asshole.net. But the best I can figure out is that Lucas is writing the script and he gets to this part and he thinks to himself, what should the bad man say now? Should it be a code word like
Begin Operation Hot Zone Kill.
No, that sounds
Operation
stupid.
Team Kill.
What about a number? What's like an evil sounding number? Well, 666. No, that's too obvious. How about just execute Order 6?
Execute Order 6.
Makes it sound like they don't get that many orders to begin with. What about Order 66?
Execute Order 66.
Okay, that works. Let's move on.
I think that's funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. I love that.
Number 11, the language of cinema. Now, if you'll permit me, I'd like to compare Revenge of the Sith with what is widely considered to be one of the greatest motion pictures ever made, Citizen Kane. Is that fair?
No.
Nope.
Bringing up Citizen Kane to
Why?
Star Wars.
I haven't seen it.
You guys ever watched Citizen Kane?
Yeah, I've never seen it
You
either.
see, there are many levels of irony. to think about, but in short, you got two directors that both have total control over their film. Wells used special effects to extensively tell a story, and Lucas used a story to extensively tell special effects. Now, I know that Citizen Kane is really about William Randolph Hearst, but in his own way, Lucas kind of became his own Charles Foster Kane. Going from an idealistic young filmmaker wanting to rebel against the system to becoming the system, and a bit of a weird recluse himself. Now, whether Lucas realized the personal irony or not, I think he tried to make Anakin Skywalker into his own Charles Foster Kane, and maybe what he thought would be his own film masterpiece. Just always says Lucas is just a horrible commercial sellout that just made these movies to sell toys and make shitloads of money. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and explore this. So let's call this Citizen Vader, shall we? So you got a boy who was taken from his home and his mother at a young age.
You going, Mom? What about Mom?
And away from a bad environment, slavery, or an abusive father. Eventually, he becomes an idealistic young man with a set of principles. You got the Jedi Code and Kane's own declaration of principles.
Why what
Then
the
slowly
pause?
each character is consumed and ultimately destroyed by their own arrogance and lust
pause
for
for you
power
guys?
and control. And
Yeah.
a
Pause
fear
right
of
now.
losing the ones that
Mine's
they
not
love.
paused. This
A
is
fall
going
from
on
grace,
and on.
if you will. We even have a necklace
I'd have
sled
to
theme
refresh.
going
Yeah,
on
let
at
me
the end
refresh.
here. It's a classic tale, really.
All right. Let me catch up here. So, he said that Anakin had a abusive father.
Then slowly each.
No, I think you said an abusive environment.
He said abusive father after that, or a neglectful father or something.
Referring to.
Hmm.
Who is he referring to? Who is the neglectful father?
Well, he's supposed to be comparing the two and comparing all the similarities, and then he says neglectful father when Anakin, arguably didn't even have a father because he's, conjured up through the Force.
Yeah.
But I swear he said abusive father. But I don't know when you guys paused, so I don't know how far back we are. Let me see.
Characters consumed and ultimately destroyed by their own arrogance and lust for power and control, and a fear of losing the ones that they love. A fall from grace, if you will. We even have a necklace sled theme going on at the end here. It's a classic tale, really, but it just doesn't work with Anakin because the character doesn't feel like a real person because it's written so horribly. The fact is that this script feels rushed and not thought out because it was rushed and not thought out.
Yeah, they're already building sets. God, help me. I'm going to have to start this script pretty soon.
Also, Lucas is notorious for not being an actor's director.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair, but you're comparing it. Plinkett's comparing it to something that, like, him himself is the only one that's comparing it to. Does that make sense? Like, he's the one that's made this equivalency between Star Wars and Citizen Kane, and he's like, it's not even like it. It's like, well, you're the one that's comparing it to it.
Weird.
Will not betray the Republic. My loyalties, so that you're turning on, but I have rewritten. I spent the whole weekend rewriting the scene between you and Palpatine.
Look at Christensen.
Where you turn.
Yeah.
And I've added some more to that.
He's Canadian. They'll look like
performance. You talk about what you want to have happen.
George,
and then you do another take.
just
and then
say
you
what
talk
it says in the
again. You just
fucking
keep going through it
script.
until
Don't
you get
ask
to the
questions.
He seems to just view actors as a tool, like a computer or a prop. Sometimes an actor can bring a whole new level to a scene that you didn't imagine in the first place. But in the prequels, there's a very clear line of distinction between the actor scenes and the special effects scenes. The action scenes can be animated in any way possible. There's a lot of good action in this movie, I guess. When you animate all sorts of shit, the camera can move around unrestricted and things generally move faster in a more visual way. These action scenes would be really neat if we knew or cared about what was happening. I mean, Obi-Wan's riding around on a dinosaur trying to hit a lizard who's inside a robot suit with the stick with electricity on the end, while the lizard in the robot suit is riding around on a giant robotic hamster wheel. But when it comes to the dialogue scenes between characters, it's a whole other story. The scenes typically have the blocking of a soap opera, something that's shot
actually
for
reminds me of that
efficiency
thing from
reasons
South
rather
Park.
than artistic.
What does?
Oh, what is it? What was it called? The gyro cycle?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, there's just a specific way that you have to power it, right?
Yeah, of course it
They are so dull and unimaginative, it's almost a contradiction given the amazing environments they're set in. Film is a visual medium, and Lucas is praised for being a pioneer of film visuals because he revolutionized special effects. The irony is now when he's given 2 humans and some dialogue, it's a boring disaster on film. It's fairly apparent he just wants to get these scenes out of the way to get us back to the action. But in a film that's primarily a character study, apparently, is that really the way to go? Most of the dialogue scenes are done one of 2 ways. Either characters walking somewhere, or people sitting down, usually on a couch. The story is so bland and uninteresting, what people are saying usually doesn't connect to the environment they're in anyways. They could be anywhere, really.
I was so worried about you.
When we have a scene that starts with characters walking, they'll usually slow down and then stop. Then we'll go to what's called shot, reverse shot. Basic over-the-shoulder camera angles of 2 people talking to each other. This is the most basic and simplistic way to shoot dialogue scenes. Now to spice it up, at almost the exact same moment in a scene when the shot reverse shot starts to get boring, a character will walk away and go over to a window and then look out the window.
When you say, I want more, but I know I shouldn't, you can turn away.
Lucas broke new ground by giving Natalie Portman some business during a scene and having her packing a suitcase. Typically Padme scenes, though, are usually them sitting down somewhere and talking. The location will vary, the positions vary, but usually it's just
the headdress that Padme was wearing just a second ago. I looked at it just from just like a side glance real quick. It looked like Jar Jar.
No, that was Jar Jar, I'm pretty sure. I saw him sit there.
Jar Jar wasn't.
It looked like there were 2 indents in the top of her headdress that looked like eye stalks. I was like, what the fuck? I don't remember Jar Jar in a restaurant talking to Anakin.
In the scene.
Jar Jar's looking hot.
Shake it, baby. Shake that clam.
It's just them sitting there talking. In fact, one scene even begins with them already sitting down on the couch. They didn't even need to walk over to it. Hey, doesn't this lady have a job? Is her job to sit on couches all day and talk? Oftentimes during a couch meeting, one person will stand up, walk a few paces away, and then turn
I
around.
was just going with politicians being lazy
the
as shit.
visuals and blocking were so much more important than just telling the story about how a guy becomes a selfish a-hole. It's such a rich film in its detail and execution.
That's
and
such a
almost
funny
no
synonym
action
for woman.
Well, except for the greatest room trashing scene in cinematic history, which even Tommy Wiseau couldn't top. You fucked that room up, Charlie. But Kane is primarily about the characters, and it's way more interesting to watch just because of the attention to detail, the direction, and the framing. Now, comparing episode 3 to Citizen Kane is not fair, I'll agree. Episode
Just
3
let him
is an
go.
art,
There's only 20 minutes left. It's 4 a.m.
But what irks me is just how basic and static things were filmed. They just put people in front of a green screen and said they were going to make the background interesting later. Even when they're not on the green screen, the scene construction is pretty awful and boring. Like the scene in episode 2 when Anakin is told about what happened to his mother. Instead of coming up with the creative visual way to get this information to us, they're all just sitting at a table. This is why people are bored during these movies. It's like it's a fucking play or something. Aunt Beru even brings out beverages. Here, would you like a refreshment?
I like how we
While
called
this
her
guy
Aunt
tells you
Beru.
about how your mother was kidnapped and raped.
Yeah.
Wow. And then check out this exciting shot.
Who the fuck is she be on to right now?
The point I'm trying to make is that there is a very
No, she's
basic
fucking
language
Beru.
to cinema that seems
No,
to have
she's
been
Aunt Beru,
totally
bro.
ignored. You can create an emotional connection, and people will remember the movie and it'll stick with them. Then you got some movies you see and you don't even remember seeing it. Some very basic images can haunt you, they can make you laugh. Most of the time it's a simple cinematic trick to do this. Placement of characters in the frame,
Oh,
the
that's
setting,
a movie
length of
that's
shot,
needed a trigger.
etc. I don't need to reference Citizen Kane to make this point. Let's quickly look at a basic
Jesus
example
Christ.
from the original.
Curiosity, like, what was the reasoning? Do we, like, for aliens being out of date? Is there, like, some racist something or other in there?
Everyone's become a fucking pussy recently. That's the issue.
I'm aware of that, but
recently.
I saw Aliens fairly recently, and I don't seem to recall the rate, the whatever the hell's wrong with it.
Is it because of the brown face?
Brown face in it?
What brown face?
I don't remember if it's Alien or Aliens. You know the one with the Hispanic chick?
Yeah.
But she's actually a white person, so they just made her brown?
Is that what?
Oh,
is it true?
Is that a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I found that out recently. And the thing, I don't even give a shit about black. I don't care about most things. But people were like, oh, because what is she? She's the foster mom from Terminator 2, I think. And so people were like, oh my god, this whole time I thought it was actually a Hispanic person, but it was just a white woman that they like made Hispanic-fied. So I'm guessing that is the issue? Is that they made her brown face?
She had a Hispanic face.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm about to get Will Smith's face tattooed over mine just to make a statement. You know, Fresh Prince. Yeah. That's the face I want. Tattooed over mine.
Fuck. You do that and I'll get Jaden Smith tattooed on me.
You
Fine, you guys do that and I'll do Brad Pitt.
Okay.
Basic example from the original Star Wars trilogy.
We'll fucking make a statement, bro.
It's my
They
favorite
take this
Yoda
simple
scene.
scene of expository dialogue where an admiral basically just tells Vader that the Falcon is in an asteroid belt.
Our ships have sighted the Millennium Falcon, Lord, but it has entered an asteroid field.
But they used this opportunity to do something creative with the characters and the location. We are reminded that Vader is both human and machine by showing him inside his little breathing pod.
Well, no,
This is
we're
also
reminded
the
that.
very
That's
first
when we're
time
showed
that
it
we
the
ever
first
see
time.
Vader in a position
Doesn't
of
matter.
vulnerability. This adds a lot of depth to his character that we haven't seen before. The framing suggests that there's a
Is there anybody who actually thought that Vader was a robot before? I mean,
I don't know.
I never thought he was fully a robot.
Nah. I always knew he was a bad man.
separation between a normal man and what Vader has become. So whether or not you know it, your brain is being fed information about Darth Vader's.
I like knowing that he's vulnerable, though. Like that, I think that may have been the point, that he's vulnerable. Like, you see all the scars on his head, and he has to be in that chamber to breathe. Maybe that's the point.
Ice cream cone looking motherfucker.
I like strawberry, vanilla strawberry ice cream, and that's why I like that scene.
You need to feel a certain way, all while we're doing the business of the plot. If this were in a prequel, it would have been done using two characters standing in a room against a green screen done in shot reverse shot. I guess they could have put millions of asteroids flying around the window behind them later to make the frame interesting. And when you got a set and actors and things to work with, you can make an interesting scene at the same time that your characters talk. Framing, blocking, character placement, lighting on the set, camera movement, it's all part of making a movie and making your audience feel a certain way about a scene. When Anakin pours his heart out to Padme, they're sitting on a couch. When Obi-Wan tells Padme he's gotta go kill Anakin, they're sitting on a couch. When they talk about the assassination plot, they're sitting on a couch. Sitting on a couch, sitting on a couch, talking in a room, sitting at a booth in a diner, talking in shot, reverse shot, sitting at a table,
Can't believe he
walking
insulted him
somewhere,
earlier.
walking in a room, walking and talking, standing and talking in a room, talking in an elevator. It's usually just two characters or sometimes three characters. And they're always talking and sitting. But it's really hard to film a complicated scene with lots of different creative camera angles when you're just sitting in a chair with your coffee.
When I shoot, I have two cameras, A camera and B camera.
A camera, B camera, two people talking to each other in front of a green screen. And it's not just the fact that every dialogue scene is dull. It's that these films have predictable and uninteresting editing, too.
The first cut of Star Wars was an unmitigated disaster.
I come in on weekends and I recut the film on my own. And I tried to get the editor cut it my way, and he didn't really want to, and so I had to let the editor go.
It was cut in a very traditional manner of just playing things out in masters and then going into the coverage, and let the actors' rhythms dictate the cuts rather than having the cuts kind of drive the rhythm of the scenes.
Well, we'll leave this for the time being. This other shot, and then if this other shot works, we'll come back to this shot.
So consequently, there wasn't any excitement in the footage the way that it had been put together.
It's so
Only imagine how much of a
boring.
nightmare it must have been to work for George Lucas.
I was just gonna say, just surround yourself with yes men and just have them edit your film. Just guys that'll agree with everything you say and just put it together.
Horrible way of doing things.
Program edited the movie. The pacing sucks, there's no style to anything. I could talk for 2 hours about the editing in these movies, but one little thing has always stuck out to me, is that there is almost always a dropped my lightsaber reaction shot. Sometimes it's
Obi-Wan,
necessary,
that clumsy
but
bitch.
most times not really. I mean, when someone stops using their lightsaber, we understand they dropped it. But almost every time someone loses a lightsaber, we need to cut to a reaction shot of it falling. Like we didn't see that it happened? Or like we need to be told that this is important for some reason?
Sorry, that reminded me of something else I really don't like about Revenge of the Sith. Is that, you know how Grievous has his 4 lightsabers? I don't like how 2 of them are Anakin's and 2 of them are Obi-Wan's, just like with the colors inverted. It really bugs me. I'm like, just fucking design 4 lightsabers and give it to the dude so we don't have to see the same shit.
Huh. I didn't notice that. I didn't know that.
Do you mean
Yeah,
do you mean the Helts?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it always bugs me when I see it. I'm like,
Yeah,
you couldn't design 4 fucking lightsabers?
Laziness.
Yeah.
Fucking George.
Reason it only happens one time where we don't cut to a separate shot of it falling and it works just fine, but I think it was because the action was so fast that they couldn't cut to it or they would have. Speaking of pigs, I mean lightsabers. Now which one of the final lightsaber
Where the fuck's the bitch in the basement?
Fights. At long last we get to the
She
part we've
probably
been waiting
died of
for,
starvation.
the end of the movie. The epic duel between Obi-Wan and Anakin, and for some reason it had to be epic. I don't know why. They exchange a bunch of awkward and pointless dialogue, and finally we get to the fighting. But it looks like at this point in the film, they ran out of money in the budget, because all of a sudden the visual effects no longer look so great. Well, we come to the end where Obi-Wan has the high ground.
But they look like they're on easy ground.
Which is just 8 feet higher than Anakin. He warns Anakin not to jump up at his face and try and cut him. Because Anakin's the bad guy. But Obi-Wan forgot something that happened to him before when someone else had the high ground. Or maybe Obi-Wan learned from that experience and then learned that instead of standing there, you should swing up at the guy when he's jumping over you. That's something that Darth Maul didn't learn in his training. In either case, Anakin jumps over him, he gets his arms and legs cut off, and then he rolls down the hill and lands in the
taunted Anakin and using his
Obi-Wan goes home. Palpatine shows up and brings Anakin back to his home, and their robots put Anakin together in another.
Yeah, Palpatine's home, Exegol.
They're in another robot suit so that he could breathe. They just take him against his will and seal him in. Give the guy some cream or something to put on his face. I don't know. Now I guess he's Darth Vader. And since Darth Vader technically appeared in this film for 10 seconds, we could put him on cereal boxes, red cereal, and candy boxes, and posters, Trojan boxes. Whatever. So all that really happened in this ending was that Anakin shows that he's really just a murderous, crazy person that needs to be in a mental hospital. He even tries to choke pregnant Padme, the whole reason he turned to the dark side. If I were Obi-Wan, I definitely would not look back on Anakin.
It's the dark side, man.
What's the reasoning behind him choking Padme? Anyway.
The Force.
Dark side.
Oh, the Force. I forgot.
Yeah. Force.
Well, technically.
Force the dark side is bullshit. I don't.
Maybe
the dark side
Anakin
is
thought like
as the Force.
He was like, "Oh, she likes getting choked," and he did it.
Harder, Daddy.
But it was too hard.
She lived, so not hard. It was just fine.
Yes. Borderline.
The reasoning is they only had like 20 minutes left to wrap up this film. They're like, fuck, we gotta get Anakin in the suit and Padme's gotta disappear, so.
Any kind of reverence or longing for the good old days.
And he was a good friend.
I would be uncomfortable talking about him, actually, and filled with regret that I didn't decapitate him when I had the chance. So finally we get to see Darth Vader, and he's on a comical contraption. The first thing the Emperor asks is if he can hear him. Then Vader asks about Padme.
Where is Padme?
And Darth Vader should never say the word Padme or Snuffleupagus. Then the Emperor lies and tells him that he killed her.
It seems in your anger, you killed her.
And what follows could be the funniest scene in cinematic history. It's like everything built up to this moment, and it's hysterical. So Vader gets angry, he breaks everything, busts his way out, stumbles around. And then Yoda tells Obi-Wan that he should talk to Qui-Gon's ghost. What the fuck? No one ever mentioned to anyone ever time about talking to ghosts. I'm guessing this is in there to show that Obi-Wan was learning the Jedi trick about how to show up after you die to spout off expository dialogue, or to join in at a celebration. I guess Violent Murderer Man also learned this trick too. In the new version of Jedi, it's the young Anakin ghost that shows up. But it's the old Obi-Wan? Why does Obi-Wan have to be an old ghost and Anakin gets to be a young ghost? You see, I always interpreted this scene as just being something that Luke could only see. Or perhaps it was even in his mind. Either way, in the original version, they looked the way that Luke remembered them. Now it don't make no sense because Luke never saw young Anakin. But you know what? I'm starting to get used to this fucking crap not making any sense.
I fucking... Wait a minute. I just want to say, I fucking hate that Luke saw young Anakin. Like, who the fuck is this faggot?
To be fair, I don't... I guess.
He would have no clue. He thought you was this faggot.
Well, no, I know. I was saying, like, to be fair, he's never seen, like, real old Anakin either. He just saw whited, fucked up faced Vader.
Yeah, I mean, he saw his face and his old ass eyes. I mean, that's
he
good
didn't
enough.
see the guy that appeared to him either. So.
Yeah, even I at like 10 or 11 years old was like, who the fuck is that? And my mom's like, that's Darth Vader. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I mean, like, I feel like that makes less sense than young Anakin.
But like young,
I prefer
young
young
Anakin's
Anakin.
like, what the fuck? Who the fuck would that even be?
I think
you would have no idea.
Make a guess.
Nah.
You're like, oh,
In both situations, you could make a guess. Because at this point, Luke has only met 3 people who have been Jedi. Well, I guess except for the Emperor, technically, but he wasn't a Jedi.
Same could be argued for old and be a lot easier for him. Like, oh yeah, that's my dad. I just saw him 10 minutes ago before I burned his corpse.
I kind of wish it was Biggs, and Biggs just showed up as a Force ghost.
Jesus.
He's like, oh, hey, Biggs.
Fucking Greedo just shows up.
Yeah.
That's some funny shit to tell you after we finish this fucking garbage up.
We got
11 minutes.
10 minutes. 11 minutes.
Keep the price for
He said better stop talking.
Is Tom still here?
Most people finally agree that Lucas gets too much credit for creating Star Wars.
Full functioning.
He could certainly be thanked for that initial spark and the personal torment that he went through to create the first film. I got nothing against the guy personally. I mean, I met him a couple times, we made out once, but I'm just saying how I feel about these new films. Why is some nothing character like IG-88 way more cooler and memorable than, say, Dexter Jetster? Or Gloomu?
Excuse me.
Or Klagnon Mugufu? But then anything that's not new is just borrowed from the original film and reused because of lack of originality or lack of vision. Like the whole Jedi robe thing. Uncle Owen, Luke, and old Ben Kenobi dressed in the robes with the hoods, probably because of...
Remember the days when people would point at something from when it was in a sequel, and they would say, "Oh, there's no originality. They're just copying right there." Like, and then
you bigot.
Remember those days?
was a desert. Like if Ben Kenobi was really in hiding, why would he dress like a Jedi Knight? Uncle Owen wasn't a Jedi. And you'd think if they could program Order 66 into the brains of stormtroopers, then they could program into their brains what a Jedi Knight might wear. Or what
Jesus, that's not how the stormtroopers are, you
Then you got the
fucking idiot.
concepts of lightning and lightsabers. Darth Vader had a lightsaber because he was a fallen Jedi Knight. He made it red because he was evil. I thought that was kind of cool and made him unique. But then Darth Maul and Count Dooku ruined it. And it became established that it...
How?
I don't know.
Okay,
They
so
ruined
he's
it.
basically like, so what? Lightsabers are exclusive to Jedi.
Lightsabers
I
are
guess that's what
exclusive
he's
to
saying.
Darth Vader. Red lightsabers are exclusive to Darth Vader.
Okay. I mean, I never got that impression, but okay.
I never did either. I don't know.
That guy,
I think
your name was
his
Darth,
only
and that you had a
reference was that Emperor Palpatine referred to it as the Jedi weapon in ROTJ. That's the only thing.
Lightsaber. Hey, come up with something new. Oh, wait, no. No, I take it back. Don't come up with something new. Wait, stop. Stop coming up with things that are new. Stop. Please, no. Also, the Emperor didn't speak highly about lightsabers.
His lightsaber.
Ah, yes.
To him, they were like toys. And then the Emperor...
The Emperor didn't talk well about lightsabers. Here's his lightsaber. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Not the clip I would have used there.
Yeah. I was expecting the other one.
calls it a Jedi weapon.
Take your Jedi weapon.
But for some reason now the Emperor has one so that we can have another lightsaber fight. Anywho, so at the end of Jedi, the Emperor starts blasting Luke with electricity. I interpreted this as just one of the many powerful things that the Emperor could do because he was so evil.
The lightning bolts are really just a storytelling element. The Emperor probably could have just stopped Luke's heart from beating if he wanted to kill him, or snap his neck with the Force. But he wanted to torture him. He wanted to make him suffer for not turning to the dark side. Again, not so much about the lightning itself, but more about the motivation of the characters in the scene. Luke is rendered completely helpless and is about to die. The Emperor is showing what a truly horrible prick he is, and Vader is filled with emotional conflict. So then the next time that we see bad guys use lightning, it's because they achieved level 12 Sith status. Tell me what's happening in this scene. I don't know. The guy shooting lightning at Anakin. I'm really surprised actually that Yoda didn't shoot green lightning out of his fingers. The new films just borrow and recycle from the original ideas, as if there is no way to create anything new.
But you see the echo of where it all's gonna go.
Set his foils in attack position.
Lock his foils in attack position.
You're gonna get us both killed.
Put that thing away, you're gonna get us all killed.
Oh God, all I hear is Star Wars inside my brain. Someone help me. Help me. My brain is collapsing inside itself.
Such minor things.
They used R2-D2 as a thing to get out of this situation they're in. Like they had it all planned out ahead of time for when they were going to escape. God damn it.
R2, hit the bus droid, center eye.
Hit the nose.
Gee, the Mandalorian didn't take advantage of all this.
No.
Yeah, similar man bad.
No.
Mandalorian's good.
Yeah, I love it. It's my favorite show.
Somebody please.
Of course it is.
Stop.
That's funny. The damage doesn't look as bad from out here.
I'm gonna fuck my cat and then eat my cat and then kidnap a hooker and it'll help me fuck the pain away, right? Someone do something.
Instead of destroying the Death Star, he destroys the ship that controls the robots.
What you do? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, I'm saying, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Whenever he stands across the line,
he's gonna something and then fuck his cat and then fuck the pain away.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He did say he was going to kidnap a hooker.
Oh yeah.
It's always fun.
It's this though. Yeah. No bestiality. It's okay.
Good.
Man, honestly, Obi-Wan Kenobi lazy fucker.
But then the final annoying thing about this movie is how everything is tied up into a nice neat bow at the end for some reason. Is it lack of creativity? I don't know. Maybe Lucas was thinking that the audience was too dumb and needed to have everything look the way that it did at the start of A New Hope.
Alright, here's
Yoda
my
and
biggest
Obi-Wan
grievance.
just give up and hide for 20 years, which contradicts their forward-thinking, proactive characters. They don't even make an effort to get any information about what happened to the Galactic Senate. They could have sent it via telegram. And did the Galactic Senate operate in a democratic fashion for that long with the monster in charge who was building a Death Star? With no kind of revolt or objection to anything? Whatever. Anyway, here's what happens. So Yoda is on Kashyyyk, right? Surrounded by clone troopers? Then Chewbacca helps him escape by taking him to a tiny space egg hidden in the woods. Was that the ship that Yoda arrived on? If so, why did he park it so far away in the middle of nowhere? Wouldn't it have been landed on some kind of Wookiee landing platform? It certainly wasn't a Wookiee ship because it was way too small. Whatever. So Yoda gives up, Obi-Wan gives up, and then so does Vader. Vader just stands at the Emperor's side on the Star Destroyer bridge, just waiting for the Death Star to be built. He's not even gonna look into the whole Padme thing or what happened.
For 20 years!
He's just gonna trust Monster Mash. Just got away with lying to the whole universe. Number 14, I'm done.
Yeah, everybody just kind of goes through their respective places for 20 years until episode 4, including R2-D2 and C-3PO. They go through that fucking rebel ship where they just wait for episode 4.
3PO had his mind wiped.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not saying as from a character development standpoint. I'm saying from like a plot standpoint that nothing happens for 20 years. Vader and Palpatine just sit on the Star Destroyer. R2-D2 and C-3PO are on the same ship they were on Episode 4 for 20 years. What's his name? Obi-Wan goes to Tatooine for 20 years. Yoda's on Dagobah for 20 years. Everybody just goes where.
I really think the only one
for 20 years.
The only one I agree with kind of just did that was Yoda. I mean, technically, Obi-Wan,
Yoda
it was kind of his job.
Kind of sense.
Well, no,
I still don't know though, because like he knows Obi-Wan's still out there, right?
Yeah,
like you would think like they're forward thinking that they would try to come together to do something. You know,
well, that's kind of what the plan was. They literally said in Episode 3, until the right time it is, we have to go into hiding and stuff like that. Like they were waiting for basically the opportunity when that came in Episode 4. You know, it's like when I hear like some people, I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but when I hear some people
just have to
argue,
wait until
Aunt
Beru and Uncle Owen are fried.
No, that's not necessarily what it was, but it's like when people say, oh, well, Luke, it's okay that Luke gave up in whatever the Disney Wars shit is because Obi-Wan and Yoda did the same thing. I'm like, well, no, Yoda and Obi-Wan didn't give up. Like, their whole plan was we need to wait basically for Luke and or Leia to be old enough to where we can train them and do the thing. And I was like, when you look at what happened with, yeah, and it's, again, I'm not saying this is what you're saying, because obviously, as soon as R2 shows up on Tatooine, what's the first thing Obi-Wan says? He's like, oh, Luke, you have to learn how to become a Jedi, because the whole plan was, oh, we're going to teach them to be Jedi, we're going to have them basically kill Vader and kill Palpatine to make things right again. Whereas contrasting with Disney Wars Luke, he was like, oh, go away, I'm an old man, I just want to drink titty milk. It's irrelevant, all milk comes
Even
from titties.
still, that's a very I don't know how to express it, but like an unrealistic plan. Like that, he.
I mean, that may be so, but I'm not saying like they just.
Oh, I guess now's a good time. Like,
yeah,
how fucking much
just
longer if they hadn't shown up, would he have waited? If Aunt Beru would have lived, like, you know, and Uncle Owen would have lived like in their 20 years and kept Luke on the farm or whatever, you would have just waited. I don't know. I really
that's
don't.
The thing, I don't know. But it's like
Obi-Wan. Sorry. Obi-Wan was looking after him to an extent.
Yeah, he was watching over him, keeping him safe.
I guess so.
And then
keeping the
I
same
know,
people out.
I don't think R2 and C-3PO were stuck on the ship the whole time. They just belonged to whoever owned the ship, so I'm sure it's not really a big issue, but I'm sure they would have gone wherever their owner went, and on ship, off ship, whatever. And then, of course, Palpatine had his empire to run, and Vader had to be the muscle.
Yeah, it's just weird. For 20 years, everybody just kind of hung out in their respective positions until Episode 4 happened, and then everybody spread out again. And
also,
and then they all had their own adventures.
To be fair as well, I think it took them a little bit before they discovered that Darth Vader was even still alive. So in their minds, Anakin had died on Mustafar.
So I don't know if there's anything more to say about Revenge of the Sith or the other Star Wars prequels. Sure, you could pick them all apart on the technical failings, the plot inconsistencies, and the lousy dialogue, but generally speaking, they failed to connect with people, and that was the main problem. It felt like someone came along and sucked all the excitement and emotion out of Star Wars, and then they left it in this vacuum of dull, sterile boringness. The original films had a richness to them. They felt more real. There's just so many moments and images that resonate in all of our collective memories. There's just too many to list. Moments that we remember because we're emotionally invested in what's happening.
The Force will be with you. Always.
No one will remember Dexter Jetster and his Fish Cafe.
No, we do. We all remember Dexter Jetster.
Let's see. Well, the part when let me think. The part when C-3PO flew around on a thing.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I forgot about it already. But
I
really,
wish I
at its
didn't.
core, Star Wars was about the people. A vast array of characters, situations, and relationships. And most importantly, we liked those people. I don't like any of these people.
It's true.
Use the Force, Luke. Let go, Luke.
And in the end, all the computers in the world can't generate the most basic thing that a movie needs. An emotional connection with the audience.
Computer's off. Luke, you switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
I was feeling so good about my ability to do this.
That's great.
It's going to be great.
That's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
That's going to be great.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme, every stanza kind of rhymes.
That quote.
Hopefully it'll work. And action!
Interesting.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
You know what else is dense?
We've seen him, but we've never actually seen him fight. This has been the first time we actually see him pull out that laser sword of his and go to town.
What?
There we go.
Yeah. So that's
It is his way of actually trying to make the best possible film that he can.
Hey, camera. Good luck, everybody.
Thank
Kick some
God.
ass.
Look how fat he
60
is.
days.
Fucking fatty.
Jesus.
What? You can make fun of fat people. It's not a fucking disease. Eat an apple, go for a walk. It's not a fucking disability. It's curable. It's pretty easy.
It's not a disability.
Fucking eat a salad, do a push-up. It's fine. Walk it off.
No, I fucking did it. Thank God.
All right. Did this guy?
It's over.
Did this review change your opinions of Revenge of the Sith?
I don't think any of us are changing our opinions on anything.
No.
I feel about
My opinion's been the same for like a long time on this. I don't think it's gonna change much.
Yeah.
Prequels as a whole,
Probably like a 3 out of 5. You know, give it a good. 3
I mean,
out.
yeah,
I'll give it I'll give it like a 4 out of 7.
Stupid numbers.
What the fuck? I'm giving
Why?
it a
You
6.
can't
I
fucking
give it
argue
a-
with 4 out of 7. That's
Ian
pretty
pisses me
good.
off with this 3 out of 5 shit. Who uses
It's
an out of 5
it's a
scale?
goddamn star system. 5 stars. How many
Terrible
stars you give
scale.
it?
It's a terrible scale. You gave Django like a 3 out of 5, and then you give like episode 1 a 2 out of 5. Like it makes no sense. Your scale.
You give Django a 3 out of 5.
You just give everything
That's
a 3
low.
out of 5. Dan just gives everything a 3 out of 5 except
Jesus.
Did
Lord
I
of the
give it a
Rings.
3 out of 5? I don't know.
You did.
Everything's a 3.
Well, let me think back on it.
Now,
'cause
you
I was
have
probably
to
drinking.
use 10. You have to use 10.
You can't use 10. 5
you
is
do.
the same
You
as 10. You just round. You round
Yeah, 5
down.
is less than 10.
Listen, 8 out of 10 is still a 4 out of 5. 6 out of fucking 10 is still a 3 out of 5.
Yeah, but it stretches it to give it
2 out of
more
5.
scale.
I
2
use
out
a
of 5.
star system, which is what movie critics use. Nobody uses fucking 10 system. Look it up.
Yeah, you should be using out of like 100%. Like a grading system.
Okay, honestly,
60%.
Both systems are shit. It's like there are things that are good about some movies, there are things that are bad about some movies. Honestly, I don't like reducing the quality of a film down to a number scale. Honestly, I feel like it's kind of useless.
No,
I
you
want to develop a real scale.
Well, I can't imagine not being able to quantify objectivity on a movie.
I wish we could like figure out a way, like sit down, right, and we could figure out what elements of a movie go how many points, and then we could figure out, okay, like acting,
you can literally measure
story.
You can literally measure how many mistakes are in a movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's fucking like 10 plot holes in this. I give it a 2 out of 10.
No, but you could say, okay, so the plot is not good. So if you have to like break down a movie by plot, acting, cinematography, music. There's a lot of elements that make up a movie. Is my point. Not just story.
I don't judge the movie. I judge the story. Just the story. I don't care about the acting.
That's generally what I do.
Unless the acting is so bad, but I never run into that. Ever.
Yeah, but if it's
I've
so
never
good, you have
run
to
into
judge accordingly.
I've never run into where the acting's so bad it breaks my suspension of disbelief. Even in these fucking shit movies.
Like, I mean, most AAA movies, the acting is at least somewhat competent.
Yeah. I mostly just judge it based on plot holes, contrivances, and inconsistencies. And if there's none of those, then it's A-okay by me. And if there's great fucking character development and progression and decent world building, I give it tons of thumbs up. By the way, Rick, since I got you on the hook here, I found, like, kind of, I don't know, it's not really a flaw, but it's kind of a question. Season 1, episode 3 of Black Sails, Flint.
Okay.
I don't remember, I know it's been a while since you've seen it, unless you said
I didn't know. I was just
perfect. All right, so Flint discovers that the cook has the schedule. He gets the schedule, and then he has the cook write down the schedule for him. And in the meantime, he's trying to figure out, okay, who can he get to help him take the Urca gold, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, well, we'll go to Hernagold and take his ship, and we'll have Gates captain it. And everybody agrees. Like, Gates is like, okay, cool, and Hernagold, or whatever the fuck his name is like, I guess, yeah, just take my ship. And then all of a sudden, Jack comes along and says, listen, Gates, you're just a little too old, and everybody's going to be like, why the fuck is this old fuck captaining our ship? And they're going to wish that they had a captain 20 years younger. And it convinces Gates to go to Flint and convince Flint to say, hey, we should just ask Captain Vane to take his ship and partner up with you. My question is, why not all three? Why not take Vane's ship, Flint's ship, and then Hernagold's ship with Gates on it and have 3 fucking ships?
No, the whole thing was Gates didn't want to be the captain. He didn't want the job.
Yeah, but still, it would have been, like, that would increase your odds of success significantly with an extra ship with all those men and all those extra guns, regardless of the captain.
Yeah, if you have to get another ship and everything to do it. I don't remember the reasoning, but I know that Gates did not want to be captain because you see Gates meeting with Jack.
Yeah, no, there was no reasoning. Like, it was never explained, but that was just like a question I like had after my second viewing. It was like, why didn't they like all 3? Like, that'd be fucking awesome.
Like,
you know,
you could say, like, why didn't all 10 of the ships in the harbor go do it? You know, like, you can't have that many men do that on that expedition. They're all rivals. Like, and a lot of them don't like each other because they're all
but if you're gonna take Captain Vane and if Flint's gonna take Vane, then he might as well just take Hernagold's ship too with Gates on it, because Gates is his quartermaster, right? It would have just been and like Gates said, like, they have a certain, like, communication, like a shorthand where they just know what each other are thinking. So it just would have been another advantage that they could have took, but it's not really explained, and it doesn't really matter because when Flint and Vane go out after it, they don't get it anyways. But it's just something that I thought of when I was watching it on the second viewing.
Yeah.
Anyways, we lost Tom. He didn't even say goodbye.
Yeah,
You did.
Oh, I missed
in
it.
the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm actually gonna head on out myself. I'm gonna go get some sleep probably. So, as usual, it's been fun. And yeah. Until next time.
For sure.
Yes.
Next time we're just gonna do the Mandalorian. We're probably just gonna do 7 and 8 and just invite everybody and just split 2 groups up and have 2 different people talk at the same time. Like 2 different groups. Like have one group talk and then we'll do a different group on the second one.
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that.
I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Yeah, depending on how many people want to come, I figure. I mean, it's the last couple episodes. Just have everybody in on it. I still haven't even began to edit on the last one, so I'm kind of burnt out on it, to be honest.
Fair.
I have one funny little thing to tell you that I like
anybody else wants to edit it, I'll send it to you. I'm just burnt out.
I have so much crap. I would, but man, oh my god, I have so much shit that I need to do.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right,
I can tell you this quick little thing. It's a funny little thing real fast.
Okay.
So, so yesterday was my wife's birthday, and my wife was like, I feel like just watching A New Hope tonight, right? I'm like, okay, well, whatever you want, put it on.
You got a
right?
cool ass wife.
Yeah.
My fucking girl won't even watch Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, she wanted to watch Star Wars, so we have Disney Plus, so she just put it on there instead of putting in the Blu-ray. I'm like, alright, well, I don't give a shit, whatever. But she has the captions on because if our daughter's playing with some random shit, we'll read, if we can't hear something, we'll read it.
I do that too.
And the part at the end battle of A New Hope where Porkins is about to die, okay? You guys know his first name is Jek Porkins, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the captions, Biggs, he yells, Jack, pull up, Jack, pull up. And in the captions, it reads eject.
Really?
Biggs is yelling for Porkins to eject himself into space.
In fucking outer space.
Because the people doing the captions didn't fucking know that his first name was Jack and didn't give a fuck. It's hilarious. You can watch it on the I looked at her. I'm like, did he just? That just say that? Did Biggs just yell eject? I'm like, his first name is Jack. I'm pretty sure they fucked those captions up.
I'm the type of guy that I read all the captions in the movie.
Watch that. It's so funny. Can you imagine?
I see typos and shit. I see typos and shit all the time. So I'm not surprised. But that's
really bad.
Imagine Porkins is
I see 2 words combined together with another extra letter and all kinds of shit. They don't even fucking proofread it.
I thought that was funny as shit.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I'm actually Rick, I'm going through the Black Sails again. I'm taking notes. I'm probably gonna do a series on a review series on Black Sails, and then I'm gonna do each character arc. So that's what.
Yeah, I could.
That's what I'm
doing. If you want, we could. You could run it through me. I could run it. We could run it through together.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
I love that show so much.
I just restarted the series, so I'm up to. I think I just finished episode 3 of season 1.
I am.
But I'm taking notes on basically Flint, Silver, Jack, Anne, Vane, and Eleanor because she's fucking hot. Nobody else because there'll be more explained with the other characters and stuff like Max and Mrs. Barlow and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm on the next to last episode of Hell on Wheels in season 3.
You're on what?
I'm at the end of season 3 in Hell on Wheels.
Oh, nice! I fucking love that show.
Yeah, I like it.
It's looking good, right?
Some of it, there's some of it I hate, and I like a lot of it though.
Oh, I fucking love
As
it
is almost 5, unless there's anything else, I will also
I have to go to. I gotta go to because I wake up earlier tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
All right, guys.
Until next time.
I gotta do shit at Amelia's all weekend, so that's why I did this tonight.
Figure out. Yeah, maybe. Are you guys around Monday night ish? 7, 8 o'clock.
I mean, I'll be around.
If you wanted to like watch Inglourious Bastards or something together.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I guess.
You want to watch it?
As long as it
I
doesn't
have
get too
class Tuesday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
6 o'clock is what time your time? Or
11.
Or even 5. Oh, yeah, that's pretty late.
Well, to be fair, when we
time's your
watch
class
the
start?
movies, we don't really pause as much, right? Depending.
Sometimes.
Well, no, because I remember with what movie did we watch last time? Uncut Gems. We did pause a lot more, but when we watched Predators, we didn't pause that much. So I guess it depends.
Yeah.
Man, shit.
Yeah, no, we don't pause too much. I generally just pause when I can't hear people. Like, I'm like, fuck, they're talking. What the fuck do they want? And then I'll hit pause. Like, what did you say? And then they'll say their piece. You know what I mean? And then I'll hit play again.
Because that's the thing. It's like 11 o'clock for me. If we start the movie around 11:30, it's like, what, 2.5 hours? I'd be done by, like, 2 o'clock isn't really that bad of a time.
I mean, if Rick is going to host it, I could start as early as 5, because I get off at 5, and I work from home, so I just walk 2 steps over to my other computer.
Yeah, maybe we could do it early. I'll message the group. Right. See if I'm going to be home. I get home around 5, but I have somebody I think is supposed to be coming out to give me quotes on the patio.
There's something coming out of you.
Oh, someone coming out to him.
Is someone coming out of him?
Jesus. Alright, yeah, just if I can make it, I'll make it, because I love Inglourious Basterds.
Yeah, alright. Yes, so do I. My favorite Tarantino movie.
Same here.
Who's in it again, Rick?
Brad Pitt, Christoph Waltz. So they're like the main people. Zemo. Zemo is like in it.
Yeah. Daniel Bruhl.
Yeah, Daniel
Bruhl.
Diane Kruger, Michael Fassbender.
Daniel, know Diane Kruger from the critically acclaimed National Treasure.
I got that movie that you and I just watched, Rick. What's it called again? The King of what? Staten Island?
Yeah, Staten Island.
Yeah, I got that recorded too.
Yeah, I would not watch it again.
No, I don't really want to either. It's one of those movies is enjoyable, but it has no fucking point or no ending to it. It has some jokes in it that make you like chuckle, and it has Bill Burr in it, so that's cool. But Bill Burr plays it straight, so it's not funny. It's just Bill Burr being a good actor for once. Yeah.
Alright. I'm out.
Alright, take care, bud.
Alright, later, guys.
Alright, bye-bye.